They wanted to see something different, but something different saw them first. The hills have eyes. The hills have eyes. The hills have eyes. The lucky ones die first.
There's nothing back in there but animals.
What began as a vacation ended as a nightmare.
Hell to pay now.
Oh, you going with my baby?
Yeah, that way, Dick. I hit him with a fire iron and I split his face wide open. They come up for you later, Charlie. Why are you doing this? I'm gonna get those animals. Kill them, babe!
Who'd put a welcome sign out here?
Work has already begun on an experimental cure.
Yes, we are friend in there. Is in a world of pain. His body's accepting the virus.
But nobody here knows how the virus works better than yourself.
It's an old nuclear test facility.
We're just supposed to wait here for them to come and tear our brains out?
Hey, can you imagine the first people to cross this desert? They didn't know where they were.
Don't see too many travelers around here. Where y'all headed?
How many do you think there are? Did you find a signal?
No.
This has turned into a search and rescue mission.
They used to test nuclear weapons here. Keep your eyes open.
They're like people. There's someone living in those hills.
Get your sorry rookie butts in the back of that truck. Let's go. What the hell are scientists doing way the hell out here?
Wasn't it radioactive then?
Not according to the Army.
Hello!
Help! What the hell?
Murdered, raped, burned, but not beaten. The hills have eyes.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 298 of the Triple Shots and Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with the homie JP, also known as the Mexican. And of course, we have Mr. No Fact Checks Tyler, also known as Mr. Saucedo. And back in the house once again, we got Dan the Cameraman, also known as the Porn Man. And I'll be your host, the Toxic Offender, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, my dudes?
Gentlemen, pleasure to be back here.
Yeah, welcome back, Dan. How's it going?
It's going good. Thank you for having me. I'm not typically around on Sundays, so I figured why not hop on in, rewatch these damn Hills Have Eyes.
No doubt.
And talk about them with you fine gentlemen.
Yeah, I was a little bit shocked when I threw up the message there that you were the one that responded to him. You're like, hell yeah, man, I'll do the Hills Have Eyes franchise. I was like, really? Crazy.
Yeah, I wanted to be on the Eden Lake Ruins and Funny Games episode because I have actually a lot to say about all three of those films, but didn't work out. So I figured, at least I'm on here. I have a lot to talk about these films. It's been a little while since I've rewatched them, so it'll be fun to talk about.
Did you listen to that episode?
No, I've been so behind. I mean, I was catching up on the Sin Bin episodes this past week just because I've just been just neglecting it so much. I'm caught up on those now. I got to catch up on the last couple 22 shots, so it'll all get done in due time.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Once you listen to that episode, get back to us about our opinions on the films. I'd like to actually hear what you have to say because, yeah, it's three interesting films to talk about for sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think, all three of those films in their own right, elicit enough conversation that some of the three I'm stronger on than others, but all three, I think, unquestionably, are pretty memorable films from that time. Even with The Ruins, which I feel like isn't as talked about as the other two, I still feel like is a pretty notable film from the late 2000s, that kind of era.
Right.
Great. But definitely will be listened to.
So this is our final summer show. we made it just in time. I think summer ends here in like 2 weeks.
Yeah. This is usually like the first show back of the new season, but we didn't get a chance to record in August because we were just really busy throughout the whole month. Actually, was out of town every single weekend. So it kind of got pushed to this week, and then we're pretty busy in September also. So things are getting shuffled around. The next show that we're going to be recording is going to be the top 10 of 1992, which we will be recording, oddly enough, on September 27th, which is actually a Saturday. We never record on Saturdays, but we're going to treat it like a party like we always do. So I'm sure by the time we get to number 1, we won't be talking without slurring, if you guys get my drift. No, but yeah, Saturday, it just works out better that we can treat it like a party instead of getting all giddy on Sunday and going into work all shitty hungover. My job really sucks if you're hungover, man. Trust me. But yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to the top 10 of 92. A lot of people have been asking me. I've been getting a lot of questions recently about when we're recording it. So if you're listening to this now, that's when we're recording it. So it is coming soon, but we got to get this show out of the way because after 99 is going to be the episode 300, which we really need to get on.
I don't even want to talk about it right now.
It is just
giving me anxiety.
I know we've been so busy with like life and just other shows and prep and all this other shit. Like JP's going through hell at work, and it's been fucking bonkers for all of us. So
yeah,
like,
I've been thinking about that, but I kind of have a suggestion that we can talk about all after that. I think would like kind of help us like actually complete the task.
Yeah, I know it's gotten to the point now where it's getting pushed into October. And as we all know, as like podcasters and like YouTubers and stuff like that, October is literally the busiest month of the year for us anyways, without putting more added prep on top of what we're already doing. So it's going to be very interesting how we develop this episode 300.
It's possible that we might not have a lot of, like, we might have a shorter season in terms of episode output due to 300. So at worst case scenario, it's like the last week of October, and then we go into Italian Horror Month after we.
Well, you figure too, you know, like we go 299.5 with extended list and buy ourselves a week.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, JP, actually, about, you know, getting pushed into October is crazy because like we're all doing 31 days. We still have to do the Halloween show. We'll do our annual Halloween show, so we got to get that in there. But then it flips into Italian Horror Month.
It just has to be posted before Italian Horror Month, basically.
That's what I'm saying. Like we have to get it done because Italian Horror Month and then December, which is Christmas or Winter Horror Month, whatever. We always do a couple shows Christmas and so we've got, and we'll probably end up doing the second part of the top 10 Christmas film. I don't know. We'll probably do something like that again. So,
the
point is that we have very limited time for such a big show, and we have a lot of shit that we're prepping for. So stay tuned. We'll make it. But JP did make a good point about how the show output might be a little bit less until we flip the script into 2026. During the winter months, we should be, once we get past the 300, I think it'll just be straight up like,
we'll be fine after that.
We'll be fine for sure. And then January, February, March, until like our annual break, we should be week to week, unless of course life happens, which, you know, we're still human beings over here. So another thing I did want to address actually was I have been getting full fucking flooded. And I know JP gets annoyed with me because I'm always like, where the fuck's the show? It's not on podcast, this and that. And he's been busy and it hasn't been as frequently going up as it was in the past. But I have been bombarded with questions. I've been getting comments on random videos about it, like, where's the podcast? And I'm like, what the fuck? This is like an update of mine, or like from 2 years ago. I'm like, what the hell? But people have been DMing me like on Instagram, because that's how most people know that's how they can get a hold of me, because that's really the only platform that I use besides like YouTube and stuff. So asking about where the podcast is. It is up right now. I've had 4 or 5 people say that they couldn't find it. And I was like, it's up on there. It's been up for a while. So it's on there. That's all I can say. So stop asking.
Yeah, I'm going to try really hard this season to actually put episodes up as I get them.
Yeah.
So yeah, promise that they will be better this season.
Right. I mean, you got a little bit of time. I mean, there's the new Sinbin episode that just needs to go up. I think that's the latest one.
Yeah. Those ones I'm not making promises that will be up on time, just because the booking video file takes forever to upload.
Yeah.
And like, if there's like just a weird, like a lot of times, like I'll start it uploading and I'll go look at it, and then it'll just be like internet connection error, and then I'll have to restart it. So that's primarily the reason those ones always take a while.
Yeah, so I usually get them up as fast as I can on the channel. I had a little bit of a blip with this last one. It was supposed to be up a couple days earlier, but I guess when I bounced down the video, something glitched. I think the session had actually corrupted itself. So I tried to bounced it down. I didn't realize the whole video didn't work. It was only 2 hours. And then, so I was out of town and I went to go put the video up and I'm like, it's only 2 hours. I'm like, what the fuck? So I waited till I got home, bounced down again, and it corrupted. So I just put it into a different session and bounced down. I was like, that's really fucking weird. So, but yeah, no, he brings up a good point. The video files are really, really large and they are kind of hard for him to upload given where his area is, kind of lives in the boondocks. So, yeah, so they will be there. They will be there. So, yeah. But, so anyways, man, what's going on? What's going on? Busy ass day already today. Like we just had so much sports happening in the morning. Now we're recording and we got more sports happening later on. So we're trying to get the show done because my Bills are in the late game and
my Steelers got a win. Week 1 win.
Oh, this is what people can look forward to again, right?
Win.
You know, the beginning of a new season generally means it's sports talk and people fucking hate that. Talk sports.
Where's the damn hockey?
Hockey's right around the corner, man. Only a couple more. What is it? October 6th or 7th? Puck drops 6th. Yeah, it's the first game of the season, so it's coming very, very soon. I actually still be on holidays, so beginning of October, we're all good. All 4 of us on the show here, we're all going to be at Wasteland amongst a whole pile of other people. So yeah, going to be good times. So if anyone else is going to Wasteland, that isn't part of. Yep, come by, say hi, give us a high five, something corny and cheesy like that. We'll say hi. So. But yeah, there's gonna be lots of us there. It's gonna be good times and shit. So I'm really looking forward to it. I just actually looked up what this show was. I didn't realize it was a Toxic Avenger reunion. I had no idea.
Speaking of Toxic Avenger.
Did
you guys all see it?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Hell no, because you know my ass ain't getting that motherfucking film.
So. All right, so first of all the like talk about like, oh, like we don't know how to release this, like it's like that was way over fucking hype. There's nothing crazy about the movie.
That's the thing I was like kind of hanging on.
I'm telling you, I think it has something to do with the fact that Peter Dinklage was the lead in it. I think they were just fumbling with the idea this might backfire on them. I don't know. Because I've heard from lots of people that it was not very extreme and like offensive.
Oh God, the weapons was more extreme.
Yeah, so I'm curious.
Wow.
Yeah.
Weapons was more extreme.
It's such a weird.
I mean, JP, do you disagree?
No.
There you go.
Wild.
It's such a weird.
We're at a point. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's such a weird like mix of a movie for me because it's like it feels like it's trying to be like low budget but with a budget. So it feels low budgety at times, but it also feels like it's trying to be like a polished remake. So it's very weird, and it's honestly it's just fucking not. The script is like really weak.
Who produced it again? It was produced by.
Oh, it sounds like I'm gonna hate.
Was it Bloody Disgusting?
Like the same, yeah. Like
it was a couple studios,
like
Cineverse, Legendary.
Yeah, but Bloody Disgusting is the one that kind of proposed the whole idea. They're the one. Okay.
This sounds like I'm gonna hate this. These are like all the consistent. These are consistently the reasons I don't like.
Well, the thing with the film that I think is a big issue is that two of the things that if you think of a trauma film, any trauma film that they made, not that they're distributing, there's, to me at least, two things that come to mind, which is one, really over the top, very comical, a very silly comedy, and the other being extreme violence. The film doesn't really do either. The violence, like I was saying, the unrated thing, I mean, we're at a point now where we're getting films like Terrifier 3 and A Violent Nature that, at least in America, are getting widespread theatrical distribution. The unrated thing, you really got to do something to earn that unrated status, but it's not violent enough. When there is violence, almost all of it is CG gore, and it looks. I mean, there's a couple.
There's a lot of
practical
CG
moments
in it, bro.
No, that just pisses me off that Bloody Disgusting is involved with this, and they're doing CG.
They're not
gore.
Like the main fucking people, bro.
But you think that they like? I mean, for somebody that really pushes the horror genre and is a total advocate about
really don't like
practical effects.
That's like often like the biggest delineation. Like
man, one of my least favorite things.
Because the thing,
Well, especially nowadays that like we've done this full circle, right? Because we used to be all practical effects. Remember in like the mid 2000s, everything kind of went to like this whole cheaper narrative where it was cheaper to do CG and stuff. And then it got a lot of backlash by the fans and just people in general were so sick of seeing cheesy fucking, shitty effects in films and stuff. And then they started to go back, even lower budget films and studio films, they started using practical effects. And it's been a thing for a bunch of years now. Like it's honestly quite rare to see a film of this stature using CG effects. And that really disappoints the shit out of me that they would go that route, considering what he's discussing is a name on this. And they're an advocate for fucking practical effects. Like I've read articles on the page, like they love that shit. And it's crazy to me that would actually be a thing. Fuck.
The thing with the film is that the violence that they're doing, it's not to a point where it's like, okay, there's no way you can do this practically. A lot of the kills are like someone gets their jaw ripped out, someone gets their head cut off. You don't need to CG that. I understand that maybe that budgets may be tricky, but if you're getting Peter Dinklage and Kevin Bacon, Jacob Tremblay, you clearly have money to get bigger stars in it. You can do a decapitation. Another thing as well, what I was talking about before when it comes to the comedy, is that it never goes far enough to be a trauma film, which is fine. It can do its own thing, but the comedy feels so much like a studio horror film where it kind of wants to be a little odd, kind of wants to be out there, but ultimately it feels more like a studio horror film. Like there's one part. And there's bizarre moments that I'm like, is this supposed to be comedic? Is this not? There's like a running joke where Jacob Tremblay's character wants to do like a performative protest dance, but they don't really do anything with that. And then there's a part where like there's a bunch of like the bad guys and they're having a concert and the scene starts out great. It's like they put on Motorhead. It's like, oh, we're going to have a good scene. But then the scene is like Peter Dinklage singing the Motorhead song and it's not funny. It's just like, what are we doing? And then you get a quick CG scene of violence, and it's like what? Like, what are we doing here, man? It's bizarre comedy that doesn't work. It's violence that is too far in between and is hardly practical. You can do your own thing. You don't have to be a trauma type film if you're doing a remake, but it feels like with the amount of references, with the amount of nods, with the amount of cameos they're doing in this, it's sort of like the film feels like it has an identity crisis. And for it being delayed a year, unless it's reshoots, unless it's maybe the Peter Dinklage thing, I truly have no idea what this was delayed for. This is a very tame, very vanilla. I don't think it's terrible. It kept my attention. There's one running joke I thought was kind of funny about this guy who really wants to do parkour. I was like, that's kind of cute. But as it's going along, I didn't like that at first, but the fact they kept going back to it, I was like, okay, I actually got a chuckle here and there. But it's very. I mean, I saw this last week, and I'm already forgetting a lot of it. This is very like straight to what was that streaming service? It wasn't Shudder. It was like another one that was like a lower tier horror service, or like a lesser known, I should say. Like one of those where it's like, or like a Bloody Disgusting Presents, like one of these where it's just like, well, it's if it's straight to video, you'll lower expectations, but it's like a big theatrical release. Like what? This is horror alone this year. It's Sinners, 28 years later, Ash, Final Destination. These are more violent films. These are more theatrical films. This is like, what are we doing? This is. I wasn't crazy about it, but I didn't hate it. It was just like, missed opportunity. I like Macon Blair. I think he's a really good actor. I liked his previous film. I don't feel at home in this world anymore. But here, I don't know what he was going for. It didn't work for me.
Elijah Wood was pretty good. He almost plays like he reminded me of like the Penguin or something from Batman.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the like combed over hair and stuff. But even his character, it feels like they didn't really know what to do with him because they want to have him be a little silly at first, and halfway through it's like, well, we want to do something else to that character. I don't want to give it all away, but that felt like an idea for something in a trauma film where you have this odd kind of hunchback character where you could do something with, but then they don't do anything with him. He's just kind of there. And it's like, okay. Then the third act is a whole other thing. I'm like, I don't even know what we're doing now at this point. This feels so thrown together, and I don't want to knock on a movie because I don't think it's terrible. It's 90 minutes, whatever. I don't know. There's nothing for me to be over like enthusiastic, like, oh, you got to see it for this reason. It's like, no, it's very average.
I gave it a 6.
Yeah, like a 5.
It's so disappointing to hear, man. That's crazy. But, just hearing of, the cast in this movie, like they clearly spent a lot of money on getting some of these big names in there and forgot about, doing practical effects, I guess.
I mean, there is practical effects in it.
There's like a tiny bit, yeah.
It looks like one of those cases where there is practical and then they like put CG over top of it.
It's kind of like the Thing prequel to
probably, yeah.
Yeah. That's fucking still one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in a film. I don't know why they would ever do that, but
yeah, like, it feels like there's no danger in this universe, you know. And again, I'm not saying it has to be a Troma film or anything like that. It can be its own thing. But when you're trying to set up this dystopian kind of like toxic waste everywhere, you know, a bunch of punkers, like punk rockers, like running around, it should feel a bit more like, oh man, at any corner you could get your head cut off or something like that. It doesn't really feel like that. It feels like a very vanilla kind of setting where like, we'll have some spray paint, we'll have some graffiti, but it's not too dangerous, you know. It's like, okay, well, this could be set anywhere then.
What kind of soundtrack
it felt
did they
like
use?
the soundtrack, there's popular songs in it.
They put like Motorhead at one point. The score didn't really stick out, so truthfully I'm trying to even remember what it really it had in it. You know, they have like this one band, these like musician guys, these rockers who are like,
they almost come off like Juggalos or like Cottonmouth Kings or something like that.
Yeah, that's what it felt like Juggalos. They were kind of like rappers, but then they had like rock music infused with them. I'm sure there's a genre for it. I don't know what it's called, but it felt like that, where it's like they call it like monster core in the movie, but it's like I don't really know what we're doing here.
Monster core.
Yeah, those guys kind of sucked, honestly. Like those are like the zany characters that you get in like Troma movies that like you want to be like funny or interesting, and these ones almost come off like sort of just basic and bland. I didn't really care for the nut kickers or whatever the fuck they were called.
Yeah, that felt like, and then they have these other characters running around, like one's wearing a chicken mask, which I assume was a Poltergeist reference, just because with the other references in the movie, there's like random other characters running around where they get kind of lost in the mix. You know, early on, one of the big indicators of how different this feels is that when you have the original, which I'm not trying to compare it to that, I'm just saying in the context of this, when you have the original and so early on they're gleefully kill a kid, which could be horrific in any other movie, but it sets the tone for that film. At the beginning of this, you have one of the bad guys who is like, he's like a landlord kind of character. He's like, oh, until you pay, I'm going to take your cat. And he's like, oh, he's going to like, I don't know, throw the cat, you know, and blow it up or something like that. No, he just kind of like tosses the cat off to the side next to the end of the bit. It's like, all right, well,
oh really?
He's not gonna do anything with it's like it's a perfect setup where it's like, oh, this crazy world is gonna like kick the cat and is gonna like, you know, go crazy, or is gonna like shoot in the head or something, and what would normally be horrific in another film is very over the top here. But no, they just kind of toss it to the side, and it's just like, all right, well, don't do it again. It's like, all right. Well.
What'd you think of Dinklage?
I don't really think much of him in the film. It feels like he doesn't really know what movie he's in. He's playing it very straight. I don't know how much of a good idea it was for him to voice, because he's out of the movie basically once he becomes a toxic Avenger, and then he's voicing the character, and it's almost like I get the maybe the joke of like you get a little person to be this kind of like bigger kind of monster, but then they don't really do anything with that. So it's like you could have just had anybody in that role. You don't really do anything with Peter Dinklage as an actor, who is a good actor, but he has nothing to do.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, JP? What do you think of him?
Pretty much the same thing. Like it felt like he definitely played it like completely straight the entire time. There was one funny bit with like pissing that I thought actually worked and felt like Troma.
Yeah, that felt like a Troma. That felt like a scene out of a Troma movie. That was the only time where I was like, oh yeah, that feels like it could be in the original Toxic Avenger, because it's so bizarre, the idea of it.
Yeah, I like that.
Them playing Lemmy or playing Motorhead is just obviously a tribute to Lemmy, because he was part of the Troma world for so long, right? So that's kind of cool what they did.
But then they don't do anything with it. It's like he comes out and he starts singing the song, and like that's the scene. I mean, it's like, is this supposed to be funny? Is it like
right?
Just have the song playing while you're beating up the bad guys. I don't know why.
Kind of half-assed it, yeah.
Like the theater, dude. The theater we were in, it was like fucking silent the whole time. Like me and Carly were the only people that laughed, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, that we saw it. I mean, because
nobody was like laughing.
Right. Hey, JP, let me ask you this: is it even still playing near you? Because near Tyler and it was out.
No,
of
I think
after
it's
a
done.
week. Yeah, it didn't make the top 10. It's out of theaters near us, at least. So I don't know. It feels weird. This was such a wide release film, because this feels like something that would be like a festival movie, plays like, you know, New York, LA, goes to video on demand, maybe Vinegar Syndrome or one of these boutique labels picks it up. But like, yeah, exactly, Screenbox. But like a 1,500, 2,000 plus theatrical release, like I don't think the Toxic Avenger is that big for it to be in 2,000 theaters.
Oh, definitely not.
Or maybe 1,500 theaters. I have no idea. But like a wide release, like Cinemark, AMC film, like
I think it could have took off if it was good. You know, if it was like a really good movie, I think it could have took off. But
yeah, that's a good point. but yeah, like I don't know. It just seems like a wasted opportunity. There's a lot that I think is well done, but ultimately it's very middle of the road, leaning towards negative. I don't think you see it if you're doing a 2025 list. See it if you're curious, but there's for the average Joe Schmo. There's nothing for me to go like, oh, you got to see it for this reason. It's really funny or it's really violent. It's not very funny. It's not very violent. It's quick. Look at that. It's 90 minutes. And it wasn't boring.
I think it'll probably hit Screenbox before the end of the year.
Yeah, that's a bummer. I really
Man, speaking of top tens, man, holy fuck, did that new Conjuring movie ever blow up this weekend?
Oh,
88 million, wasn't it? Wasn't it 88 million or something?
83 or some crazy shit. I'm like, oh my God. Like that did really well.
That franchise still has some fucking juice in it, apparently.
It was a packed theater last night.
There's a lot of people out there that
see it yet. I really didn't like the Devil Made Me Do It one.
Oh, I didn't like that.
I don't remember anything about it, but I remember thinking it was really bad.
I never watched that one. I didn't like part 2, which I'm definitely in the minority. A lot of people like that movie, but the third one just never. I was so far out of this franchise, anyways. Like I don't like any of the spinoffs. Like I'm just not a fan of this whole world. But yeah, I've seen the documentary about the story of the third movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like they did. So I know the story. I just never watched the movie. I thought the documentary was pretty cool. Yeah, I just have no interest in the Conjuring shit at all. Where
do you place it in the franchise, Dan?
I mean, it's going to sound dumb to say because I haven't liked any of these movies. So then you could ask, well, Dan, why the hell have you seen the fourth one when you're expecting? I know I've seen the rest of them. What, I'm going to give up now? I'm going to give up now.
You don't like the original one?
No, I didn't. I mean, people loved it and that's great. But to me, I was just like, the problem I have with all four of these movies is that the paranormal stuff, the real stuff I find very fascinating, whether you believe, don't believe. I find the stories fascinating because I'm like, maybe there is something.
Right, yeah.
When they take it so big, I'm going to be very vague, no spoilers. With how big like this film goes in the third act, it's like we don't need a haunted house. If the house started flying through space, I'd be like, that's not that far off what we're doing here. It's like you can have.
Well, it is the fourth one. It is the fourth one. Don't they always go to space in the fourth one?
Well, the funny thing is, I love all these movies. They have the opening prologue of all these movies, which is like in 19 blah blah blah. Ed and Lorraine Warren did this. This is a true story. And then the end of the movie is like the goddamn like the mirror starts like chasing people. I'm like. All right,
it goes too big is kind of what you're getting at.
Yeah, which is I get it. These are not made for us who can appreciate a slower, quieter film. These are made for the audience on a Saturday night. You shove popcorn in your face. That's fine. I get it for that audience. But so some of my acquaintances happened to be there, so I was asking them about it, who are more kind of general horror fans. I asked them what they thought, and they were all kind of the same way. They were like, it's a bit much, My problem with all these films and with this one is that I summed up the series, and I wrote this in my Letterboxd blurb, which is really interesting characters who are burdened by the movie they're in. Because the best parts of all these films, and especially this one, is the relationship between Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga. Like, there's a couple sincerely touching moments in this. Like the ending of this is like an ending montage because it's the last one, being like, okay, here's how I want to spend our future together. And I was like, wow, this is really touching. I really like this. But then you're burdened by the goddamn Annabelle doll is like going crazy, and I'm like, no, I want to see a movie about these characters. I don't give a shit what investigation they're on. I want to like there's a scene they're just playing, like in the second one. My favorite scene in that film was when Patrick Wilson's just playing the guitar for them. It was like a scene out of Phantasm where they're just hanging out playing guitar. I was like, that's such a nice like little scene in the middle of this loud movie. And I don't forget the loud movie. I want to hang out with these characters. But if you like the other films, I mean, you'll get something out of it. But yeah, this was 2.5 hours of exactly what you think it is.
Yeah, it's 2.5 hours.
Yeah, 2:15.
Yeah, dude. I saw the runtime on that, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
It doesn't surprise me. All those movies are long.
Yeah, they are actually quite long.
Yeah, but it's funny because in this one, it's almost like they forget about the investigation because they don't really even get into it until I would say more than halfway through, where we kind of like jump to the family, and that real story is like, well, it's kind of creepy actually, and it's like, oh, what's going on here? And then it's like, you're more than halfway through and they're like, oh fuck, we gotta go investigate this. I forgot we were in the Conjuring. So it's like, oh yeah, that's right, I guess we are in a horror movie. Because there's a lot of downtime, which I like that stuff. I like the character stuff. I find that very touching and fascinating.
I find that really I find that overly fascinating too, because like the real people that these characters are based on were like, I mean, most people look at them as like master manipulators, fakes. Even to the point of Ed being a fucking pedophile, you know, and it's funny. It's really interesting how these characters are so celebrated, and you go as far to say, "Damn, there's some really touching moments with these characters and stuff." And then you think about what they're based on, and apparently, like the wife knew that he was a pedophile, and she was cool with it, and like it's just like all these kind of nuances and shit like that build up. That when you look at the real story, you're just like, God damn, dude, it makes my head fucking float, man. I'm just like, this is fucking up,
when I say characters, I mean that in the literal film sense, because I mean I find the paranormal stuff interesting. I know people have their opinions on the Warrens. Truthfully, I'm not that knowledgeable about it, but I should say in the way that Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga portray, in this case, these characters, I think their relationship is really, because you've been with them for this amount of time, I think it's really well done. Like I said, there's just a scene where Patrick Wilson is playing ping pong with his daughter's fiance, and it's like a fun little scene. I was like, this should just be the movie. Like, this should be them, like the Warren family weekend, just hanging out, cleaning up around the house. I'm like, you don't need, you know. I
have those moments in movies too, though. Like, you ever like you kind of hit it on the head there, but like there's certain movies where you feel like you just want to watch one part of that film. Like the Funhouse is a great example for me. Like I like the buildup of the Funhouse. Like the characters, like, you know, the whole thing of like, you know, by the time they get to the Funhouse, blah, blah. And then the second half of the movie hits and I'm just like, I'd rather just watch the first half. Exactly. More of the first half.
Yeah, you know? But if you ever get to the threshold where you can cross and like enjoy that second half, that movie gets really fucking solid.
I've just seen
that
so
movie's grown on me. I
don't know what it is about that movie. I always feel like I should really like that. It's like the Funhouse and Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 are the prime examples for myself where I love the first half of TCM2 and then the second half it loses me every time I watch it. And
you're fucking crazy, bro.
Not crazy. I mean, I've heard other people say the exact same thing, and like I don't expect
other crazy people. Maybe
I don't know what it is. I just love the first half of the movie so much more than the second half that I don't know what it is, man. It's crazy.
I agree with you on the Funhouse. I've grown on the Funhouse, but I do think that film starts stronger than it ends. And people love the film. I'm not dogging on it, but I'm saying in that case, I agree. Because I think I just like you said, I like hanging with those characters. Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's a double-edged sort of a compliment, because I can say, I really like these characters. I like hanging out with them. But then it's like, the other edge is like, okay, well now I got to be stuck in a horror movie with them where I would like to just hang out with them, you know? Yeah. So honestly, if the fourth Conjuring was just them cleaning the house on the weekend, like doing groceries, I'd be like, fine by me.
Everybody in the world would be pissed off, and Dan would be in there like masterpiece.
I'd be like, you know what? That's actually pretty good.
They're going to Costco.
They put it in IMAX. It's just like, yeah. They put the shit in IMAX. Like, the vacuum's broken, so the big IMAX camera has to go to the Costco and get the new vacuum. They got to go and set it up. Like, I'll be there. Fuck it. You know, opening weekend. But I get it. I'm not the target audience. I'm the dummy. I get it. People want to see the Annabelle doll grow 1,000 feet and start, you know, destroying the Empire State Building. That's fine. I get it. I'm not the audience. People who like the films, I get it. What now? It's my own fault. I know I saw the fourth one knowing what I was getting into, so it's sort of like, yeah, you knowingly stepped in dog shit. What did you expect? I can't complain.
Man, did you guys see that fake trailer that like Eli Roth and Snoop released? I want to say maybe a week or two ago.
Dude, listen.
Dude,
first of all, Jimmy and Stiggs. Did you see that, Dan?
No, the closest theater that played here was about an hour away. It was like one showing in the afternoon.
Yeah,
Jimmy and Stiggs is fucking. Honestly, dude, I liked it when I seen it. After days and weeks have gone by, I kind of love it. But those were played in that movie, like before the movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So that's how I know about those. And it was funny as shit because so there was like a couple fake trailers that they played before the movie that Eli and them did. Because Eli produced this or distributed or whatever, the Jimmy and Stiggs movie.
Okay,
and there's actually a really cool. This was really fucking dope.
So is it through his production company, Horse Section Studios?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
After the movie, they talked to Joe Bigos. Joe Bigos. Yeah. Eli went to his house and they talked about the movie, and I didn't realize, but he made this whole movie in his house. Like,
what the fuck?
Like the house still look like his office is like a set piece in the movie. Like it's just like the whole movie takes place in this apartment, and it's his actual apartment, so it's just like pretty fucking dope. And a lot of this, there's still like blood on the ceiling and shit from the movie. It was so fucking cool. And
That's
he just
hilarious.
talked about making this like basically like with like a super small crew, like over a course of time, just made this movie that with shit that fucking guerrilla like independent filmmaking. It was dope. So, and Eli like does a little interview with him and talks to him about the movie, and that made me even like the movie more. Moodz, you'll probably love it.
I mean, Bigos hasn't missed for me yet, so I'm assuming I'm probably gonna really like it.
Some people who had issues with like the dialogue in Christmas Bloody Christmas will probably have similar issues in this one, because it is like it's two alcoholic friends who are in their apartment, and they're battling aliens, and they're in this like time warp loop thing where they can't escape the apartment, and they just keep they keep battling aliens, but then there's like time skips and shit like that, and the entire time they're doing coke, pills, booze, and they're just basically just getting fucked up the entire movie, like while fighting these aliens. And it's, the dialogue just like, well, fuck that, Stiggs, you're a fucking asshole, you motherfucker. Like, you think I'm gonna come down here and just fucking come here for the health, just stuff like that, what I mean? Like, just not like very fine-tuned dialogue, just like more like off the cuff type shit. But I fucking kind of loved it. I think I liked it more than Carly did.
So how was the trailer for Don't Go in the House, Bitch, or Don't Go in That House, Bitch?
It was funny as shit. I was like, that's Snoop Dogg, because you didn't know.
He does a narration.
I was like, I would lean over Carly. I'm like, I think that's Snoop Dogg, yo.
Yeah, man. I haven't seen the trailer yet, but I just heard about it. I actually went to go. I just forgot to watch it, but I thought it was really funny. I was on Bloody Disgusting this morning, and it kind of triggered my memory about the trailer. I was like, oh yeah, shit, I need to watch it. And of course I didn't end up watching it, but I was reading the article. It turns out that they're actually making that movie.
I figured it could be something
cool.
like that.
Yeah. So I was like, that's really fucking cool. And I guess the trailer is kind of like the Grindhouse Don't one, like the Don't trailer, which was one of the funniest trailers, the fake trailers that they did. That one was so funny to me. So when I saw that, I was like, oh my God, this is going to be so much fun. So, but
and honestly, dude, the like Bigos is, I know he got double first rounded or whatever in the bracket, but
he never had a chance, man. Never had a chance.
Fucking movies, dude. Like I honestly, dude, he's become. I know you've been a bigger fan than me, but like he's becoming like one of my favorites for sure. Like I've
liked him ever since his first movie, Almost Human. Like I thought it was a really fun, low budget film. And I was like, man, I even said too, when he put out the film, I'm like, I hope this guy continues to make movies like this, because I think he's got something special, and he hasn't missed. Like, it's crazy to me that I just kind of called that. But I mean, he seems to be a little bit hit and miss with people. Some people don't like his movies, but
I would honestly compare this one.
I forgot.
Huh?
Who won over Bigos in the bracket?
It was somebody like bigger.
I think he got railroaded, man. He was up against somebody like way out of his league.
Yeah,
like,
it was just tier. Okay,
yeah. But I would compare this movie a lot to Christmas Bloody Christmas in terms of like tone and like even the lighting. It's all like neon and cool.
Is it very Grindhouse looking? Like
no. It's not like like filtered or like Grindhouse looking or anything. It looks like a regular movie. It's very close quarters, and they really do a great job with utilizing this apartment. Like they have, posters and lights and neon, and it looks like a filmmaker's house, what I mean? Like it's just,
and it quite literally is
atmosphere. Yeah, it got atmosphere. And I think there's a bunch of like newspaper and like the hallway, like all over the walls and shit like that. It just looks cool. Know what I mean?
That's pretty cool, man. That's really cool. Like turning your whole house into like the set of a movie, and it's like living that movie every day.
Yeah, it's definitely a highlight. Like it's a contender for my list for sure.
Yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to checking it out. Is there rumors to have it released?
I think it's a Shudder movie.
Oh, okay. So it's going to hit Shudder sometime, but so I mean, then Shudder probably released a Blu-ray then. Okay.
Did you guys see that they're doing a 10-year like anniversary Shudder like 10 film box set?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I think
we
thought
talked
that
about
was
that the other
cool,
day.
man.
I thought it was a cool idea. I was like, I saw the films that were in it. I owned a couple. There's a few in there I have no interest in owning, and there was a couple I wouldn't mind owning. It's like, it was a decent box set, but it's good for, I mean, if you like the majority of the films, it looks like it's at the right price. So pretty cool. That's cool that Shudder's doing that though, because unlike fucking Netflix and shit, we don't get any of those hard copy films. So big ups to Shudder for putting those physical media films out. Speaking of physical media, you know that film from 2005, the Tony Todd film, Cutter's Club. Yeah, that got released on Tubi this year. Actually, Full Moon is releasing the Blu-ray for that film. So,
well, it was their film.
Yeah, so they're putting out the Blu-ray soon, which is kind of cool. I can't remember the whole story with that. Why it was shelved? Because it
wasn't completed.
Yeah, it wasn't complete. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah, I think we talked about that. It wasn't actually completed. So they must have did something with it, but that's kind of interesting. Rest in peace to Tony Todd.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
better late than never.
Yep. Yeah, I don't really know what other films were in theaters just recently. I know it because we didn't get a couple of them, but yeah, it was Toxic Avenger. I was surprised. Well, I wasn't surprised.
Let me take a look. I've been seeing a lot lately.
I think that doesn't The Long Walk come out like next week or something?
The Long Walk is coming out soon. Of course,
I haven't seen a movie since Weapons.
Yeah, I saw Weapons in the theater. Thought it was good.
I can talk about actually a couple briefly, a couple recent horror films. Well, one everyone's seen, and then one which I don't think is going to get a lot of talk, but I'll mention otherwise. I think JP did as well, saw the 40th anniversary of Jaws, I would assume, or the 50th anniversary.
I actually saw it earlier this year. It did a screening, but I didn't see this special one.
I saw it. I saw it in IMAX, and it was the big thing about, I would say, this release. The sound design is really good. I was talking to Jeremy. He said he saw it for the 45th anniversary in IMAX. I don't know if this is a new, different sound restoration they're doing. I don't know, but there's a couple times where the sound mixing, it sounds like there's like water behind you. It really was optimized for an IMAX, more so than just displaying on an IMAX screen. I know this was put out in like 4DX and Screen X, but otherwise, I mean, just forgetting about how strong of a film this was. It's one of those famous films ever, but not having seen it in a while, really fantastic. And then one that I saw, which I think Tony has seen and Jeremy has seen, called Strange Harvest. It says it's 2024, but didn't get released until 2025. And it's an interesting mockumentary. This got a very small release. This was out of theaters extremely quickly. Interesting mockumentary. They're looking for this serial killer named Mr. Shiny. And it's kind of a double-edged sword because it does a lot of, because it's a mockumentary, a lot of like fake crime scene photos that look very grisly. They look very realistic. But then occasionally they'll do this strange kind of like, Jeremy said it was AI, but it didn't look like it. But they do like this digital touch-up that's kind of like, I don't know why you're doing that. The photography looks creepy as is. It's an enjoyable mockumentary. It's not one that I think is, like, I'm not surprised that a lot of people aren't talking about it. I don't think it's anything amazing, but at least in terms of a 2025 year-end list, if you're like, I want to catch up on the stuff I didn't see, I would say this is one that if it's on Shudder or Tubi or anything like that, I mean, it's quick. I think it's like, it might not even be 90 minutes. Okay, I'm wrong. It's 94 minutes. But good little mockumentary that I haven't heard a lot of people talking about. Nothing exceptional, nothing
That's
great,
cool.
but it's...
I like those mockumentary type things.
Honestly, yeah, it does not work, but there's enough genuinely kind of like, ooh, that's kind of creepy moments that I think overall it did work. So yeah, I would say it might even be on VOD now. I saw it a couple weeks ago, but otherwise, worth keeping an eye on. Nothing great, but worth watching nonetheless. But other than that, not a lot of other horror theatrically. I've been seeing a lot of stuff lately, but those are only the couple horror besides Texas Chainsaw Massacre again and The Conjuring last night. That's,
I did go see Texas Chainsaw as well. That was
let's talk
awesome.
About it. Oh, that's great theatrically.
Dude, yes. I love that. Well, obviously I love that movie. It's my favorite horror film of all time. But, I never actually have seen that movie theatrically or at the drive-in or anything. Yeah. So I've never seen it.
Every year. It bums me out. It's like the third year in a row. I just could not go.
I've seen over 150, maybe 200 retro films in the theater or drive-in. Texas Chainsaw has always eluded me. Back in 2015, they did a anniversary screening at a theater and we ended up not going. and I was like, oh, it's Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We'll get a chance to see it again.
That's surprising because it really does play like yearly around here. I've noticed.
Yeah, it does, especially for us. Yeah, or I was going to say especially for us, but especially it's accessible. And it's funny because one of the things that, so me and my girlfriend walked in, she hadn't seen it before. I hadn't seen it in a couple of years, and I'm like, I've had so many opportunities to see it theatrically. I'm going to actually take it up on it. So I walked in the theater, and I was initially a little hesitant. I saw a lot of younger people. I was like, all right, you're going to be probably laughing a lot, going to like this and that. I was surprised. It was almost dead silent the entire time, and I think that chalks up to. It's one thing to see clips out of context. It's one thing to see them. We've seen it 100 times for all of us. We know it in the back of our hands. But I sincerely think to sit there, beginning to end, in a dark theater, and to watch how truly scary that film is. You didn't hear a peep from that audience, and I sincerely believe they were all as sucked into the film as the rest of us. Because when it was over, I will say, my only complaint with the showing, and I really wish they didn't do this, is that they after the film they had a little sneak peek at a documentary they're doing Chainsaw Memories. I wish they had waited because the film ends, and the great thing about that film ending is that you let it sit with you. You're like, wow, that was an intense experience, and then the credits come up. Here the film ends, and then maybe a second later they're like, and now scenes from our upcoming documentary. It's like wait.
Afterwards the credits finish.
Yeah,
really?
Exactly. I'm like,
that's bizarre.
Let the film sit with us. It could be like whoa, it's like a roller coaster finishes, and then immediately you're like, all right, get off, gotta go. It's like, whoa, let me give you a second.
Wow.
Yeah, and you don't know, if you didn't know that it was a chainsaw documentary, it just starts playing. You're like, what the fuck is this? It's Patton Oswalt or something.
Yeah,
it was Patton Oswalt.
What does Patton Oswalt do with Texas Chainsaw other than he likes the movie? I like the fucking movie. Put me in the documentary. What are you talking about?
It's like it starts with Patton Oswalt, and you're like, what the fuck is going on?
When I saw it as a kid, I'm like, I don't give a shit.
And then
that's bizarre, man.
So one of the cool things happened to me that I never noticed before. I don't know how the fuck I never noticed this, but that's one of the cool things about revisiting movies on like the big screen where you're like really.
Was it a print or was it like a high?
No,
like a 4K.
It was like the 4K.
No, just the 4K.
It was the 4K.
Yeah.
But watching it, so after the couple go to the swimming hole and it's all dried up, and then they go to the house, Leatherface like attacks them and shit like that. Afterwards, the other guy, Kirk, maybe, I can't remember which guy it is, but he goes to the house to see if he could find out where they went, and he knocks on the door, nobody answers, and he goes to leave, and he looks, and there's a towel on the banister that the one character left there earlier in the movie, and it makes him turn around. I never noticed that in my entire life. Like the towel that they took with them to the swimming hole, when they first approach the house, he sits it on the banister. So that sort of clued dude in that like, oh, well, there's somebody that they're clearly here because that's their towel.
Yeah.
So
I never noticed that either.
Yeah, I never noticed that before, but man, that movie is just so fucking good. I love that movie to death. Like I fucking love Marilyn Burns so much in that movie. Like she absolutely fucking murders it, dude. Like the whole end sequence at the dinner table, like her screams are second to none. Her the way Toby like zooms in on her eye and shit is such an amazing, like, I don't even know how the fuck they did that with like, it's so crystal clear.
Funnily enough, we're in the shirt,
And nowadays they just fucking catalog scream people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
you hear the same screams in movies over and over and over. Like I can fucking tell.
Exactly.
It's so bad. It's
when you're watching this, and especially you're watching it with a big surround sound. You're hearing. I mean, I'm sure they probably didn't shoot it in chronological narrative order, but you can hear the strain in her throat, and it's just like it is relentless, man. And it's one of these things where it's like, again, we all know. I mean, I confidently speak for all of us. We all know how great it is. We all know it is. But when you're actually going through it again with a good surround sound on a good screen, it is truly like, wow, this is a theatrical experience, man. This is like, this brings a whole new life to how, I don't care how cliche it is to say, I don't care how whatever, a truly like frightening and scary film where when it's done, you go, that was a ride. And
dude, that's how I've seen that movie so many times, but like seeing it with an audience in the theater, it like forced in your face. Like it's just scary. It's the dark scenes are just so creepy. The moon, like just
Oh,
some
yeah,
of the
yeah.
shots in the movie are actually super underrated for Toby Hooper. You know, like nobody really talks about. Like they always say it looks like a documentary and stuff like that, but there's actually some amazing shots in the movie of just like scenery and shit like that.
Yeah,
Man.
for sure. The light coming in when in the last part or in the last act when Marilyn Burns in the gas station, the light that's coming through.
Yeah.
Intentional or not, I don't know. I remember it was.
I think Toby Hooper said pretty much everything in that film was not intentional. Like he made a movie and it just turned. It was lightning in a bottle, dude. Like he just lucked out with a lot of his shots and the way it was lit, and the fact that Marilyn Burns could actually really scream. And was that not part of her cast though? Like, didn't he want somebody that could scream though?
I'm sure.
I might be thinking of something else, but like some directors will. I know with like Wes Craven in the original Hills Have Eyes, when they casted Bobby's role, one of the stipulations was that he could cry on cue.
Right.
That makes sense. Oscar winner Bobby?
Yeah, Oscar winner Bobby, yeah. It's actually kind of a nice prelude that we're talking about Texas Chainsaw, or I should say you guys are talking about Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because The Hills Have Eyes was a direct homage to that movie. Which,
for sure.
Not only that, but a lot of it.
Well, no, Wes Craven straight up has said that before. Like,
yeah, but
straight up homage to that movie.
They actually got the same costume director or set designer,
right,
from Texas Chainsaw. Yeah, that's why it feels very similar with like some of the. I believe they even use props from Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like bones or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's definitely props and stuff that they use for the movie. Yeah,
yeah.
So
it feels so. I mean, we'll wrap it up. It feels so redundant to say because everybody knows. It's like Jaws. Everybody knows how great it is. But it's like when you take the pop culture aspect out of it, when you take the memorable moments out of it, and you're just sitting there, even in your home, you turn down the lights, you can turn up the volume. When you're watching it from beginning to end, you're not on your telephone, you're not making a sandwich, you're not paying your bills, and you're just in the film. You're in the experience. It's like, wow, that is cinema right there, man. That is truly incredible cinema. But I think everybody kind of knows that already. So pretty sure the choir.
It's what I always tell people, man. It's like if you get a chance to watch like one of your favorite movies on a big screen, take that opportunity.
Yeah, I know that's like when I talk to Dave.
It just changes the experience.
I cannot stress enough how I think that it is the optimal, like most significant way to view a film is in the theater.
1,000% agree.
Yeah, man.
Me and Z have had conversations about that. Like he had like the difference between me in the theater and me at home is not as significant as him from his comfy house in front of his TV. But for me, like it changes the game, bro. Like
I think it's a mental thing though too, because Dave he's very introverted. He's very introverted and he feels more comfortable in his house too. So I think that plays into the reason why he's like, I can just sit in my house and watch films. It's like, it's not a knock on him. It's just the way there's a lot of introverted people out there that just don't want to leave their fucking house. So
yeah, they both have their pros and cons, theatrical versus home viewing. Both weigh each other out, but it's the idea of like seeing a film that you've seen 100 times, you know it like back your hand. I think that theatrical viewing or at a drive-in or whatever, it gives it a whole new life. And like that audience I saw it with, maybe it was their first time seeing it. I don't know. I can't speak for them, but the fact that a bunch of younger people were dead quiet now. Meanwhile, I go to the Conjuring and it's like goddamn Metallica show in there. I'm like,
the film is very significant too. If you're watching it with like a lot of younger generation people and stuff, and you notice that no one's on their phone. That's a good fucking movie, dude. Because that's pretty fucking hard to accomplish these days, man. Because every movie I go into, I always have a story out. although I saw Weapons recently in the theater, and there was a lot of younger people in there, and I fucking swear to God, dude, it was one of the best theatrical experiences I've had in the last few years. Everyone was perfect. No one was on their fucking phones. No one was being rude. It was fucking awesome, dude. And everyone was laughing at the correct parts. And like, it was like a perfect experience in the theater. And even the wife even said to me, she's like, this is crazy. Like we always have shitty experiences in the theater with people on their phones or talking or doing shit that they're not supposed to be doing. Right. But Weapons was a good experience for once.
You make a good film. People are going to pay attention.
Yeah. When I went and seen
Friday the 13th this year for the 45th anniversary, it was actually really dope because there were some younger kids in there. There were some people that like gasped at certain things, so you could tell it was like the first time they ever seen it. It was actually a really good experience for that. Even like the reveal, like I think had like people confused.
So go out there and support your cinemas, big or small.
Yeah.
If you want
I just wish I didn't. I wish I didn't have to drive an hour to mine. That's like the worst part about it.
Yeah,
I don't have
pros and cons.
every theater that I have like 3 different theaters, and they're all within like basically like 45 to an hour away.
Yeah, it can be frustrating.
Brutal. Right. Yeah, it sucks. That's why when I do go, I try, like, a lot of times we'll go see like 3 or 2 at a time instead of make the trip worth it.
Yeah, honestly, so far this year on Letterboxd, I've seen 158 films in theaters this year. Just because if I'm going to go, I'm making a day out of it. I'll see 3 or 4 films. I mean, a couple Saturdays ago, I saw 5 films in that one day. I started at 11, got home. That's where I saw Strange Harvest. Because I'm like, man, if I'm going there, if I'm spending the money on gas, if I'm finding a parking spot, if I'm going to have a beer or 2, I'm making a thing out of it, man. This ain't no casual kind of thing, man. That's why I think it's so important. Go out there if you can, if you have the money, if you have the time. Support the cinemas, big or small, because they need them.
You and Jeremy should have married each other, bro.
We kind of already. He's like, even my girlfriend's Jewish,
he does
he's
the same
Jewish as well.
shit.
So,
I
the Italian and the Jew.
I actually was having this conversation with a dude from work the other day about because he asked me, he's like, "Do you go to the movies, like the cinema, to go see all the movies?" I'm like, pretty much every horror film that comes, I try to go, unless, if I have like no interest, like the new, I know we did last summer, I passed on that and shit like that. But I said, for the most part,
Tyler loves that movie.
For the most part, I try to go to every one. And he's like, man, that's crazy. He's like, it's so expensive to go. He's like, man, the reason why I don't go to the theater a lot is because it's so expensive to get popcorn and drink and shit. And I looked at him and I said, then don't.
Exactly.
Like, he literally started laughing at me. He's like, I guess that's an option, right? I'm like,
I just don't buy. I don't get any concessions. I don't have to spend money on it.
Yeah, I'm there to watch, not to eat. I mean, each your own, but I'm good.
I'm really bad for it though, because like if I go to the cinema, I have a routine. Like I'm very OCD. Like I go in, I get my large popcorn with butter and my medium Coke Zero every single fucking time. I have to do it. It's like this weird fucking mental thing with me. And I don't feel comfortable in the theater if I'm not eating the popcorn and drinking the Coke Zero. It's fucking weird, man.
I get 25% off, so it's really not that bad.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I don't go to the cinema as much as you guys either, like, because I don't get as many films, so I don't spend as much.
Last year was my high. I think I went around like 65 times last year, and that's the most I've ever gone. This year, I'm like probably, I don't know if I'm even at 20 this year.
I think
come see Hard Boiled tomorrow.
I want to, but I don't know if I can.
Damn.
It's tough for me now to like just be out of that house like that, out of the house like that much time during the week. Like my movie.
No, I understand.
Was way down. It's a bummer.
Yeah, it's tricky.
I think last year was pretty high for me. I think I went 24 times, but not all. I think it was only about 19 or 20 horror films that I saw. I went and seen a couple of films that were non-horror. Which is rare for me because it really has to be something I want to see in the cinema to be if it's not a horror film. But I did go like 24 times, which is pretty crazy. And you think about that, I ate 24 large popcorns and drank 24 medium Cokes in that time. Yeah. So if you add it up, it's like, damn, dude, you were spending a lot.
That's gotta be frustrating for you not getting, because when some of the films you're like, we're not getting it here. I'm like, that's insane. Like I feel like,
I'm not wild.
And we've actually missed out on some bigger ones, like ones that you totally think that would come in. Well, okay, here's a great example of a film that we didn't get. Wow. We didn't get Maxine.
Oh yeah, that's another wow one.
Isn't that fucked up? And it was my favorite film of last year, so I ended up seeing it and I watched it like 4 times. But it was the fact that like we got Pearl, and I believe that X was actually it was a little bit more limited. I didn't really expect to get X in the first place, but we got Pearl. But then I was like, well, of course we're going to get Maxine because we got Pearl, did really well. No Maxine. It's fucking crazy. And
bizarre.
There was a couple other ones too. I can't quite remember off the top of my head, but it was shocking that we didn't get them. And I believe that they were like either Blumhouse or like A24 films or something like that. And I was like, that's crazy, man, because we seem to get all those, especially Blumhouse, which is unfortunate for the most part. Because Blumhouse is very, very, it's more hit than miss with me with Blumhouse. So I'm like, fuck.
I turned into the shit house lately.
Yeah, totally, man. Like I literally going through their filmography one time and it was like, I was counting it. It seemed like it was about 9 or 10 films before I would like one. It was like 10 shits and then 1 hit. 10 shits and then 1. I was like, this is crazy, dude. They make a lot of bad movies, man. But they make some good ones.
Megan 2 there?
We did it.
Okay, I'm thinking like their last like big one. At least like big to them,
We did get it. I was going to go, but this is actually one of the rare exceptions where I was kind of wanting to go because I thought the premise looked so stupid and over the top that I didn't like the first Megan, but this one didn't seem like it was the first Megan at all. And it's not. It's basically fucking Terminator kind of thing. So
that's all I've heard about it. Yeah, I've heard intentionally like veering away from horror. Which I'm like, I wasn't that crazy with the first one, and I see the trailer for this, and I'm like,
I had a lot of fun with it.
I'm like, eh. And actually, I've honestly heard it's fun, but I'm like, it's just not for me. I'm not gonna. Nothing against the film. I mean, I just know I'm not gonna like it, so I watch it. You know.
Yeah, I saw the trailer.
I say that after I saw the Conjuring 4.
Yeah, I saw the trailer in the theater, and I said to myself, I'm like, well, that's Terminator 2.
Yeah,
like out loud to myself. I'm like, that's Terminator 2. I started laughing. I was like, that's fucking crazy that they went that route. But no, I actually kind of
backfired on him.
I kind of wanted to go see it, but that particular week I was so swamped with work, and we had a bunch of shit going on in our lives. I just didn't get around to it, and then I just kind of didn't go. It was in the theater for a couple weeks. I just ended up not seeing it. But
yeah, they pulled that quick, and then they just threw it on VOD just to cut their losses. I mean, that was like, even here where there's still like a 45-day window, I think that was on there maybe like 14 days tops, maybe 14, 15.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's a whole other conversation that I was doing all the time before about the streaming to theatrical window. But even still, it's like, guys, give the film some time to breathe, you know, so that people can see it if they want to, you know. But that's a whole other conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, since we're I want to click on this because the thumbnail is actually making me laugh right here. We probably went through, because we've covered so many Wes Craven films on this podcast that I've probably done like a top 10, but there's a website here that's by David Vining. He's an author, movie thoughts and fiction. I don't know, but it's like Wes Craven, the definitive ranking. And I just wanted to rip through this. We don't have to discuss because we've seen all these movies, but I'm always curious because Wes Craven's one of those filmmakers where everybody seems to have such different opinions on if you make a definitive ranking, like where their movies rank. And it always makes me laugh. Like, it's so interesting how certain people's favorite movies are like at the bottom of other people's lists. It always makes me laugh. And I have a feeling, I haven't looked at this list yet.
Let's see how this goes.
But I have a feeling that some of my favorite Wes Craven films are going to be I just buy this, the kind of synopsis or, you know, the description of this guy and his website. I just feel like it's not going to be for me, but
I think now that I've seen Mind Ripper, I feel like I've seen everything or almost everything.
Yeah.
From Craven.
I've seen 20 of his films he directed.
It's pretty interesting filmmaker, obviously. He was my number one on my top filmmaker list that we did. That
was a fun show that we did. Our top 50 filmmakers.
Yeah, that was actually really.
I really enjoyed doing that. Man, I got really fun. I got really.
My list would be different. my list would be different now, but
of course.
I think Craven would still be number one, and like that's not to say that I'm a Wes Craven apologist that he didn't make any bad movies, because I find that is one of the reasons I like his filmography so much is because the same year he made The Hills Have Eyes Part 2, he made Nightmare on Elm Street. You know what I mean? It's just interesting how
wild.
And he made Invitation to Hell, I think, like the same year as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. So Wes Craven, the definitive ranking, starting at number how many films?
Before you get to the number one, I assume it's going worst to best.
Yeah, it starts at number 24. So
okay, my opinion, I think his worst movie is probably Swamp Thing.
Okay.
Really? That's interesting. I feel like a lot of people like that. No?
I just don't like it. I never have liked it.
I've only seen it once. I don't remember.
There's a couple movies I haven't seen. I haven't seen Summer of Fear. I haven't seen Chiller.
Okay, Chiller is what a lot of people say is his worst.
I was about to say that Chiller's probably, I think, his worst movie. Was it made for TV film? I believe.
Yeah, it was made for TV.
I think so. Yeah.
It's sort of like a little bit like Death Dream.
Yeah. Right.
I know JP is not going to agree with this one. I think JP is going to push back.
If it's my soul to take, I'll punch
I think it's my soul.
Do you like that movie?
I do have a sneaky suspicion that The Hills Have Eyes 2 might be
towards the bottom.
Yeah, it's got to be either.
Definitely towards the bottom.
I wouldn't argue with you. So that's his worst movie.
I mean, even Craven didn't. I mean, Craven overly admits that he did that film just for a paycheck kind of thing. But you know, I mean, it works out. But anyways, okay. So number 20. Okay, here we go. Number 24 is The Hills Have Eyes 2.
Yeah, that's honestly.
I don't.
Right on cue.
I highly disagree that it's his worst film.
I don't think it's his worst one either.
But yeah. Okay.
Oh my God. Okay. What did I say off the top of this? Holy fuck. You've got to be shitting me. JP probably knows right now because I'm reacting to this the way I'm reacting. Number 23 is Shocker.
Way too.
This is like my second
I
favorite
don't
Wes
even
Craven
think this
movie.
movie's like that great, but that's
Dude, it's literally just a highly campy version of Nightmare on Elm Street.
It's one of my least favorite of his.
I think it's so fun. I think Horse Pinker is one of the
even
most.
though I literally have a Shocker poster.
I think
there.
it's probably around. I would probably guess around middle of the pack for me.
Okay, so I love Shocker, and a lot of people always rip on me about that. But I just think it's the same idea as Nightmare on Elm Street, just done with electricity. And Horse Pinker, I think, is a fun ass serial killer. There's a lot of fun.
I think if his name wasn't Horace Pinker, I might like the movie more.
Dude, that's one of the reasons why I love Horace Pinker. I think that's a great serial killer
Freddy
name.
Krueger is such a dope name.
Horace Pinker.
Horace Pinker.
And Freddy Krueger are literally the same name. Just it's like the same amount of syllables, everything. I don't know. Anyways. Okay, so that's number 23. Number 22 is Summer of Fear. Interesting.
No, dude, that's like one of my favorites of his.
It's the one with Linda Blair for the people that don't, if you've never seen that one.
Yeah, that's a good TV movie.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I don't mind that movie.
Wait, you're telling me that they have Summer of Fear under Invitation from Hell and Chiller? That's crazy.
Yeah, I haven't seen Invitation from Hell either.
Okay, so this one right here is one of my bottom feeders, and I know for a fact that JP is gonna defend this one at all costs because I know he likes this. I think this movie sucks.
It's my soul to take.
It's my soul to take. Yeah,
I actually genuinely like that movie.
I think it's terrible. I think it's a really bad version of Scream, and like it just has so many elements of like Craven. It just has like, I don't know. It just doesn't do it as well as he did in other film. I don't know. It's hard to. Okay, so number 20 is, here we go, Swamp Thing, and I do agree that Swamp Thing is right. Honestly, dude, Swamp Thing is one of those movies that I've, just like JP, have never been able to get into. I think it's honestly super boring.
And it has like such good shit too, because it has Adrienne Barbeau. Yeah. There in the uncut version, she actually gets naked. Mm-hmm. And then you have fucking David Hess in there, playing a villain. Right. Like the little black kid is cool as shit. Yep. It feels like and that's something I always gave Craven credit for, is he's always sort of casted black actors in like bigger roles. Right.
Mm-hmm. Right. Get past that barrier, right? And not put him in like, the stereotypical roles of like, oh, here's a black character and then he dies first in the horror film, like the cliche says. It actually doesn't work like that. So, all right. So number 19 is Night Visions.
I've actually not. That is one I haven't seen. Is that a 90s one?
Yeah, I think it's from 1990?
I think so.
Something like that. Yeah. Something like that.
I've seen 20, but I've seen the Disney thing he made, and I've seen Red Eye, so they probably don't care. So I've probably only seen 18 of these on the list.
Okay, so number 18, this is crazy, man. This is actually crazy to me, but it's Chiller. Comes in at number 18.
Yeah, I've always
I like Chiller more than the average guy, but I pretty much like most of that stuff above it.
It has.
I gotta ask, will the Fireworks woman be on the list? Are they even going to count that?
I doubt they count that.
The adult from me did.
No, have you seen that movie?
Once, a long time ago. I couldn't tell you anything about it.
I've seen it too. I've been wanting a release for it, like from Vinegar Syndrome or something.
That'd be great.
Oh,
I was curious they're going to count it.
Oh, okay. This is where things take a really hard left turn. This is weird. Huh. I'm just kind of taken back here by this, but number 17 is Scream 2.
Yeah, I would expect that one to be higher on the list.
I mean, Scream 3 is, I would say Scream 3 is legitimately the worst film that Craven did. Like,
I would definitely have Scream 3 before Scream 2.
Oh, Scream 3 is actually I think it's bad, but okay, that's weird. Oh my God. Oh, this is interesting. See, I kind of figured this list was going to be like this, like, but number 16 is People Under the Stairs.
Dude, fuck that list.
That's
low.
Isn't that fucking wild?
That's top 5 lock for me, I think.
Yeah, it's one like of his top best 3 for me.
I have been in shock over this movie the last couple of days because Dave Z said he doesn't even like this movie.
Dave Z's a retard.
I was like, you don't like the People Under the Stairs? I think it's a great movie. And the thing about Wes Craven that's always really cool is that like when he does commentary in his films like this, it still holds up to this day. It's like more relevant even than probably was back when it came out, kind of thing, right? So, but it's a good movie.
Not liking it and calling it one of his worst to me are very different. Like, even if you don't like it, I think it's pretty safe to say it's not one of his worst movies.
No shot.
I literally
give me a break.
Okay, dude, that was my number 1 of 91, and Silence of the Lambs came out that year.
I honestly was trying to like avoid reading his little write-ups, but this, I have to read this one. Unfunny, unscary, incoherent, and uninvolving. The People Under the Stairs joins ignominious ranks of some of the Wes Craven's worst work. What the fuck is this guy like? Actually, I don't mean this like very derogatory, but I think he's retarded. Like legitimately, like how could you call this some of his worst? This is legitimately one of those movies where you actually remember the characters the rest of your life. You know, like you actually remember characters. Like it's
one of my all-time favorite characters ever.
It's crazy
in all movies.
This is fucking wild. Okay, this is even crazier. Okay, number 15 is Scream 4.
Okay,
man,
you get like bro. What this guy got a fucking hard on for Scream 3 or something.
Yeah,
this must have been the first movie he ever saw or something.
Man, this is so wild, dude. Scream 4, really? Okay, that's okay. Number 14 is Vampire in Brooklyn.
I was waiting for this one. I was like, I'm surprised this hasn't showed up yet.
I'm a fan of Vampire in Brooklyn.
I've never seen it, but I always hear it's like one of his lower, like lesser films.
It probably should be.
People don't like it, but I think it's fine. It's a totally fine movie.
I think it's actually really fun, man. And I will note at this point, so we're 10 films into this filmography, and he still hasn't liked a movie. So like, you know how sometimes you do definitive rankings and like you get about 4 or 5 movies and then you start liking films. It's, you know, it's like, you know, so this guy seriously hasn't liked the movie yet. He hasn't liked any of these movies. Okay. So number 13 is The Last House on the Left.
No.
I think that should be
higher for me.
And
that might be my favorite, honestly.
He still doesn't like this movie. It's crazy. Like, does he like anything? Okay.
What the hell does he like? He's almost on the list.
Yeah, he doesn't even. Okay, so number 12 is Deadly Friend, which is blasphemy to me. Honestly, dude, I just rewatched Deadly Friend, I think last summer. The movie's actually kind of shitty. It has a couple really good parts in it. Like it has the basketball head explosion.
I do like the movie, but it's not like phenomenal.
No, it's actually kind of
I think bad. This is maybe about where I place it, but like there's movies that have no business being behind it.
Is this the one where he's like, I like Wes Craven now. He's actually pretty good. Deadly Blessing was one.
It seems like he kind of likes it. So this might be the start of where he turns and starts to like Craven. So yeah, Deadly Friend number 12. Oh my God. Number 11 is Cursed.
I mean, I like Cursed, but I mean, we all know that movie is not what it should have been.
It's like wild to me, like this and like Deadly Blessing is like above all these movies we just talked about.
The title says it all. Yeah, the production on Cursed was
Scream 3
was horrible. What in the motherfuck is going on right now? Okay, number 10. Okay, I wasn't expecting to see this on the list because I thought this was a horror list. We have Music of the Heart at number 10.
Really?
So then Red Eye's on the list.
So that's
the top
for the people that don't know. Music of the Heart is not a horror film. It's starring Meryl Streep. I don't think Meryl Streep ever really did a legitimate horror film. I mean, she did Death Becomes Her. She did Death Becomes Her, which is a horror or comedy horror movie kind of thing. Yeah. But I wouldn't say she ever did like a full on genre film. But yeah, Music of the Heart.
This was the one that Craven wanted to. This was a passion project for Craven.
I've actually never seen it before.
You sent me a DVD copy. I've still not watched it.
Yeah. I knew that you wanted, to fill out your Wes Craven collection, but yeah, I've actually never seen it before, so I can't really comment on it. So, number 9 is Scream 3.
Dude, fuck this guy. Scream 3 is bottom 5, but it definitely like bottom 10, but like bottom probably 7 for me.
So he says, still, it's decent. It's not good. But it didn't aggravate me like the second one.
You cannot.
I like him as director.
Maybe put Scream 2 below it, but there's no way you can put Scream 4 below fucking Scream 3.
Out of the first 4 Scream films, Scream 3 is by far the worst movie. Like, I mean, that's from like an objective point of view. Like, come on, man. Scream 3 is pretty bad. That's fuck. I can't wrap my head around this. Okay, so number 8 is The Hills Have Eyes.
I can't remember what hasn't been named yet. But
Deadly Blessing. This guy's got a hard on for Deadly Blessing.
Oh, Deadly Blessing.
Okay, again. Anyway, I would never go as far to call this good.
Then he's gonna have Red Eye on the list then.
The motherfucker's almost done.
Red Eye's
what
left.
movies does he like?
So wait, which number are we on?
That was number 8, and he's
Deadly
still
Blessing?
in the first line is anyway. I would never go as far to call this good, but it's an advancement on Craven's ability.
It's one of my least favorite of Craven's.
Oh yeah, that's lower.
Like late teens.
Okay, so number 7 is Deadly Blessing.
There you go.
Hell no.
Oh.
Honestly, dude, I used to like Deadly Blessing years and years ago.
It's not that bad, but it's like nowhere near like his best movies.
It was kind of weird though. It was one of those weird kind of backward, like how us collectors and stuff, like we're always like, oh, I want that film on Blu-ray, and I remember renting Deadly Blessing back in the day and thinking it was really good. And then when the Blu-ray came out from Scream Factory, it was one of their very early releases.
Wait, hold on. Which movie?
Deadly Blessing.
Wait, hold on. What's the other one? Deadly Friend.
Deadly Friend was earlier.
That's the one.
Oh
with the
shit!
robot.
I was thinking Deadly Friend was Deadly Blessing, and no, Deadly Friend sucks. It's all right.
Well, I did say
Deadly
it had
Blessing. I actually like.
I did say it had the famous basketball head explosion scene.
Shit.
But
It'd be funny if in the middle of Deadly Blessing they just pull out a basketball. Like, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah, Deadly Blessing is kind of like the Amish one, but they don't call them Amish.
Yeah, it was stuck on DVD or VHS forever, and then Scream. It was one of Scream Factory's early titles. Yeah, that was a cool release.
It was one of those weird releases where I actually picked up the Arrow DVD of it before the Blu-ray came out. So this is like the very early years of Arrow when they were still doing the white case DVDs. And when I watched it, I was like, I used to like this movie. It's like I was super disappointed with it. I was like, oh shit. But anyway, I don't think it's horrible. It's just not one of my greatest Wes Craven films.
Yeah.
Number 6, Invitation to Hell.
Wow, this guy really likes Invitation to Hell.
That's wild, man.
I don't even dislike it, but it's
yeah,
it's just it's like a TV movie,
That artist in DVD it looks so bad. I watched it a couple years.
Yeah, that's one we've actually never had upgraded, right? Like that is still
no, and the DVD looks really shitty too. Like it doesn't do it any justice for sure.
Yeah, I have that DVD.
Yeah, I was going through this Wes Craven thing. I was watching a bunch of his films, and I popped that in. I was like, oh my god, this thing looks terrible. It could have been one of those cases where when you watch a bunch of like really nice 4Ks and you pop in a DVD, you're like, holy it might even look good, but it doesn't look good because you've been watching fancy 4Ks. You're like, oh god damn,
yeah,
my eyes don't like this. Come on, we're fucking jaded as shit now. Let's just face it. But number 5 is Wes Craven's New Nightmare.
That's too high for me.
Pretty good one.
I like New Nightmare, so I mean, but number 4 is Scream.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a top.
Going to be one.
It's definitely a top one.
Okay, so this is okay. So think about what hasn't been said yet.
Serpent and the Rainbow.
The Rainbow is the one I was
Nightmare on Elm Street. And is it counting? It's got to be counting Red Eye at this point if it's counting Whisper of the Heart.
Number 3 is Red Eye. So this guy has Red Eye over Scream.
Red Eye.
And he's
this isn't thriller.
This isn't a fucking favorite list. This is a definitive best of list.
It's like a stock thriller.
It's not bad, but it's not like
it's not bad.
It's just like it's not bad, but it's just like it's a thriller. This is nothing crazy. It's like an 80-minute thriller.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's not like horrible, but like I mean,
yeah, that's fine.
Interesting. Number 2 is Serpent and the Rainbow, which
I give him credit for having Serpent.
Yeah,
really
I'm high on this movie, but man, number 2 that's
right.
A lot.
Yeah, great film, but I
think I would probably be my 5.
Yeah, I think it would probably
be
maybe top 5 for me.
Yeah, I think my top 5 would be. I'll just not talk about that right now.
Okay, what the okay, so it helped that the script Richard Maxwell actually had the structure of escalating stakes that Elm Street lacked. It does lack the focus and tightness of Suspiria, but it's still within the same ballpark.
The hell is he talking about, Suspiria?
This guy is making up words.
Okay, am I reading? Is that description supposed to be on that movie?
AI?
Because what the fuck is? How is he relating the Serpent and the Rainbow to Suspiria?
It's on Serpent and the Rainbow. I thought you were talking about Nightmare on Elm Street. What the fuck?
No, that's the write-up for Serpent and the Rainbow. I'm just confused because Serpent and the Rainbow is like a voodoo type film and Suspiria is a witch film.
Yeah,
it has
like
nothing to do with voodoo. It's literally like a witch. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? I'm confused as hell by that.
Nightmare on Elm Street's like Inferno because characters go to bed, which is what I want to do.
I think he was just trying to get horror cred by name dropping Suspiria.
It does lack the focus and tightness of Suspiria. Why would you ever?
What does that have to do with anything? Yeah.
It's falling 30 yards from me right now, man. I'm so confused by I should have read all these descriptions, man. This is fucking wild. Okay, and of course, number one is A Nightmare on Elm Street, of course.
But does he like Nightmare on Elm Street? Is it number one? It's like, it's decent at best.
He actually does tell you. He does tell you in the first part. It says, "I really do like this film. I think it's a good slasher with real imagination that takes horror seriously instead of just an excuse for gore." But I also feel him. Okay, but he's got criticism. But I also feel like it could have really used another rewrite.
That motherfucker can't say he just like the movie.
There's real horror here, but it could have been just a bit more. So he's not even fully on board with this movie.
This movie's nothing like Orca, which I don't think it's as good as. It's like, okay.
So he really doesn't like Wes Craven. Okay. So here's the prelude write-up that he has right here for Wes Craven's filmography ranking. It says, "I was really disappointed in Wes Craven's career," and I'll just leave it at that. So obviously, when you only really don't even like any of his movies, that's pretty wild to dedicate a whole fucking.
Was this man held at gunpoint to make this list? Why would you make the list if you don't like the goddamn movie?
What if he just got assigned this? Like everybody's like, watch all the Wes Craven's movies and rank them. And
dude, I feel like
this is like almost all these for the first time and just hated them.
That shit sucks.
And they just hated them more, so you have to keep watching them.
I feel like this is the equivalent.
My job.
I feel like this is the equivalent of like us doing a whole write-up.
Yeah, watch the
website for Twilight
movies. They just like took an assignment and they're like, "Yeah, I like Elm Street. That was a cool movie." And then
you got to make this list. You're losing your job. All right.
And then they had to watch like 22 of these movies.
Oh my god, dude!
Number 3. This shit sucks.
I can't believe his number 1. He's still not even on board. Who says it could have used another rewrite? I'm like, oh my god, fuck's sakes, man! Like. Some people, it's just his opinions. I mean, we can clown him all he wants. I mean, he put himself out there, right? I mean, if you're going to put your shit out into the world, you're open for critique. You know, we accept it. We get it. It's fine. I mean, it's his opinion and he's entitled to it, but we're also entitled to say that his opinion fucking sucks. Right? So
it ain't good.
It's not good. I honestly...
You started with the definitive, as if you're like, well, no one's really going to argue with this list. It's definitive. It's like, motherfucker, ain't no one agreeing with you. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like, dude, that's really wild to me. It's really wild. Yeah.
So if you don't like the man, don't make the list. I don't have to tell you.
It's such a bizarre thing to do, right? Like
it was like every entry. It's like okay, I can't just say I like the movie, move on. It's like, well, it's fine for what it is. It's like, do you like it or not like it, man? There's other filmmakers make lists of.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just so funny this one was being low. Next, like, man, what are we doing?
Like he's just trying to be overly objective about it and stuff, which is fine. But bro, like you clearly don't even like it. I just can't waste my time doing something that kind of a big of a project on something I just don't care about. Like who does shit like that?
Yeah, there's no perspective where it's like, oh, I'm really passionate about this director and his films and whatever. This list feels like an obligation where it's like, well, I have to rank these films for some unknown reason. It's like, just don't rank the movies.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing I've always stressed. Like when I make lists and shit like that, like they're just my favorite lists. You know, like I'm not trying to say that these movies are better than anything else because when you really think about it, like every argument doesn't matter. Every piece of art is subjective anyways, right? It doesn't matter. You're entitled to all your own opinions. So like there's no definitive rules to what actually is best. Therefore, with that said, everything is just subjective, right?
Yeah, do whatever you want.
And people can't understand that. It's so crazy to me. And it's like, you know, and I always have fun with other people's lists and shit like that. But I still have to tell people, like when I make lists, I'm like, these are just my favorites. Like my favorites don't have to be your favorites.
You know what, though,
Stop
bro?
telling me.
That is one of my biggest pet peeves when I watch like YouTube videos where somebody takes a minute and a half to explain that it's just their opinion. It's like, dude, I don't care. I already know. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Well, the reason why I do it though, and I do have it doesn't.
I know the reason you do it is to like let people know, like, hey, this is just my opinion. But guess what? That doesn't even work anyway.
No, it's
so just pointless to even do.
No, I know it doesn't because a lot of people don't even listen to it anyways. But the reason why I tell people is just so I can avoid having like 4,000 comments that are saying, "Oh, this movie should be ranked here and here and here." And I'm like,
get 4,000 comments doing that.
I know, but it's so like, do people just go out of their way not to listen to shit? It's like, dude,
yes,
my ranking is not if I made a best of list, then you could fully comment and say, "Hey, Hills Have Eyes should be number 3 on that list," or
you know what,
it could be number 7.
I'm like, you should do that. You should say this is the list, the only list that matters,
the definitive list.
Right? The definitive list from a
and then people go nuts in the comments like they do anyway, but even worse maybe, and then it'll help your YouTube algorithm.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, making when we did the old top 10 Tuesdays and shit like that, like those were fun. I tell people every 4 or 5 videos, hey, this is a favorite list. Just relax. Fucking relax. I want your list to be different because if your list was the same as mine, it's fucking boring, bro. And you're probably lying anyways. Like, oh, my list is exactly the same as yours. Give me a break. It's the same as mine.
Think about this. How many top 10 shows have we done?
Oh my God.
A lot, right?
A lot.
Like 20 or more. And
probably more than that.
Each of those shows had like an average of 4 people on them, but I would probably like there's some with 6, there's some with 5.
Yeah.
We've never had a list mimic someone like someone else's list. It's never been like a straight up copy. So that goes to show like everybody has different lists, bro.
Have you even ever had like more than like 6 movies on a list match?
I think we've had 7 once.
There was one year where it was very
there was limited. One where me and Dave Parker had over.
I feel like what was the year? What was it? 85, where I can see a lot of lists having.
Well, there's 6 major heavy hitters in 85, which pretty much it made everyone's list. It's pretty impossible to leave those off a list. Come on, let's face it. That year is pretty definitive when it comes to like one of the best years ever. Like it honestly has some of the most heavy hitters of any year in history. Like it's crazy. So yeah, that was an exception. But I think there was a year just recently, right, JP? Like it was one of the 2000 years where I think was it you and Parker or something like that? You guys lined up crazy heavy. I was like shocked by that. Yeah, very shocking, but it happens. Anyways, so that is the I guess top 24 definitive Wes Craven list. Definitive, man, that is funny to me. It's really funny, but
hey, stand by your opinion, no matter what anybody says. If your number 1 is Scream 3, hey, stand by. I don't give a shit. It's all good fun. I'm really messing around.
I honestly really like reading out. It would be so funny, JP, to find another podcast that was like reading out our top 10 lists from our shows and being like, these guys are fucking clowns.
Yeah.
I would love to find that, man. It would fucking make my day. But anyways, so I don't have anything else. Do you guys have anything you want to spit out for the intro before we get into the Hills Have Eyes franchise?
Nope.
1 through 5, by the way. We always go that extra mile and throw in those,
Wait, was Mind Ripper not on the list?
He didn't direct that.
No, he didn't. He just executive produced it. Did he not
direct that?
No, he
produced it.
Yeah, he was actually a big producer on that. I think the reason why that movie has the Hills Have Eyes 3 title is because it was the working title.
Well, it was written as a Hills Have Eyes film.
Yeah, and it was the working title too. But I mean, I don't know why that would be written.
Ain't no hills in that movie.
No, man. It's like so polar opposite of what they did before. I don't know. It's weird to me.
They probably like took the story and changed it.
Yeah, they probably did.
Yeah, no, they did. They pulled it like sort of last minute, but it was going to be called Outpost: The Hills Have Eyes 3. And like we'll get into it. I know a little bit of history.
Okay, yeah, I didn't really look too. It's one of those films I've seen a couple times, but yeah, I don't have like full ambition to know every little in and out of Mind Ripper. I'll be quite frank. But anyways, yes.
If anyone is curious, I'll look it up for you. There is in fact one adult film parody of The Hills Have Eyes. It is called The Whores Have Eyes, 2009. That is a film, but that is not a porn parody. This is The Whores Have Eyes, JP. Come on.
Okay, I was thinking of the Skinamax version.
Did you say the Whores Have Eyes or the horse?
No, the horse does not. Well, I'm sure horses, they do have eyes. I've seen horses. No, the whores, as in the whores you get from
Dude,
the
I thought you said the horse has eyes. I'm like, oh my God, it has horses in it.
Yeah. It's a porno with horses called The Horses Have Eyes. Don't watch it. You get banned for that. I didn't watch it, but it's just stranded in the desert with nowhere to run. One by one, they all get fucked. Who will pray next? Couldn't tell you. I didn't watch it. That's all I got to say.
There was a Skinamax called The Hills Have Thighs that I remember from around the time the remake came out.
There's a few other parodies, man, that are.
There's one by Jim Wynorski called The Hills Have Thighs from 2010.
Yeah. We went through that list one time. Remember, we were pissing ourselves laughing at Jim Wynorski's later output of films, and they were just all parody sounding titles. It was hilarious, man. It was fucking, and he was making like 8 movies a year. It's like, man. Yeah. I have actually seen the Texas Dildo Massacre before. I rented that back in the early 90s. It's a straight up porno, and it's literally Leatherface running around with this like dildo machine, and it's fucking stupid.
Is that canon to the franchise?
Yeah, it actually has continuity. It's crazy.
It's probably better than Netflix one.
Marilyn Burns.
Oh yeah, the Jim Wynorski one was direct to HBO.
Oh, is that the one?
Yeah, late night HBO.
Dude, his filmography.
Late night.
If you're ever in a bad mood and you want a good laugh, to kind of perk yourself up a little bit, just go on his filmography and start reading out his movies that he's made in the last like 15 years. It is fucking priceless, man. This is the guy that made Chopping Mall, which of course is a play on words, but this guy just continued along that line and just kept making play on words and like parody titles, and like they're not even parodies, they're just
on Wikipedia, it says it was broadcast several times in spring and summer 2010 at fixed times and on demand on the premium channels HBO and Showtime. James Cromer, a former South Carolina state representative, sued both HBO and Showtime when they promoted the film as his work, but instead broadcast Wynorski's film. So I guess there's another film, the one James you're talking about, called The Hills Have. What the hell is this goddamn Hills Have Thighs cinematic universe? I can't follow this. I'm done. I give up.
All right. Yeah, we're not dissing Jim Wynorski. Actually, I've met Jim before. He's a really nice guy, actually.
I'm sure he's a good guy. I like his films.
He actually made me laugh out loud because I walk up to him and the first thing he says to me is like, bro, he's like, cut your beard. That's when I was growing my ear beard and I had that huge fucking monster. And he was like, bro. And I'm like, I'm growing a ear beard. He's like, what the fuck's a ear beard? And I explained it to him. He's like, dude, you're dumb as fuck. But it was a great interaction with him, man. It was fucking awesome.
That's a big chill guy.
Actually, I'm pretty sure Jeremy was there for that. He was at Wasteland here. And it was fucking funny, man. I was like, Jim, you're funny as hell. But anyways, that's going to conclude the intro, and we'll be back momentarily with The Hills Have Thighs. Eyes franchise.
The horses have eyes.
That kind of rhymed in a really bad way. So, yeah.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. Now tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the featured reviews here on episode 298, The Hills Have Eyes franchise 1 through 5. Yes, we are including the unofficial sequel that was once known as The Hills Have Eyes 3, aka Mind Ripper, in this.
AKA Outpost.
AKA Outpost. It's actually Wes Craven does have involvement. He was an executive producer on the film, so it's not like
his son wrote it.
Right. Which we'll get into when we get to it.
There's actually more that actually is more of a through line in this episode, which we'll talk about later. But yeah.
Right. Okay, so starting off the franchise, we're going to take it back to 1977 with the original film, obviously called The Hills Have Eyes, directed by Wes Craven. Quick little synopsis here. On the way to California, a family has the misfortune to have their car break down in an area closed to the public. Weird. And inhabited by violent savages ready to attack. Who the fuck, right? Like, dude.
That dude who made that list write this description?
It's there, but come on, man. Yeah,
so
at least throw in cannibalistic savages or they had the misfortune of their car breaking down. Yeah, because it was forced. They didn't just fucking break down.
Drove off the road.
fuck. Anyways,
so a little bit of the backstory.
This is actually the second time we've reviewed. This doesn't happen very time on 22 Shots because we're very kind of proactive with not doing things like that and re-reviewing main reviews and stuff. But we actually did a Wes Craven spotlight, and what we did, Hills Have Eyes, and what was it?
Last House on the Left.
Was it Last House on the Left? Okay, that's interesting because both those movies have remakes. We could have OG remakes to those, but then we ended up doing kind of
Wes Craven had passed away, and we just threw together that episode.
Right. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's right. It was a last minute thing. Okay.
Yeah. But a little backstory on this movie. So after Last House on the Left, which he did with Sean S. Cunningham, it was a pretty successful movie. And Wes Craven was trying to he never planned to be a horror director.
No.
And he was trying to get funding for other movies, and some years had went by. And
there is this weird kind of backstory with that too, because he grew up in a house where it was like, I think it was like super religious and stuff, and they didn't kind of venture out, and he wasn't really allowed to watch kind of genre films and stuff like that. So.
He didn't watch a movie until he was like 20 or something like that.
Yeah. So it's really interesting that he would do what most people would consider to be one of the more extreme kind of popular films of the 70s with Last House on the Left and shit like that. It's just kind of an interesting development.
That's what's always been very interesting about Wes Craven to me, is that he isn't a typical filmmaker who got into filmmaking because he loved films. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He was more of a writer / professor type. And
he was a scholar, right? Films. He was a scholar.
Yeah. But this film, he eventually people were coming up to him like, oh, we want to make another horror film, and he didn't want to at first, but then eventually he did, and they wanted to do like a single location film because of budgetary constraints, and they came up with actually went to the library and was trying to find inspiration for a film, and he actually ended up stumbling upon the Sonny Beam murders. Yeah, anybody know what that is?
Yeah, so it's almost folklore now.
Yeah.
I think they kind of proved that maybe it wasn't really a true thing, but it became folklore. I think it was about Sonny Bean and his entourage or whatever, and they were basically killing people that were passing through their area. Anyways,
it was in Scotland.
Yeah, so all these kind of these inhabitants that were coming through their area and stuff, like, they were getting murdered off, and they got caught and they were executed apparently. Which would be
so apparently there were 49 family members.
Yeah.
Were living in these sea caves that were basically stealing people and eating them and stealing their shit.
They were cannibals. Yeah.
And they apparently castrated all the males, and then they even killed all the kids. I don't know how accurate the history of it is, but that's what has been written, is that, when they finally got a hold of them, they killed every member of the family.
And there was, there was a lot of people. Holy shit, man.
Yeah. But there was actually Joe Bob back when he first came back, and his first thing after the marathon, he did the Dinners of Death, which was like a Thanksgiving special. He did Texas Chainsaw, Hills Have Eyes, Dead or Alive, and Blood Rage, I believe. And he did a really good breakdown of Hills Have Eyes in that episode, and he talks about like the inspiration of like the Sonny Bean thing.
Yeah.
And it's pretty interesting, that and Craven's done that. Like, some of his better films are inspired by other things, like The Virgin Spring, and then this Nightmare on Elm Street was these news articles he was seeing about like these Taiwanese or Filipino kids who were complaining of nightmares and shit like that.
Like, this movie was actually which I think I read in the trivia one time too. Like, he took the whole Sonny Beam idea and folklore of what happened with that family and stuff, and applied it to something that actually happened to him in real life, right? With the whole, I guess he was taking a trip with his wife, like a motorcycle trip or whatever. They stopped at, I think it was like a gas station or some shit like that, and somebody shot an arrow past his head.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And so it says in trivia here, and it says, when Craven threatened to sue them, they replied they could easily kill him, leave his corpse in a nearby salt mine, and no one would ever know. So he took that experience and applied it with
That's a pretty good one,
which is interesting, because he took that experience, which is literally the other side of the story with the Sonny Beam, which is the cannibalistic family,
and combined them, and then we have The Hills Have Eyes is born. It's kind of crazy, right?
Yeah, and that his best films are ones where he takes inspiration from all these things. Like Elm Street is the classic example of all these different things that happened to him in his life that he sort
Serpent in the Rainbow.
Yeah. And The Hills Have Eyes.
Shocker, based on a real story.
But yeah, so that's what he did. He did The Hills Have Eyes after Last House on the Left. And I think that Wes Craven has such an interesting career in terms of like where he started to where he ended up, because his first two movies were these gritty, violent horror films of the 70s. And by the end of his career, he was like pop. He was making pop movies, which is just nuts, you know?
I think it also applies to the changing of the times as well, because you think about Hills Have Eyes, Last House on the Left, 72, and even later, The Hills Have Eyes, 77. I mean, that whole era of the early to mid 70s, I guess, late 70s in this case, films, because of, the climate in America, the Vietnam War being over, a very nihilistic view in 70s cinema. So you see these films very ugly, maybe not quite, in Hills Have Eyes, not as nihilistic.
Well, Vietnam wasn't over in 72. It was still going on. I'm just saying,
no, I'm talking about films in the wake of that. Then you see in the 80s of all that, I don't want to say lighter compared to these films, where you would still have these violent, grisly films, but it wasn't like, they weren't as downtrodden. So what JP's saying, then you get into the 90s, where it's a bit more like, teen, floating heads. So it's interesting to kind of see somebody like Wes Craven be so prominent in every decade, including up to his death, and seeing the change of American horror. I think he's a really good representation of American horror in the climate from when they were made.
He really was he really was the forefront in a bunch of different decades. You think of the inspiration that, he took inspiration from The Virgin Spring too, for The Last House on the Left, but that was such a big movie and influence for a lot of filmmakers too. And then of course in the 80s with Nightmare on Elm Street, but then the 90s with Scream, like he kept rewriting the genre over and over again. It's kind of really interesting where he's one of the most important director figures in horror history, in my opinion. He really is. He definitely has those moments in history where it's like, it's like the 6 degrees of Wes Craven kind of thing. Like how many directors can you really think of? Like you think about it, like how many movies have been remade from Wes Craven originals? Like, so there's 3 that I can think of at least. Not too many guys get that many movies remade.
Yeah, 3. And then People Under the Stairs is on the way.
So that would be 4. Like how many directors have that many of their movies remade?
Maybe John Carpenter is the only other one I can think of.
Waiting for the Vampire in Brooklyn remake.
I know, we still had Eddie Murphy do that.
Carpenter,
that's just the valid point.
Yeah, I mean, Halloween, The Fog. The Thing. Well, I guess that was remake.
The Thing is like a sequel.
I know. I'm just saying.
Well, The Thing is a prequel.
They did another of that.
It's the same.
Yeah, they did another one that was more influenced by his than the 54 film.
Yeah,
so to speak.
Argento just has the one.
But when
he also has
it's
Assault on Precinct 13.
Yeah, Assault on Precinct.
Oh, Assault on Precinct
13.
I forgot about that shitty remake. I hated that remake, by the way.
Did they do an Escape from LA or New York remake?
No, not.
Well, they did do Lockout, which was basically a remake, and Carpenter had to sue them and won.
I am shocked beyond shocked that Escape from New York has never been remade fully.
I think
The Rock tried to.
Yeah,
Romero kind of has Night,
Big
Day,
Trouble,
and fucking Dawn.
Yeah, but like all the remakes are, I shouldn't say, like Dawn isn't bad. I mean, it's a movie that's always kind of decreased in popularity in my mind for myself, but like his remakes are pretty shitty. Besides, Night of the Living Dead's good, but like Day of the Dead, come on, bro. Like that's not even worthy of even mentioning.
Yeah,
but yeah, Craven, man, shit, dude. Like having people in the stairs, man. Oof.
So Hills Have Eyes. What do you guys think of it?
Well, first of all, the one thing I love about Hills Have Eyes, like honestly, I'm a big fan of the cast in this movie. I think the cast is really good. Like John Stedman, who plays Fred, who plays Papa Jupe's father in the film. He's the gas station attendant. I love that dude, man. Like I think he's perfectly cast. He has the great look for it. I think Robert Houston casted as Bobby Carter. He does a really good job. And that's one thing I'll get into the remake too. The kid that they cast as Bobby in that film, I feel like is a little bit too young. I feel it's honestly works better as the Robert Houston character in this film. Of course, you've got Dee Wallace, who she's just a doll. I love Dee Wallace. She has I had such a great conversation with her one time. She's such a nice person. Even Susan Lanier, who plays Brenna in the film, I think she's pretty cool. Just a really great cast all around.
I think the casting is great.
Russ Grieve as the dad, like he's so good in the film for the short period that he's really like Doug, like the guy that plays Doug, Martin Spear. I think he's fine in the film too. Of course, Michael Berryman. Berryman's
amazing.
He's really good as Pluto in this film. I think
he's the face of the film, basically.
It's interesting, right? Because he's not even like the big villain in the film, but he is the face of it because he literally had the face. Right?
I don't know about you. I don't know about you.
Yeah,
guys,
there's no makeup on like Berryman.
One thing I always loved
is funny. They're like, "You look weird. You're a mutant." It's like,
we need you.
Michael Berryman actually has like a veterinarian degree as well. I remember seeing that on the Joe Bob, and I think he was born in Japan or something.
I'm not sure.
His parents were part of the Hiroshima.
Well, he was born with, I think I read somewhere one time he had like 50 or 70 body deformities, birth defects or whatever. So he obviously that's the way he looks for real. Because some people used to think that like that was like not natural. I'm like, no, that's natural. But Michael Berryman, dude, he literally just became the fucking face of this shit, man. You know, one thing I really like about this movie though is something I noticed when I was a lot younger because I was really into like planets and shit like that. But everyone, Michael Berryman plays Pluto in the film. And then you got Papa Jupe, who is Papa Jupiter. Then you got Mercury as one of the brothers. And then you got Mars as one of the brothers. Like they're all named after planets. And don't start with me about Pluto not being a planet. Fuck off with that shit. When I was growing up, Pluto was a planet. So it's a planet. This is 1977, remember? So it was a fucking planet at the time. So I always really liked that they did that. And that's something that they didn't really fully carry over into the remake, which I thought was really interesting. And they kind of loses its identity a little bit too within the characters in the remake, but it's just minor gripes. But anyways, I think that was really cool that they did that. I don't know why they named them after planets. I have no idea what the story is with that, but it's
just something Wes Craven thought was cool.
Yeah, I like it. I think it works really well. And that's one thing I love about this movie is that versus the remake where everyone's so identifiable in this film where they talk to each other and they call each other by their names. And that it's like Mars and Pluto and Mercury and Ruby and like everyone. Where the remake
in this one, they feel more realistic, right? Because they're not mutants per se. They're just, freaking incestual. They look like dirty people.
Well, they're products of the fallout, right? They're just products of the fallout. And like, that's one thing but
that's such a like, minor thing in this one where they amp it up in the remake,
which is expected. It's a remake. Alexander Aja had a job to do. He's going to go out of his way and really make the mutants, like to the point where it's ridiculous. It's like ridiculous, but it works for like visually. They're so unappealing and so awesome and really unrecognizable. But that's the thing about the remake that for me is that it loses their identity a little bit too, because you almost don't know which is who in the film because they're so mutant. You're just like, damn, dude. But
that's gonna be interesting to talk about.
You can tell them apart pretty good, honestly.
You can.
Yeah, I would.
The sequel. No, the sequel.
Well, I'm just talking about like because they try to mimic the same characters. They use a little bit different names and stuff like that. But at points in the film, you're like, is that supposed to be the Pluto character? Is this supposed to be that? Yeah.
No, I don't think that any of them are supposed to be like direct representations. I think they're just.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the Ruby character, which is.
Well, yeah, Ruby is
the only one who feels like they're directly doing a new version of that character. Whereas we'll get to when we talk about the remake, but the mutants in the remake, to me, we'll talk when we talk about it, they feel like they're going for something else entirely different rather than we need to have somebody who is like this one or like this one. They're distinctly their own.
But they still have the same structure kind of thing. Like the one that's leading the show and stuff like that is the one, they still have the same things going on with certain characters, right? There's still representation of it. Yeah. But anyways, The Hills Have Eyes.
And you also have Beauty and Beast, who we didn't mention.
Yeah, that's such an important thing.
The dogs. Yeah. So Beauty and Beast they're supposed to be representation of like police dogs, right? So they're German Shepherds. One thing that I've always found very fascinating about Beauty's death in the film, which always sucks because I hate watching dogs die in films, but the dog that they used in the film is a real dead dog.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's a real dead dog. So that mangled up fucking dog
so
that they had.
Apparently how that happened is they were on set filming and somebody had called Mike Berryman and was like, yo, we found the dead dog. Like it drowned in somebody's like pool. Like, come get it. And then they went and got it. And apparently they wanted Berryman to like gut it. And he was just like, fuck no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that's I never knew that. That's crazy.
Yeah, so that dog that you see on there was a real dead dog. It's like it's so fucked up to me. So it's crazy, but it's effective. It's effective. So,
yeah. I mean, I don't hate it, because it's like it was there.
That's different than killing a dog, killing an animal for the film. That's way completely different.
Yeah, that does. I mean, that comes later with.
Dog ain't dying in vain,
Yeah, with
maybe it did. I don't
know. with this ain't no cannibal holocaust.
Now watch this.
Yeah,
but I do. What do you guys think of the backstory
of what the mutants, how they got there and stuff, or them not leaving,
like the government bomb test site?
No, the backstory of the gas station attendant.
Oh, the fact that he's the father of Papa Juke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that, man.
I've always loved the scene where he talks about it. He's like, he ripped Mary apart. Like, it's fucked up. Like, but that's where I think that it's more like has less to do with like any nuclear shit, and it's more just like a fucked up,
Well, he does mention he's like, they came in here and they started doing all this shit. And like he alludes to the fact that like the reason why his boy was so deformed and fucked up and huge and ridiculously violent and shit like that was because of the fallout from the bomb testing and where they used to live in the mines and stuff like that. So he does allude to that big time.
Yeah. But it's simple. It's simplified in this one.
Yeah, it's interesting in the remake where they kind of changed how that whole thing goes. Like in the original Hills Have Eyes. So after the father tells the story of his son, which is Papa Jupiter, he ends up killing him in the beginning of this film, where in the remake it's done differently. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's a negative or a positive. It's up to you guys to decide, but I think it's pretty cool what they do in the remake, but they just do it differently. But I think this one is effective because like, honestly, having Papa Juke kill his father like that in this one is like, it's really effective to me. He's just like, fuck you, man. Fuck you. Right. And it was more of the fact, I think that like I think Papa Juke believes that his father's possibly influencing Ruby to like get out of there and stuff like that. And he doesn't want that because, it's power in numbers, right? They're cannibalistic tribe that is all about power in numbers. And that's what they're trying to do. Keep their people. They don't want Ruby leaving because she's obviously the good one. You have to have the good one in the thing, but she's trying to like get the fuck out of there kind of thing.
Yeah.
But also,
I think he blames his father for it. Yeah.
Also, I think that he's planning on leaving himself, which is,
of course he is.
Then they don't have access to gasoline and different things like that. It's similar to Children of the Corn.
Yep.
It's actually very similar with the gas station clerk in Children of the Corn because they were like keeping him alive in the town,
right,
for his oil, basically. It's kind of interesting too because technically Ruby is his granddaughter.
Yeah.
It's funny too. She like brings him a bunch of shit for like some food, and it's just like empty like bullet shell casings and just like a bunch of junk, bro.
I think there was some like jewels and stuff like that they stripped off the dead bodies and shit like that. Yeah,
right.
But I love the setup to this movie. Like I love the white bread American family venturing fish out of water into, so Wes Craven based this family on his own family, which totally probably makes sense based on like what we know about his upbringing and stuff. But just like Big Bob, slightly racist. You have retired,
slightly racist. He's dropping N-bombs in this, man.
Right. And just a guy who thinks that he is the shit in a way. Like he walks around like he's in control. He's a big badass. You know what I mean? And
he's your typical A-typed cop, always in control. And he's in control of his situation. He's in control of his family, and it's his word, man.
And you have like this family dynamic too with like the boyfriend and stuff. They do it a little bit better in the remake, I think. But I love this like family trip turned disaster, like out in the middle of the desert. Like it's such a great setup to a horror movie. And the assault on the family with the dad, Big Bob, being tied to the Joshua tree and burned, and the assault on the inside, and just, dude, man, they are just nasty people.
I always love that. I always love that about this movie, though, that it doesn't really go the way you would probably assume, because Bob seems like he's going to be this, like, he's going to be the final dude, like he's going to be the heart of this, and he's going to fight to the end and shit like that. But he honestly lasts 20 minutes into the movie, to be honest.
Oh yeah, he's the first one, man.
It's crazy. Well, besides Beast, he's the first person of the family to perish. Or Beauty.
I think that's an important thing. Ironically enough, when I was talking about the OG versus the remake of the Toxic Avenger, is that when you have something like the original, that when you're doing something so early on, like in that film killing a kid, or in this film killing off Bob so early, that sets a sort of precedent for the rest of the film that you're at a point now where no one is safe, where the stakes are high. When you don't, I don't mean to have to like do something crazy to begin with, but when you set up certain stakes early on, that adds a certain amount of tension throughout, where you go, okay, anything can happen now. That adds a whole other layer of fear and tension that I think this film and the remake do very well.
Dude, that's awesome you brought that up, because this is one thing I wanted to comment on. Like, when Bob dies, he's kind of like the Band-Aid for the family. He's the Rock, right? And it makes it makes the whole situation vulnerable, right? Because you're dealing with like a young kid. Bobby's supposed to be young, and you got a daughter, and you got the mom. Like, no one's really gonna step up, like, like how Bob would have if he wasn't taken out. But it's like this vulnerability in the family, which makes it so much more exciting, because you take out the leader, and you're like, damn, dude, where the fuck is this going to go? Even though Bobby's willing, Bobby's he's a stronger character than you actually think he is, because he's like your all-American cop's son. He's like, daddy's got guns and shit. He's like, I'm taking that fucking gun and I'm going to go pop some ass, kind of thing. I like that.
Yeah, and that's one thing I always respected about this movie and the sequel is like, that they don't, like, most kids who grow up with family like dads who are gun guys, they know how to fucking use guns their whole life.
It's realistic.
I hate in movies where they're like, won't give the kid a gun because it's a kid. It's like, bro, most of these kids have been shooting their entire lives. You know what I mean?
For sure.
And I've always respected that, like, they actually give, like, he's second in command. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the boyfriend, it's him,
But I like that, because even Bob gives, like, he knows he can do it. Right. And that's cool about it.
Yeah.
So.
I like that idea of just like, sorry, JP, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I like that idea of just like, because you have this family unit, and when, in our own lives, when we're younger and we have somebody who we kind of rely on, like an adult, a parent, or anything like that. So when that parent is out of the equation and the responsibility is now on you and you're thrown into it, you're like, whoa, what is going on here? What are we doing? And to me, by killing that character off when they did, I think was such a smart move, to have this feeling of just, I don't have a backbone, I don't have somebody to look up to, I am truly not literally on my own and my family, but I'm on my own in this situation where I have to take charge. And I think that's
because Big Bob was in such control. Like, he's just
exactly.
He's the like, he's the one that sets the plan in motion, right? Like, I'm gonna walk this way, you walk this way. Like, he just doesn't seem panicked at all in the situation, right? Like, everybody's freaking out, like, how are we gonna get a tow truck or whatever, and he's just like, well, we're just gonna do it, we're gonna go back to the gas station.
The characters are
although
written,
I did find it
I was gonna say the characters are written really well in this film too, because Bobby's definitely a product of his father. He's like, he knows that he's not in control, but once he perishes, like he knows he's in control. But Bobby's like the type of character where he understands the situation to the point where he doesn't want to upset the herd. Like after Beauty gets killed and he knows about it and he has this little accident and shit like that, he tries to tell people, but he knows he doesn't want to disrupt. He doesn't want to, kind of shake the foundation here a little bit, right? And make people worry.
He doesn't want to create panic.
He doesn't want to create panic because
he holds
knows
it all in. And you could see that in him too. That it's like trying to hold it in, but still like he's a kid.
So honestly, his performance in the film is kind of underrated, knowing that like he was cast solely on the fact that he cried in that scene on cue. When he tells his sister that, that Beauty was dead and that there's something fucking wrong here, and he starts crying and shit like that, he literally was crying. Yeah. That's so cool, man. And I love that about Wes Craven, that he that's how he got casted and stuff like that. It's like, what's really weird about Robert Houston's character, or like him as a actor? He directed Shogun Assassin.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really? I never knew that.
Yeah, and he won a Oscar for a short film that he directed as well, I believe.
Like Shogun Assassin is just something you would never see. It blew my mind when I found that out. I was like, that's fucking crazy, because I love the movie. But anyways, just
more importantly, he directed Playboy Video Playmate Calendar 1994.
Really?
Yeah.
Apparently, even though it was in 1993.
1993, 94. Was that like Jenny McCarthy?
Features Anna Nicole Smith.
Oh, Anna Nicole Smith, because Jenny McCarthy would have been around that time too. Yeah.
Anyways.
But yeah,
Although, I did find it funny that when Bob is clearly dead, the man's been burnt to a crisp and he's lying on the floor, and they're like, get him some water. My man.
Dude. He's on fire for like 3 minutes.
There's literally smoke coming out of his lungs. There's smoke coming out of his lungs.
It's like the end of the room where it's like, is he dead? It's like, yeah, man, he's dead.
We're laughing about it, but it's like, it's so ridiculous.
I mean, in the moment, it's
if he's not, put him out of his misery.
It's like, come on, Beauty, wake up. You're probably fine.
Which eventually leads into like what JP alluded to earlier with the attack inside the motor, or inside the trailer. Yeah. And it's just like vicious, man. It's so vicious. Like, these guys do not give a fuck. Like, man.
And then they fucking steal the baby.
So yeah, so they kill the sister and essentially kill the mom too.
Yeah.
And they fucking steal the baby.
And that shit's sad too, bro. Like,
with the intentions.
Like when she's dying and shit, bro. Like, that shit's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty vicious, man. But before that, I mean, you got they rip the head off or bite the head off a bird and kill the bird, and then kill the sister, shoot the mom, and she eventually dies and stuff. And it's just like, this whole scene is just like a catastrophe of violence, and you're just like, oh my god. And they're stealing food and they're running away and shit like that. They steal the baby with the full intention of eating it for brunch. I think that was my 2-word review, like baby brunch or something.
Dude, like that. The scene that's really disturbing is like, maybe this time I'll make a joke and eat the toes. And I'm like, bro.
Yeah, man.
Like, what the fuck?
You know what? Man? You know what's really disturbing about this movie though is like, that I find is a little bit better in the original than the remake, is just the dialogue that the mutants have in this.
Well, yeah, because there's actual dialogue.
Yeah, there's actual dialogue. Where in the remake, they don't really. There's not really a lot said. That's one thing that
Alexander they go full blown mutant.
I was okay with that, honestly, because it's different kinds of mutants.
Yeah, and we'll get to the remake later, but I'm glad they made all those choices in the remake. I like it in this, but I don't want that again. Like, that's why I think when you remake something, you fucking remake it and do something different.
Yeah, well, that's one thing I love about the remake, is that it keeps the integrity of the story, but it does its own thing, and but it does leave out certain things that I love in the original film. It's like, the scene where Pluto basically baits in fucking Beauty, and you can hear you can't see him on screen, but you can hear the voiceover. And he's like, come here, you little piggy. And it's Michael Berryman. And then they fucking all of a sudden hear the fucking yelps and shit. And he kills Beauty. And I'm just like, dude, it's so effective, because you don't need to see it. But just hearing it is where the horror is, right? Exactly. I love that. I love that scene, man. I think it's fucking fantastic. It's like, it's just good shit to me, man.
So I have a question, because so famously, Wes Craven wanted to kill the baby in this movie.
I wish he had,
and he had to be talked out of it by the producers and stuff like that.
I think it would have been a lot more effective and realistic too, because to be honest, because they had killed the sister and the mom and they abducted the baby, why wouldn't the baby have died? Like, it just seems like they prolonged it to the point
honestly,
where...
it makes more sense in the context of the movie, too, I think.
It does. It does. The baby shouldn't have lived. It would have sucked, but like leading up to where they abducted the baby...
I'm usually all for killing babies, bro. Like, I'm all for it, but this movie, I just root for the good guys more, like, so much in this movie, like the family, that I'm like, I don't know if I would like that.
It gives Ruby like this character arc though too, right? Because she's like the good one and she kind of steals the baby and kind of brings it back. And then you get the alternate ending where they kind of like meet up at the end and stuff like that. And I
was going to ask about that, about when I popped in my Arrow disc and it had the option for an alternate ending, which I haven't seen. I didn't know what it would change. It was, or what was changed, I should say.
So basically the alternate ending of the film, so what you saw, it's basically that it's in a little bit of a different order. So when you see the brother-in-law stabbing the shit out of, is it Mars at the end there, where Ruby has a rattlesnake and she puts it on the back of her brother and bites him in the neck and then he stabs her, whatever. So like in the version that we watch, after that scene when he stabs I think it's Mars, and it goes to red, right? The movie ends. Yeah. So in the alternate ending, that scene happens, but then it cuts to the whole scene of them setting up Papa Juke for the trailer exploding. So that scene happens and it's out of order. It's out of order.
It's interesting. Okay.
So you get that scene where he gets all stabbed up, and then it cuts over to where that, and then it plays that whole scene where Papa Juke gets fucking exploded, and then you have killing him and blah blah blah, and then it cuts to a brand new scene of where Ruby and everyone reunites with the baby. So Bobby and Brenda, Ruby and the baby, and they all unite, and then it goes. And then the movie ends. So it's a little bit out of order and it has that reunited, which actually kind of makes sense for where the sequel goes. Because in the storyline in the sequel, you have Bobby and Rachel, also known as Ruby previously, own a fucking motorcycle racing team.
She got over her mutantism and started a racing team. I respect that. It's a story of hope.
Yeah. So if you're not familiar with the alternate ending, you'd be like, really? Like they just took her? Because we don't see that in the theatrical, but the alternate ending actually explains the storyline for part 2 a little bit. Because you just assume that they leave together and they survive together kind of thing, right? She wanted to get out anyways, which doesn't really make a lot of sense how she's so normal in part 2 because she came from a cannibalistic family with not knowing of anything in the real world. She doesn't seem like she's the same person. So, but anyways, you have to suspend your belief a little bit anyways.
I mean, to get into the same conclusion, just having more scenes with that. So, I mean, it's not as if you're changing the actual outcome. Let's say, I mean, they're basically still there.
Right.
It's just showing more. So, okay. I was curious about that. Of all the times I've seen the film, I'd never actually seen the alternate ending and still hadn't. So,
yeah, it's really weird when you can. So on that disc, like on the Blu-ray, you can click onto just the alternate ending and it plays the last 10 minutes. You've seen most of it, right? Yeah. Like I said, it plays a little bit out of order and then it plays that extra scene that that I explained and stuff like that, which is kind of interesting because if you've never seen the alternate ending to the film, part 2 even makes it more of a head scratcher. You're like, what? Like she literally just went with Bobby and that she lives this normal life now. Like what the fuck?
I think the thing with part 2 is that now we have the context of the production of what Wes Craven feels about it. So when I watched that, when I rewatched it for this, some of the bizarre script choices and narrative choices, I was almost kind of able to kind of go with because I'm watching with the idea of just like, okay, not saying they half-assed it because I mean it's incredibly difficult to make a film, but I'm also of the mind that they're not really concerned about connecting the dots as much as they want to, as if they're putting more passion and sincerity into it. With that said, how do you feel about the ending of this as well? Because I actually forgot that it ended almost as abruptly as it did. Just really having that stabbing, the zoom in, and then cutting to red.
Well, okay, I'll put it this way, man. Like, I like the original ending where they stab up Mars and it just kind of fucking ends. It's like, okay, it just feels like it's on this upslope. It's like, and then just like, bam, it just grabs you and it ends because like the terror is over. Technically, it's supposed to be because you killed off the whole family, but and that would have worked perfectly if they didn't make a sequel. But the alternate ending actually makes more sense because they made the sequel and it introduces why
Yeah.
Ruby's Rachel and stuff. So like, I don't mind it, although I would prefer the fact of them not making a sequel and maybe killing off the baby too, because it doesn't really make a lot of sense. They were savages. There's no reason to keep that baby even alive because they stole the baby specifically to have for lunch. Like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense that the baby would still be alive through that whole thing. I don't know.
Because it didn't bother me. The way that I saw it is that if I was trying to put some rationalization about them taking the baby, is that you could say maybe they wanted to, keep the family going, to raise it as its own. I guess you could say that. I don't think there was enough indication for that. But it's funny that with watching the original and the remake, that I guess I was so into the film that it didn't cross my mind why they kept the baby, why they didn't immediately.
No, they had no
besides the fact.
See, that's in the remake.
When it's so grisly.
That's in the sequel in part 2. The core narrative of part 2 is to repopulate, right? So hence the rape. They would steal the females and rape them and repopulate because they knew they were endangered and stuff like that. So that idea doesn't come till later. Stealing the baby here was a delicacy. They wanted that for fucking lunch. But it's crazy because there is a scene in the original film, which a lot of people kind of miss, but there is a scene where they're actually eating the dad, right? Mm-hmm. There's a scene like he's all cooked in charge and stuff like that. And it's closed up. And the way Wes Craven films that is actually quite brilliant because you have to kind of like suspend yourself. You're like, oh, fuck. They're sitting there talking about shit, but they're eating the father at the same time. He does it so perfectly where it's not blatant where they're just like, oh, I'm gnawing on a fucking arm, but he's literally eating the fucking dad. It's like,
I think one of the things with Wes Craven is that I had recently read the book from, I forgot when it was. It was about the making of The Last House on the Left. And a section of that book was talking about how much they had toned down the original script for what they went to go film, because the original script was more grisly, it was more mean-spirited, but they wanted to have that tone without it kind of reveling in it. So I could see them in this case maybe wanting to have, occasion this kind of nihilism, but also not reveling in it. So you could have something extreme like, oh, we're going to kill a baby, but then at the same time, it's like not wanting for that tone to go as far as it does. I think once you do that, you're not shifting the tone of the entire film. So I don't blame them for kind of wanting to step back and be like, okay, let's not go The Last House on the Left route. Let's not go that extreme.
I can see like the producers being like, Wes, you already did the most nihilistic film of all time in Last House on the Left, where you killed off your two main characters. Like,
brutalized.
It's super disheartening. Like, they're not only just abused or raped, but they're murdered. Like, it's not a happy film technically.
There's nothing happy in it. It makes an incredibly sad film. Ultimately,
maybe they saved his career by not allowing him to kill the baby, because you put that out there, and Wes Craven is known as the most nihilistic director out there, and he's just going to make fucking just straight doom and gloom films where no one's going to fucking appreciate over time. It's like, who knows?
Well, I think
I don't know.
Context is important. I think context is important too, because when you have, as an example right here, when you have Last House on the Left, a very downbeat, very sad film, these two girls are brutalized and killed. Cut to the remake, they're brutalized, and we'll let one live because we don't want to be too downbeat. It's like, no, you guys, you can't. You either got to go for it or you don't.
That was a product, and I've talked about this many times on the show, and even in my videos and stuff, about how there was a time in the 2000s where let's remake shit, but let's dumb it down a little bit. Let's make it a little less gritty. Yeah, let's miss the point of what it's supposed to. Yeah, totally missing the fucking point. And when I watched that remake, I thought it was so fucking stupid that one of the girls lives, but then by the end of the film, when they did the microwave death, and I was like, this is fucking like,
well, that's yeah. Oh, sorry, cut off.
It's so stupid, dude. Like, I get why people like it, but come on, man, like, fuck off.
I don't dislike the remake, but it does feel like when you have the original, the Revenge is so sad, where it's just like these parents who have nothing left. This is the last thing they have. In the remake, where it's like, let's just revel in it. Bash with a hammer and put your head in the microwave. It's like, as a rape revenge film, fine. As a Last House on the Left film, it's like, this is not why the original is great. The revenge is so secondary and it's so late in the film that it's very sad at that point. And when the movie's over, you're not like, yeah, they put us head in the microwave. It's like, wow, this family has nothing. They've lost everything, including themselves.
Right.
Sounds good to me.
I like the fact, and I think a lot of people kind of miss this point though too. They're like, how the fuck did the dog kill Mercury like that? I mean, the dog is obviously a police trained dog, and it was trained to attack bad people, kind of thing, right? So the dog when the dog jumps up on Mercury and he falls over the cliff and dies and stuff like that, like, I've heard people criticizing me like, that's totally unrealistic. I'm like, it's not at all.
Especially
not that dog was trained. It was trained to do that. Like it knew it was a bad person. It was trying to hurt that. So
I just believe a dog could tackle a guy off a cliff.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, if you're standing on the edge of a thing and a German Shepherd jumps up on you, you're going to fly the fuck off that cliff.
Yeah, like that's not unrealistic. Come on.
No, I think it's more unrealistic than like. I think it's more the fact that the dog did it without being told to. Like it was acting on its own. But that's part of the thing, though. Like the dog is smart enough to understand that this person was responsible for causing harm, right? So fuck that.
The people who Beast's protecting is more than aware that the people who he's supposed to she's protecting are being threatened against. Obviously, they're going to go against it. To me, that's such a stretch to be like, the dog wouldn't do that. It's like, what are you talking about?
I mean, my dog does too. Like I have a border collie and she's insanely protective, man. If anyone comes near, like she fucking knows, but she's gentle as shit around like people that she knows. You don't know her, man. She's like, fuck you, man. Like she's full on. Like, dogs know. They know. Right. So very, very protective.
And building that trust with an animal. So I never had a problem with that in the original or the remake. I was like, yeah, that makes total sense to me. I get it.
Oh, I know. I've just seen people criticize that. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, I think people are missing the point that these dogs were trained. They were police dogs, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So they're fully trained. Like, yeah. But
especially when Beast, I'm trying to remember if this was in the original as well. When Beast sees Beauty dead, that kind of moment of just like, okay, my friend is gone. I have to protect whoever else is here.
Yeah.
To me, that's not even a stretch.
They do it really good in the remake, actually, because the dog goes right up to, or Beast goes up to Piggy and sniffs her and stuff like that. And they kind of have this moment and you're like, oh shit. But then the dog knows. It's like, well, something's seriously fucking wrong here. So
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you on that. That seems a bit like stretch of some of the complaints on that regard. Because I like that idea. Otherwise, like while the humans are doing their own thing, Beast is over here like, okay, I'm going to come into play in the script later on and be a big part of it at the end. I thought that would work great. It was a setup and it was a payoff. Worked for me.
Right.
Yeah, solid stuff though. Otherwise, I hadn't seen this film in quite a number of years, and it was one that I've always known it to be a classic of the genre, but it was never one that I was overwhelmingly enthusiastic about. And I'm not quite still there now, but this is one that the more I've rewatched it, I think it's my third or fourth time rewatching, or seeing, I should say. But this past viewing, maybe it's the Blu-ray, I don't know, but I was just like, man, I'm far more invested in this time watching it than I have been the previous times. And I really like the film. Like I actually think this is the highlight of Craven's career. Pop culture part of it aside, I really got engaged with the film.
Yeah, I actually had a similar trajectory to you, whereas like I always like respected this film for what it was, but I actually like thought this was like kind of one of those movies like, well, it's like influential, but I don't think it's like the greatest movie. But I actually came up a lot on this. I kind of felt the same way, where there's a lot more things I appreciate about this movie this time. One thing I really liked, and it's like I think that it's been a couple of years since I had watched this before too, and I think I'm just better at like separating myself and like kind of like watching like what movies are doing without like the prior information I have now. And one thing I really liked was they really kind of hold for a long time the mutants behind it. You get these really cool ominous scenes of them just in the binoculars, and you hear them talking to each other over the radio, and you know like there's like some unforeseen like real dangerous force out there, but you don't know what it is. And I thought that was like really, I thought the tension this film was able to build up was really good.
Yeah, that's what I love about this movie, man. Like going back to where the characters are so identifiable, you know, where they're talking on the radios and they called each other by names all the time. And I really like that, how Wes Craven did that, because it felt like it was very family orientated. Like they're mutants and they're not really good people, but they're still alive and they're still trying to function like that. And it gives them this identity that I think is just kind of missed in the remake a little bit. I know it's like a totally different type of thing, but you know, which again, I give Alexander Aja all the credit in the world for doing his own thing with that too. But I like this version of the mutants where they're super like, oh, okay, that's Papa Jupiter, that's Mercury, that's Mars, you know, that's like everyone just is so identifiable, and the way they talk to each other and shit. Like there's one scene actually going back to the whole carnage inside the trailer. And I think it's, is it Mars? I can't remember. Is Mars the one that looks like fucking David Hess? If David Hess was cast in this movie, he would have been Mars, I think, right? because he has like the curly hair and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
It's kind of funny actually. But no, I think it's Mark. I can't remember. But inside the trailer,
it looks like he walked out of like Drink Your Blood.
Yeah. I just find it so funny that one of the characters in this film looks exactly like David Hess. It's just fucking hilarious.
That could have been him.
It's like it's a joke that Wes Craven was doing. It's like, well, we didn't cast David Hess, but we're gonna have a character look just like him with a fucking crazy curly afro kind of thing.
Right.
But that scene where the dude looks over and he goes and he says, "Baby fat, you fat, nice and juicy," and the way he says that, dude, I'm just like, oh my god, man! It's so like. It's just terrifying when he says that. And he's talking about like I'm going to eat you right now. I love that shit. Right. Where you don't get in the remake. You don't get that type of like, kind of like, it makes your spine kind of tingle. You're like, oh my God, dude, that's creepy as fuck. Yeah. But it's good shit though. Really, really good stuff. Yeah. So I remember us talking about this film years and years ago, JP. And I know one thing that you always had an issue with the film was the booby traps and stuff like that. But like, I've thought about this over the years, and it's like the booby traps make complete fucking sense, because when you're in an isolated situation where you only have your trailer and your vehicle and really to survive and stuff like that, how are you going to defeat them on their territory? You got to remember, this family is in their territory. They're at a disadvantage big time because they don't know the hills. They don't know the ins and outs of everything. And the only way that you could really defeat somebody on their own territory, and this kind of like a sports thing, is to do what you have to do, do booby traps and shit like that, lure them in, use the intelligent level to your advantage kind of thing. And I used to think that your argument was valid with the booby trap. Like, it's kind of stupid, but like, honestly, dude, it was the only way they could have ever defeated them. In my opinion.
Not really, but
I don't think going up in the hills and battling them on their territory would have been good for them, because they don't know the hills. They don't know the in and outs and shit like that. So they have to stay into their
battling them at all is not good for them. But I'm just saying,
staying
creatively, you can kill people in many ways.
Yeah, for sure. But it's an open ground here, man. The only way
I don't think I actually ever had an issue with.
You used to say many times. You said your biggest problem with this film was the booby traps.
I don't know if I ever said that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, and I was like, well, I always thought about it. I'm
Jamie,
like,
pull that up.
Well, there's also stuff off the record though too. But I'm like, to be honest, man, if you're fighting somebody on their territory, you got to use what you have at your advantage.
I think
which is your shit.
I think what to me that like I have more of an issue with is like how like intelligent the dog is.
We just had a whole conversation about that, and we explained it away. We actually just literally explained that away. These are police dogs. They're fully trained to do what they're doing, right? So
to what? Sniff out bad people and kill them?
Protect your family.
Protect the bad guys.
Honestly, German Shepherds are some of the most intelligent dogs out there. They're police trained, but they're specifically trained to catch bad people and do things, right? Yeah, I mean, I think it's completely viable, man. I think it's completely viable what Beast does to Mercury when he jumps on him and tosses him off the rocks there. He knows the situation.
Do you think do you think that could happen?
Fucking yeah, man. Because this dog is someone that he knows he has a job.
How does he know though?
Well, Beast is dead. All right, man. Beauty's dead. Beauty's dead. And the dog obviously knows something's fucking wrong here. The family's been through a bunch of turmoil.
Do dogs understand death though?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just honestly, dude, speaking from personal experience, absolutely. So we put down Clyde a couple years ago. Bonnie moped around for a little bit. She's a bitch, and she was right. A bitch,
but do they understand that they cease to exist, or she's just
they do though. They do, man.
Well, I think the idea they feel threatened.
There's a lot of incidences where I've heard of people where you have a litter of dogs, which Bonnie didn't really do that, but like I've heard of this before. So if you have two dogs from the same litter and they grow up together and they get old and whatever, one of them dies. A lot of times dogs will starve themselves. They just give up. They're just like, that's it.
I think that's more of like I don't know if they understand the concept of death.
Well, no, they understand that the dog's not there, but they do understand though, like that starving them probably isn't the best thing. I mean, dogs just don't stop eating for no reason. They're either sick or something's bothering, whatever it is. I don't know, man. I mean, even with like so we put down Bonnie a little while ago, so I'm down to one dog. And Macy's been really weird. Like she's been super lazy these days and kind of moping around the house. Like she doesn't have a job to do anymore because she used to like protect Bonnie and Clyde all the time, right? And she doesn't really have anything to do. And now she's just acting different. She's like it's weird, dude. Like when you see it firsthand, you understand that these animals, they fully can't grasp the concept of death, but they understand something is different, right? They understand that. And we've noticed a big change in her behavior. And it's like really strange, bro. You know, I mean, when you have dogs, I had Bonnie for 18 years, you know, like, and Macy, her entire life was with her, you know, so it's one of those things you just notice. Like from my perspective, I noticed that thing, but I don't think it's far fetched, you know, like when it comes to police dogs being trained for one specific thing, protection, catching bad guys, you know, and, you know, what Beast does to Mercury is not far fetched to me. I don't have a problem with it at all. I really don't. So, yeah. And even like when Beast attacks Pluto, like, again, he's doing the exact same thing. Like there's obviously a confrontation there and stuff like that. And like, he knows that this guy's and it's kind of poetic though, in a sense, right? Because Pluto is the one that kind of lures in Beauty and, you know, and guts her and stuff like that. And Beast is the one that gets him in the end, which I still think to this day is the biggest motherfucking cop out ever. What they did in part 2 is to bring him back, because he did die in this film. It's bullshit.
Yeah, bring him back.
It's fucking stupid. I get it.
That is the least stupid thing about part 2.
No. Of course, there's tons of stupid things, but I'm just saying. But he dies in the first. Like he gets his throat ripped out. He gets his fucking Achilles torn apart. Like he dies.
I'd survive that.
That dog remembers everything.
Yeah, man. Well, to the point where it actually has no. You're right. The stupidest thing in part 2 is the flashback.
That's the best shit ever, Moodz. I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, it's fucking so bad, man. It's so bad.
All right.
But yeah, man, I'm a big fan of this movie. Well, JP, you kind of missed a little bit of the conversation. What else you got on the film?
I love it. I think that it's an awesome movie. I've always liked it. But over the years, seeing it at the drive-in, you know, seeing it like, did I see it at the drive-in? Can't even remember. But like the 4K the Arrow put out is really good. It's just I don't have the 4K.
I'm still rocking this old Blu-ray version.
Yeah, I got that too.
I mean, it's the thick pack or whatever. Fuck.
The thing about The Hills Have Eyes and 70s movies in general, like, the older I get, the more I've sort of fallen in love. There's tons of great 70s movies that I've always loved. But like the ones that I really love, I really enjoy like the 70s grit and atmosphere. Just like even the night scenes in this one, like it's very dark, but I really just like the look of the movie, the desert, like it bleeds 70s and I love that. So yeah, pretty big fan of The Hills Have Eyes. And as Moodz steps away, I guess we could start rating this puppy. So I'm going to go to Dan first.
Okay, I think you may have been out of the room, but I'll repeat myself anyways. I have an upward experience with the film. It's one that when I was younger and I was going through like these are the big horror films you got to see. This was always in the conversation, and it was one that it you know, after a couple of viewings, I first time I was like, it's, you know, it's what it is, fine, whatever. And then the more and more I've watched it, even after getting the Arrow Blu-ray, I was growing more and more on it. And then this past time is when I'm finally like, maybe not quite in the love category, because I had some minor things, some pacing issues, some, you know, I think like shooting night scenes in general, I always notice like the giant lights that are like giant shadows, whatever, stuff like that. I'm like, but overall, I mean, solid, tense film. It's one that I'm looking forward to rewatching again in a couple of years, because I think my opinion will go up even more. I love the location, a great feeling of isolation. All the characters, all the mutants are memorable. The violence is ugly without being mean-spirited. Just a solid film to show how strong of a filmmaker that Craven was. He wasn't just a one-trick pony. Every couple of years he'd have this like, oh, he's doing something new that everyone else is going to rip off for the next 30 years, and that's great. Yeah, big fan of this film. I'm at a 7.5 on this.
Tyler?
Yeah, I actually have a really similar upward trajectory as the end was, where I thought this movie was just like a little bit overrated, but I understood that, a very popular director made it and it had a lot of influence. But I really appreciate, like I was saying before, a lot of those subtleties with like pulling back the villain and just like giving you like this ominous, foreboding tone with those voiceovers. And I thought the invasion scene is done so well. Like it's so full of grit. I just love the way this movie looks. And I think, yeah, I definitely have changed my opinion on this movie. I think this movie is pretty good. I'm right where Dan is at a 7.5.
All right. Me, I like this movie probably a good bit more than both of you guys. I'm happy to see that you guys very much enjoy it, though. The original title for this movie was Blood Relations, which I'm so glad they went with The Hills Have Eyes.
The Hills Have Eyes is just such a great title.
Oh, it's so great.
It's so ominous.
It's really good.
And they really utilize that, like Tyler was saying, like where you feel like the family is being watched from the hills, and it's creepy,
Well, they show it, like literally like through like binoculars and stuff like that too, right? So yeah.
One of my favorite 70s movies, probably. Big fan of this one. I give it a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those movies that I've always had like a really interesting relationship with. When I first saw it when I was younger, I really loved it. And it kind of like, I kind of felt out of love with it a little bit later on in life and stuff, but I still really enjoyed it for what it was. But I think in the last few years, like I've watched it a few times more, and it isn't without its criticisms. Like I still think one of the stupidest things in the film for myself is like, and I get it though. Like I think it's when Pluto, he siphons the gas out. I have a hard time believing that he siphoned out the entire fucking tank. So that scene where they go to start the vehicle and it runs for a little bit and then it fucking runs out of fuel and shit like that when they're ripping in Papa Juke and stuff like that. I'm like, it ran out of fuel. I'm like, there's no way that he siphoned out, because those tanks were pretty fucking big. He didn't siphon out that many liters or gallons in your case of gas, right? Because they had just filled up. If you go back to the beginning of the film, they literally filled up their tank. They drove a bunch of miles. They probably still had 3/4 of a tank of fuel. There's no way he siphoned out that much. So I always thought that was kind of a misstep in the film. I'm like, dude, that shit would have been fucking empty. It's such stupid. It's a plot development, it is what it is, but you got to kind of point it out. It's kind of stupid. But I've always really liked the characters in this film. I love Bobby in this movie. I think he's fantastic. He's very, very well written. He is a product of his father, and he is not as A-typed as his father, but he's definitely willing to step up and, do his shit. Dee Wallace is in the film, not very much, but she is really good. I like Brenda in the film too. She's kind of fun. She's actually pretty cute in this one too. Yeah, I mean, one thing I really like watching this movie in such close proximity, which I don't think I've ever really done before, watch the original Hills Have Eyes and then the remake so close in proximity, is just the comparison to the two and like how similar but different they are. There's things that I like better in both of the films, but overall, man, this one is it's really solid. I like the fact that like Wes Craven based this on the Sunny Beam thing and a personal experience, and the cinematography in the film is fantastic. I'm not 100% sure where they actually shot this. It probably was shot in America, I'm assuming, because it was lower budget. Where the remakes were actually shot
in California.
Was it shot in California? Yeah. So it's pretty cool because in the remakes, they shot both of those films in Morocco, and it captures the essence of the California desert very, very well. It really does. So they were shot in the same place, and I really respect that they did that for the sequel, the part 2 sequel, to shoot in the same place to have the same kind of setting. But it's pretty cool. Love this setting. Cinematography is fantastic. The mutants are great. Michael Berryman's awesome. Papa Juke, whoever plays him, does a really fucking good job in this movie, to be honest. You got the fake ass David Hess Mars character, which always makes me laugh.
Giant ass afro.
It's his afro. I'm like, it's almost like Wes Craven was like, I tried to get David Hess for this, but we couldn't get him, so we're just going to put a fake wig on this guy and roll with it, kind of thing. It makes me laugh. But the violence is good. Is there things I would change about? Yeah, of course. But I'm not here trying to review a film like that. But like sometimes I do wish the baby had died. Sometimes it annoys me with Ruby that she's trying to escape and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really make a lot of logical sense because like she's been bred into this and like maybe there's a good person in the pack of bad. I have no idea. Probably not.
I mean, you see it all the time with either cults or, Amish communities. Like there's always people that want to like branch out and
but with
leave.
Cults, a lot of cults, people are brought in from the outside. They once knew the real world, but Ruby never did, right?
Well, take Amish communities, for example, then.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you get the odd person that gets curious about the rest of the world and stuff like that. You could kind of relate it to like North Korea, right? You ever think every once in a while someone's like, what the fuck else is out there? Because they're literally cut off from the rest of the world. Is wild.
Or even the Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So, but really good film. Really, really good film. Every time I watch this, I always have a really good time with it. I'm going to come in at a. Where am I going to come in this one, man? Oh, JP, did you miss the whole conversation about the alternate ending? Were you here for that?
I was here for that. Yeah.
Okay. So what are your takes on the alternate ending? Do you like?
I've never seen it. I heard you describe it, but
okay.
I would have to see it I might have seen it. I don't know.
See, the original ending, like I said, works perfectly if there's no sequel, but having the alternate ending works perfectly leading into the sequel that they made because it makes more sense for Ruby/Rachel's character because they showed them literally uniting with the baby and kind of going off in that, and that's the storyline in the part 2. But it is what it is. It's out of order. It's kind of jarring a little bit, but it makes a lot of sense that they made a sequel with that narrative. But yeah, I'm in at a 9 on this one. Also, I'm a big fan of this movie. I think the music is really good. I love the look of the film. It's gritty. It just captures this isolation so well for a film that's all done predominantly in the light. I mean, there's a little bit dark, but like most of the horror is in the day, and it's like it's like it's haunting because for somebody like me that has spent a lot of time in his life in trailers and traveling and stuff like that, like this haunts the shit out of me. It really does. Like in one scene in this film, like in the beginning of the film, when they show up at the gas station, they're playing that like really offbeat, kind of underground, like hillbilly, Western music and stuff like that. I've been through that before. I probably told the story before, but me and the wife were driving through Montana and we literally hadn't seen a soul or a vehicle forever. I thought we were driving on the moon. In fact, I thought we were fucking lost because it was so desolate and isolated. It was weird. Anyways, we pulled into this gas station and I looked at her and I said, holy shit, this is straight out of a horror movie. It was literally playing probably the same song from The Hills Have Eyes. I'm not even joking you. And it was just over one of those like megaphones. And it was so haunting. And this guy's like looking at us and he's like, you can tell he's thinking that we're like English because our plates say British Columbia. He's probably thinking we're from fucking England. It was so freaky, dude. And we kept driving. We drove about another 50 fucking miles, hadn't seen anybody. And all of a sudden we saw a church in the middle of nowhere and a bunch of people dressed up like they were living in 1891. It was bizarre, dude. It was crazy. Good times, man. You got to travel more. You see some of the crazy shit, but anyways,
so you came up from a point back on episode 96. You gave it an 8.
Yeah. Like I said, man, my appreciation for this film has gone up a lot more. I just really enjoy watching this, man. It's got like an interesting structure to it. Like there's not really a lot of like for a movie that feels like there's a lot of carnage. There's like, Beauty's death in the beginning of the film and then the dad. And then it doesn't really start popping off until about 50 minutes into the film. It's like, I think it's kind of crazy. Like, I don't know. I really like the structure. It really works for me. So 9 out of 10, great film. So I had no idea what I'd given it before, by the way. So thank you for looking that up.
I gave it an 8.5. So I came up half point.
Oh, so we're getting higher on this one. All right, so that is The Hills Have Eyes from 1977.
And the hills still have eyes.
All right, so getting into the sequel, we're going to jump into the 80s, specifically 1984 with The Hills Have Eyes Part 2. Of course, directed by Wes Craven. Quick little synopsis on this one. A group of bikers heading to a race, become stranded in the desert and find themselves fighting off a family of inbred cannibals who live off the lands. See, that's where they're missing in the first one. They didn't mention cannibals in the description. Oh God. So
yes.
Not the cannibals.
So The Hills Have Eyes Part 2 is a film that I've actually seen probably more times than I should have seen. I don't know why I always time. Oh my God, really? Are you serious? You've never seen this movie?
Probably about 5.
I have seen this movie. I remember watching this movie back in the day and thinking to myself, going, oh, wow.
The movie really, watching it right after the first one, does it like it hurts it more than it helps it?
Yeah, I think for myself watching it, because right after I finished The Hills Have Eyes, I watched the alternate ending, which revamped my memory because I couldn't remember what it was. And then it made more sense while I was watching part 2, because I was like, oh, so they do take in Ruby, aka Rachel, in this one. And the story is that Bobby and Rachel, who is Ruby from the original film, actually own a motocross racing team. And that's a story where this team is heading out to a race that's it sounded like I said a race that's close by to where the original events of Hills Have Eyes took place and kind of thing.
This dude's got to have the worst luck in the world if he goes back to the same area and he's like, oh shit, I'm back.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about like Bobby's character is actually in this movie. So the film opens up with Robert Houston. He's in therapy, and he's like convinced that like that all these people are still alive and stuff like that, and it's really fucking ridiculous. Honestly, man, watching this movie again made me laugh because I was thinking to myself, going, you know what this reminds me of is Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2.
Yeah, like it gets a lot of comparisons to that. But the funny thing about this movie too, and I saw this in a statistic thing or a trivia or something. There's only 5 minutes of footage from the first Hills Have Eyes where it feels like it's a lot more.
It does, because it goes to the point where you have these flashbacks with Bobby, and then of course with
Bobby has 2, Ruby has 1, and the dog has 1.
Then that has got to be the funniest thing I've ever seen in a film before, that a dog has a flashback scene. Like, it's fucking so stupid.
They zoom in on the dog just so that we know that he's thinking about this other time. He's like,
listen, if dogs can have flashbacks, then they definitely know when someone's dead.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, for sure. If Dax are concerned about like, well, maybe he doesn't know death, but he can have a flashback. It's like, all
right. This movie, famously, Craven has sort of apologized for this one a few times. He does not like this movie. It had a horrible production, but it also was one of those cases where it was a paycheck film, where he, wanted to essentially get money, and this movie
Fun
actually
Nightmare,
helped.
It was to Fun Nightmare, right?
Yes,
yeah.
It actually helped Fun Nightmare, because Hills Have Eyes did really well on video, the first film.
Really well.
And so during the production of this movie, there was actually a lot of things that were different in the script and things like that. But a lot of the stuff that's in the movie was supposed to be reshot. Like, they were in a time crunch scenario and they were told that they would be able to do some reshoots. So for example, like the way that Ruby's character is dismissed, basically, where she sort of hits her head on a rock and looks like she almost like falls asleep and then is like not really mentioned again.
Yeah.
There was supposed to be some reshoots with her character.
I always wonder what the fuck was up with that. Why they didn't have her. Yeah, okay, that's interesting.
So originally she was gonna die, like impaled, and the actress did not like that because she felt like that she was a fan favorite character and thought that it would be good if she didn't die. And I think Craven agreed, but they had to shoot what they had in the script or whatever. So they basically just made it like she gets knocked out on a rock, and then she was going to come back later in the movie, but they canceled all the reshoots. There was a bunch of stuff like that were supposed to be like handled. Basically, they were shooting what they had, but they were going to come back and do reshoots for some of the messiness, and they never did any reshoots. So whatever we got, the final product was what they shot.
Right.
And
well, the funny thing is that. Oh, sorry, GP. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, knowing that how much this wasn't finished at the time and how much had to be reshot, I would say for all of the script's issues and all that, it comes together pretty cohesively, where if you didn't know that, I don't think there'd be that much of wonder if they went back and redid this. Because you hear about so many films where it's like, oh, they did reshoots and they had to go back and this, and you can sense it. You're like, this is all modeled. And for as many problems as the script has, I think it actually comes together enough where you wouldn't think that.
No. I agree with you, but I do agree with JP's assessment of like the Ruby character, because it is kind of head scratching, right? Because she's like a fucking main character. Like, what the hell? Like, she should have a better result than that.
Right. And like some of the other stuff that was an issue that I have with it that makes the movie kind of stupid is like, okay, so we have this new cannibal. So Pluto comes back, which I understand bringing him back because he was the face of the film.
I mean, he was clearly
essentially
cast
why
again.
They brought him back.
Yeah, to sell the film.
Yeah. But now we have what is his name? Like the Ravager or something?
Reaper.
So this is supposed to be Papa Jupiter's bigger, older brother, which totally doesn't make sense for the first film because
the father tells the story and there is no fucking Reaper. I know, and that's something I wrote down. I'm like, the story in this movie is actually convoluted. It doesn't make a lick of fucking sense.
So what you should have did was just make him
a cousin,
another planet, like another brother of Pluto, because he doesn't have to be Papa Jupiter's older brother.
Yeah,
like, because he could have been there somewhere else that, you know, maybe he was away or hurt his leg and was like out of the picture in the first one. You could have easily explained that away,
or he could have been the one maybe at the end of the film too.
It's harder to explain away the fact that he's the brother whenever we get the actual backstory of Jupiter in the first movie. So that's a bit of a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the fact that this is taking place in the same fucking desert, that there is a race that it's just
the worst luck in the world.
Well, it's very convenient writing, and that's what I don't like about this movie. It's like, okay, so Ruby has been brought in, and like the one thing,
and they take a fucking like shortcut or something too.
Yeah, but the stupid thing about the Ruby character is like, okay, so these people all seem like they're very close friends and stuff. They probably know things about each other and stuff, but nobody knows the whole story with Ruby. They're like, what? Like, it gets kind of brought up, and they're just like, what? Really?
Yeah, they kind of talk about the backstory of like the family that.
Yeah, they talk about this folklore with Ruby, but she's sitting right there, and like they obviously have no idea that she actually is the story that they're talking about.
Which makes it, you also believe that Benny or whoever, they didn't know that about him either.
Yeah. Watching this for the first time, like right when that came up, like right away, I was just
so they never questioned why.
So fucking stupid.
So I get that Bobby wasn't coming on the trip because he wasn't feeling good, but he's literally in therapy because he's like distraught. His mind.
Well, I think they allude to the fact that he shouldn't go back out in the desert.
Yeah. But he lets Ruby go out there. Like, there's I
guess, like, even if it was remote, and don't you think Ruby would be like, well, you know, I know she would never go back
out there. She spent her whole life trying to escape, and there's no way she's going to go back there to win a fucking race.
It's even more dumb when you think, like, I know we killed Pluto and Mars and Papa Jupe and stuff, but let me just tell you, there was actually another member of our family that we called the Reaper, and he was scarier than Papa Jupiter, and he didn't die in this situation. So, you know, like, that would, because she would know that. She would know that there's another one.
Absolutely. So that makes it even more stupid. Like, she's going to allow this whole fucking racing team to go out there and just get slaughtered like what happened before. Like, she knows it's going to happen. Like, it's so dumb. Yeah,
the setup to this one is like when I was saying the whatever isn't the bringing Pluto back isn't the dumbest thing, like, because there's so much like bullshit in the script. Like,
they literally go when they get stranded or whatever, they fucking go to like this abandoned place and stuff, and then she never says once like, hey, we need to like get the fuck out of here because this isn't like the best thing ever kind of thing. It's like, She knows what's going on. It's so dumb. Yeah. It's so dumb because you obviously know whose place this is. Like it's honestly one of the most poorly written films sequels ever. It's really bad. Yeah, and so besides the like setup in the script, I actually kind of like some stuff about this movie. It feels like a movie that was basically Wes Craven's like response to the slasher films of the time. It was like his slasher film before he reinvented slasher films. I feel like this movie is a straight up slasher film. Even the way it's shot. I mean, dude, it has a fucking Harry Manfredini score. Yeah, but it's the way it's shot though too. It feels like it has this stalking thing. It feels so less cannibalistic and more of like a slasher film. I feel like this movie, if it had been called like something stupid like Motocross Massacre, people would love this movie. If it was not related to Hills Have Eyes, because it literally is a straight up slasher movie. That's silly. And I actually really like the motocross aspect of it. It's pretty dope. You know what my favorite thing is when Buddy shows up, like Goofy Guy shows up with wearing the football helmet, like the kicker's helmet on his bike. Mm-hmm. Dude, that shit makes me laugh every fucking time. I'm like, who the hell puts on a kicker's helmet and rides their fucking bike? Because like I live in an area where everybody drives dirt bikes. Like I live in Hillbilly Central, right? Everybody has dirt bikes, so I see this shit all the time, but I've never seen anybody wearing a kicker's helmet as a helmet on a bike before. It always makes me laugh, bro. It's awesome. Yeah, really stupid setup and stuff, but honestly, I think the movie's kind of entertaining. Like once you get into like the slasher aspect of it, and I like the setting. It has the Reaper is like kind of a cool character if it wasn't dumb. Should have been a brother. Should have been like maybe a cousin. A cousin would have made more sense because cousins are usually living apart from the family, and then he came in. I think all of their cousins are also their brothers. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, they're inbred for sure. Yeah, but I'm just saying there could be distant relatives. Yeah, relatives, who knew? Who the Sonny Bean clan was like 49 people or something. There's bound to be more out in the hills. You know what made me laugh about this? I never really thought about this before watching this movie, but. One of the biggest criticisms that a lot of people have with the original Halloween, I know people are going to fucking get all pissed off because I'm dissing I'm not dissing Halloween. I'm dissing this specific thing about movies is the scene in Halloween where Michael Myers is driving the car. And doesn't really make a lot of sense because he goes in that house when he's super young. He shouldn't know how to drive because you do have to learn how to drive, right? We all know that. Mm-hmm. But I just kind of find it funny that like when Michael Berryman steals the bike here, he's just like, he knows how to ride dirt bikes and shit. I'm like, dude, I couldn't just jump on a dirt bike and know how to fucking ride a dirt bike. That's crazy. No. That's actually hard to do. Dirt bikes are fucking hard to drive. If you didn't grow up with those, just stealing a dirt bike. It's not that they're hard. It's just you literally have to know how the clutch works. You know what I mean? If you don't know how that, if you jump on a fucking 250 or some shit like that, and you just like fucking. Dude, you're popping and wheeling. You're gonna break your fucking back. You're probably not going anywhere, honestly, because if you don't know to pull in the clutch, which most people would think that's a handbrake or something. Yeah, man. You're not gonna go anywhere. I've seen people fucking shit the bed on 50 cc's, bro. Like they can't figure out the power in them, and I'm like, man, come on. So the fact that he jumps on this bike and he's ripping through like he's racing and he's part of the motocross team is like ridiculous. Well, but okay, here's my thing with that. I feel like these people know their way around like motors and like motor stuff. Like I'm sure somebody brought through dirt bikes at some point. Mm-hmm. So these people you do see my point though, right? Because he seems like he shouldn't be driving. It's like Mike Myers was driving the car. Like we all know that's kind of silly. Like a car is way easier to jump in and just. I give these guys more like benefit that they can drive these than Michael Myers driving a car. Really? Possibly,
nonetheless.
But just because they've been living out in the middle of nowhere, like there's still military. I just feel like everybody knows how to drive a car, though. But you still have to learn how to drive. I've met people that don't. Or 8 years old. You don't really need to learn how to drive a car. You can literally get in a car and drive it without ever have driving before. I call bullshit on that, man. I've known people that literally didn't know how to put the like. I've seen people drive with 2 feet on the. They don't know how to put it in drive. Right, but when you were a kid growing up, you knew how to drive a car.
right? Like I knew how to drive a car when I was a kid. Like I know that you have to put it in drive, and there's one pedal for gas and one for brake.
I mean, fair enough. Like, I mean,
I think
when I was like,
that's different.
10 years, like, 8, 9 years old, I drove
possible you could like figure out how to putt around like a driveway or something, or like some type of lot, but there's no way.
I think
like,
you guys are overselling driving cars.
No,
it's really
there's
easy.
No way.
No.
Like
the concept of driving
3 hours though.
Yeah, the concept of driving is actually quite simple, but you have to learn how to drive a standard vehicle.
Yeah, there's no way like someone's driving.
No one's popping into like a standard vehicle and hitting the clutch and shifting gears.
Yeah, that's completely different.
That's what I'm saying.
That's where more.
That's what I'm talking about the bikes though, because when you're driving a bike, how many people? There's very few people that have automatic bikes. Like it's insane. So you have a clutch on every single
maybe
bike.
some of the like the little bikes like a 50 or something.
Even the 50 cc's, man. Like I've
there's usually I've seen a lot of those without clutches. Like I had an XR70.
I had a clutch on it, man. I had a clutch.
Mine didn't have a clutch. It just had 3 gears.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you like I remember learning how to ride a dirt bike and learning the clutch. How to let it out and stuff like that. And
like even on my quads at my cabin, like you got to fucking show people how to use them because you got to change gears, bro. Like you're not just getting on that thing and hitting the gas and going, it's on the lawnmower.
Yeah. A lot of utility quads are just like the one gear.
Well, even our ride along lawnmower, you have to know how to drive. So like, it's like, I don't know. It's just one of those things that makes me laugh.
But, yeah, what else about this one?
Dude, when Buddy gets crushed when he saves himself from that big, the spiked rock or whatever, and he's like, I got it, and then that rock falls on him. That effect, dude, is so bad. You can like almost see the fact that it's attached to a rope and it comes down like all in waves and shit. It's like it's not fluent. That's a really bad effect in the film. Super stupid.
I also like how, right from the beginning of the film, they have the opening prologue, and the first line, this movie is based on facts. I'm laughing. I'm like, are they talking about the fact that the first film was a film? Like, what fact are we talking about here, man? They set it up as if it's like in relation to like, well, they tested bombs in the desert. That's a fact. It's like, you're not wrong, but also, what other fact are you going off of here? That's a bizarre way to start the film for as schlocky as it is.
Yeah, I didn't like how schlocky this was. That was the biggest complaint about this movie. If you get past it, like how stupid some of the plots are, is I really like the grit and like the rawness of the first movie, and all that's just completely gone here.
Yeah, it feels so much like how the first one felt so. The tone of like 77, this feels like, because this is what 84 came out. It feels very much a product of the films being made at 1984, which is fine. I don't expect it to have that same kind of grim tone or the downbeat kind of tone of the first, but this feels like such a trajectory where you have these like wacky motorbike characters riding around in this like big ass red bus, and I'm just like, this feels so distant from the first film. Like, it's almost like I agree with Moodz. If there was its own thing, like motorbike massacre or whatever, mountain massacre, or all these massacres, then that's fine. As the Hills Have Eyes Part 2, I don't know. It's kind of hard to separate that on its own.
To me, it just feels like a very generic type slasher film. If you put it in that perspective, it's pretty entertaining. But is it a good movie? No, it really isn't. Even on that standard, you take the Hills Have Eyes title off it, put a different title in, it's still pretty generic. But I think people would probably like this movie a little bit more, to be honest. Because let's face it, man, we love some pretty bad slasher films out there. This one, if you just put it into that category, it's honestly totally watchable. But
I completely agree with you. That I've always, even before I'd seen the film, this has always had this reputation of like one of the worst horror films, one of the worst sequels. Is it good? No. Is it unwatchable? Are you kidding me? There's worse films that came out that year.
Yeah, like, it's definitely not unwatchable.
To me, if you're watching as a sequel, fair. I understand the disappointment. As its own film, to me, there was enough bizarre, silly moments that kind of made me laugh. Like, there's a whole gag about one of the characters who, like, comically sees one of the girls in the shower and is like, what if your girlfriend was here? Oh, but she's not. It's like, what are we doing now? Like, that's so dumb. It makes me laugh, you know?
But that scene is so stupid because he was literally just, like, hooking up with his girlfriend and stuff, and then he walks over. I don't even know why he walked away from his girlfriend that was naked, by the way, because we do get to see her titties. Anyways, he sees this other chick who's taking a shower conveniently at nighttime and like, okay, I'm just going to take a fucking shower. It's the most 80s cliche thing ever.
Oh, of course.
And then he walks in and sees her naked and then she's like, oh, hook him. And then of course she comes around the corner and gives him shit. I'm like,
she's
what
right
the
there.
Fuck? This is the most 80s shit ever. And this is like so unlike Wes Craven, because we talked about how Wes Craven was kind of proactive. He was very good with like not casting, say black people and, doing the cliche thing where, you kill them off first and stuff like that. This one feels like he did cast. Well, he probably didn't cast. It probably had nothing to do with the casting, but there's like the token black couple in this film, which is very cliche in the 80s. Right. And it kind of plays out like that too. And it's just like, it's so not Wes Craven. It just kind of adds to the hilarity of this film. It just feels like such a generic slasher
that's
film.
the thing too. That's the thing, is that it's not consistently funny and it's not like so bad it's good, but there's enough moments throughout where I was scratching my head, like the dog flashback, like that perverted character, like the fact they're all just hopping on motorbikes running around. Like, no, I don't think this is like some funny bad movie, but I had a couple moments where I was like, this is just so nonsense. I'm having fun with it. Is it good? No. Is it the fact that it got the big kind of arrow release cracks me up? But I don't think it's like some terrible film or anything like that. I think it's just like a dumb cash-in sequel, and to me, that's all it really is. It's not egregiously bad.
That's literally what I wrote too. I'm like, this movie just feels like a crazy cash-in sequel. Of course, that's kind of what it was going for. But it's funny because even down to the lame-ass writing, where the ending of the film is very similar to the original. Like they have this booby trap and then blow up this fucking like the bus kind of thing to get.
I mean, that's fun. Like they have this ring of fire that he gets pulled through. I'm like, that's just so stupid. It makes me laugh. I mean, like, yeah, this idea. This is like one of the worst horror sequels. Like, I mean, get out of here. I mean,
he doesn't even die though. Like pulling him through there is so funny. It's so fucking funny. But then he doesn't die, and then he gets thrown down the mine shaft. And it's ridiculous, dude. It's so ridiculous. Like, how did he not fucking die from that? Come on,
and that makes me laugh. So stuff like that, I'm like, if it entertains me and makes me smile, that elevates it right there alone. It's being like, all right, there's something here. Yeah, I don't think this is terrible.
I mean, one thing that this movie does do that the original one doesn't, and it's a good thing, and that's one thing I will talk about when we get to the remake too. Is, this goes into the same area, but we get to see a little bit of like the mind, of the mind and, that type of area where we don't in the original one. And that's one thing I love about the remake where, you got the brother-in-law character where, in the original film where he's like, he found all that stuff, but we don't get to see where he found that stuff. Where in the remake we do. Yeah. I love that shit. And then we get to see the bomb town and it really kind of expands on that whole thing that we know about, but we didn't get to see in the original film. Where in this one, they actually do show the mines and stuff. And I think that's kind of cool. Like it's noble to do something like that because they didn't go that far in the original film, but essentially this one it's a totally different type of film. It's a fucking slasher movie, straight up.
That's all it is.
It is. It tries to play itself like a cannibal film. We see a bunch of carnage and bodies and shit like that all over the place, but it's shot and it's just everything about this movie is a slasher movie. It's a straight up slasher film. And, I don't really have a problem with that, to be honest. As a Hills Have Eyes 2 sequel, it's really, really bad. But again, if we just take that moniker off and we call it Motocross Massacre or some bullshit, this is kind of fun. It's the same conversation I've had with a lot of people. Like Creepshow 3, people consider to be one of the worst movies ever. But if you take Creepshow 3 off that, it's still pretty average, but it's not the worst thing in the world. It's not a Creepshow.
Oh, yeah. It's a Jason Goes to Hell, or Jason Goes to Hell situation. Is it a bad sequel? Yeah. But how's the film on its own? It's up for you to decide.
That, precisely.
Pretty great.
Precisely. Yeah, JP is definitely, he's the minority on here because I personally can't stand it. I think that movie's fun in terms of kills because it's ridiculous amount of kills.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of Jason Goes to Hell, but I've never thought it was like some awful movie. I was just like, it's just a dumb sequel.
I'm personally not a big fan of the whole body jumping thing. Like
that's fine. Yeah.
I don't want to see that with a Jason movie. I want to see Jason in a hockey mask just doing stupid shit.
And that's fair. I just never had a strong opinion on it as a sequel or as its own film. I was just like, not really much with me here. But I never, like The Hills Have Eyes 2, I never thought it was like some awful movie,
Yeah, and so like actually one thing we didn't know in this film, going back to the smartness of the dogs, of course, so Beast is returned in this film, which is probably not the same dog. This is like literally like 8 years later in real life.
That's something I thought too. That he's like calling it Beast. I was like,
It's supposed to be Bobby's. It's Bobby's dog. They took the dog
later or something.
Yeah. So it's like 8 years later. I'm like, oh my god, like 10, 12 years old for a German Shepherd is kind of old. But it's funny that they kill Pluto in this film, which is Michael Berryman's character, the same way that they killed Mercury in the first film. He jumps up on him and he flies off a cliff, kind of thing. And I'm like, okay, so they didn't get original with that shit. I just find it so funny. Like they killed Pluto in the first film, and then they kill him the same way that they killed Mercury in the first film. I'm like, really?
Do it again.
So fucking stupid. It's just like such lazy writing. It's ridiculous, but
right.
It is what it is, I guess. But
it's what it is. It's all it is.
Yeah. It's funny because like I'm watching this film going, fuck, this movie's so bad. It's so bad. And I keep reminding myself, I'm like, man, it was a paycheck. Again, if you rename this thing, it's so much more enjoyable. And I think it's a psychological thing with people though, too, right? You put a title on something and it's like, but it's explainable. It makes perfect fucking sense why you would be like, this movie is a piece of shit compared to
there's some expectation there because you're walking in there with that knowledge of like the same way you walk into like a remake or a sequel, it's like you have some connection to this. And it just, you got to judge on that regard. I will say though, what I found funny is that with the photography on this one, when the Pluto's death, there's one shot where he looks down and it looks like he's kind of like on top of this little, like not very high up. And then when Beast jumps on Pluto, he's suddenly like on this giant mountain where I'm like, wait, in this one cut, I don't know how high up he was, but he falls this great height. And I don't know if I missed something or not, but I'm like, brother, you were not that high up before. But like I said, it makes me laugh. That's all it is. It's just a dumb movie. It makes me laugh. I got nothing against it.
I think the whole chase scene on the bikes is like my favorite part of the movie, man. It just, the way they filmed it, it's ridiculous. Like that dude, man. This fucking football helmet's so funny to me, man. I always forget, man. The one motocross guy is the Kevin Spears guy. Like I think that's how you pronounce it. Real. I'm not 100% sure, but he was in. I always remember him from Friday the 13th Part 5. I'm sure JP.
Oh, okay.
Also, but he was also in like all the fucking subspecies movies. Like he was in Part 2, I think 3. I think he was even in the newest one. I'm pretty sure too. Yeah, he's been in a bunch of films. He's been in a bunch.
Right.
So
I'm looking at him now. I don't know what I've seen him in because this was one of these films where I didn't immediately recognize a lot of the actors, but it definitely got the sense of just like I feel like they've been in a lot of stuff around this time because it's just like he was in like Friday the 13th and New Blood, and it looks like he got a bunch of like TV credits here. So yeah, I don't know. Nobody really stood out to me as like, oh, he's in the film or she's in the film.
Yeah. So subspecies 2, 3. And I just looked it up, and Part 5, so I don't know.
I would have never caught something like that.
Of course, he was the paramedic in Apt Pupil. Of course, the paramedic.
Of course. Wow.
Who the fuck is that?
I had to remember him from Apt Pupil, which is actually a pretty good Stephen King film.
I've actually heard this guy. I've never seen it. I'm only joking around, but I don't know. I'm looking at his IMDb now. But yeah, I don't have a whole lot more to say about it, honestly. I mean, it's a silly film. That's what I had to say. So if you guys have more, go for it.
Yeah, it's pretty hokey.
Big what are your thoughts on it, man? Give us your breakdown of how ridiculously stupid and fun this movie is.
Nonsense.
It's super nonsensical, man. It's so dumb.
It's like some of the subplot. I was surprised there's any continuity in all of this movie. This just seems like the type of franchise where there's just not continuity, and it's probably best for that to just not have continuity. But I was shocked when that was it. But like what they did with it and. With the Ruby character, just everybody conveniently ending up on this bus in the desert. It's so fucking stupid.
You know what? One thing I've always sorry to cut you off, but like the Ruby character, she seems way too normal in this movie to come from her background, right? Isn't it written so ridiculous? Like she just like she still has the trauma from the background, but she's like seems super normal.
Yeah,
insanely normal.
It's so goofy.
But Bobby's the one that's in therapy. Come on.
Yeah,
she was the one that was living with a cannibalistic family.
It's wild. Just they all run. It's so overly convenient. It's so goofy. And like I said, all the stuff I liked about the original is just gone from this movie. But it's like it's got this hokiness, kind of like Dan said as well, where it's not unwatchable. It's not. I don't think it's good, but it's not unwatchable. It's not like the worst thing I've ever seen. I don't think it's even the worst movie in the franchise.
I think it's a great movie to throw on with a bunch of people, have a bunch of beers, and just it's a fun movie to watch in that type of setting. If you're going to sit there and critique it and take it serious and shit like that, it's probably not for you. But honestly, man, like I always have fun with this. I know it's a bad movie, but I still kind of enjoy it. It's weird. I'm not going to say guilty pleasure because I hate that term. I really can't stand that term. I think it's cornball. But I think people like what they like and they can have fun what they want to have fun with, right? And I think it's kind of one of those movies, man. It's just, it honestly really kind of fits in the category. It's so bad, it's good though, in a sense. But yeah, it's ridiculous. JP, what do you got on this one?
Ratings?
If you want, do you have anything to add to it?
No, I don't think so. I think it's Tyler's up first.
Yeah, I thought this movie was bad, but not the worst bad, as kind of giving them brief overview. But virtually all the things I like and what made the first movie good are just gone. So I don't think the characters that are endearing enough or I need more movies with them. So I'm going to give this one a 4 out of 10.
All right. And me, I honestly, when I first seen this movie, I was like, that was atrocious. Over the years, like I said, I've probably seen it 5 times. I think I reviewed it a couple years ago on the 31 Days of Horror. I do have the Blu-ray from Arrow. Makes it look pretty good, honestly. But I find this movie fun. Even the stupid shit is fun to poke fun at. The dog having a flashback, the silliness of the setup, and the fact that Pluto's still there. I have fun with it, and once it actually turns into a slasher film, it's actually not too bad. It's quite entertaining. The Harry Manfredini score makes you feel like you're watching a Friday the 13th film. I give it a 6 out of 10.
I guess I'm up. Unless Moodz, you want to
go? It's
I think that's me.
Okay.
Yeah. To be honest, man, like I honestly have a lot of fun with this. It's such a stupid movie. And I hate using the word, but this one really kind of applies to it because it's just like poorly written. It's ridiculous. The Rachel / Ruby character is so baffling to me, like how damn normal she is in this. It's it's like, what? And Bobby's the one in there. I feel like she should be a total wreck and he could be like, kind of getting over it, whatever. I get, like he lost his family and shit like that, but she's too fucking normal. But she's doing well that she can, function in life and, own a motocross team. I'm telling you, man, if this movie was called Motocross Massacre, we would love this. It's like a 9 out of 10. No, it's not. It really isn't. I'm in at a 6 on this one. Also, I think it's pretty shitty, but it's a fun movie to watch. Just don't take it serious. Don't take it serious. Like, I mean, we know the history with this shit, man. It's a paycheck. It is what it is. It's stupid, but it's fun. It has decent kills. It's not very original at all. I mean, they try to mimic, what they did in the first film with the bus and stuff like that. It's pretty stupid that they actually went that route. The hell they were thinking about that, but 6 out of 10. I'm with JP.
Yeah, everyone said what I was going to say. Repeated myself. Is it as bad as people say? No. Is it some forgotten cult film that's actually hilarious? No. It's the kind of film that you go to an all-night film festival from dusk till dawn, and it's the film that comes on at 2 a.m. and you go, "Those have eyes too, what?" And then you watch and you go, there's some crazy nonsense in that movie, but I'm never going to watch it again. So yeah, I'm like, the fact that it got that big error release cracks me up, and I mean that with all sincerity. I'm glad I own it. It's a very ambivalent 5 out of 10 for me.
Pretty average. All right. Well, fair enough. All right. So that is going to conclude The Hills Have Eyes Part 2 from 1984.
Wes Craven presents Mind Ripper. Live in horror. Die in fear.
All right, so getting into The Hills Have Eyes Part 3, aka Mind Ripper from 1995. Not directed by Wes Craven. Of course, we mentioned earlier in the show that
for some fucking reason I thought he directed it, but he did not.
No. Executive produced this movie. It was directed by Joe Gayton. Not really a household name, to be honest.
What do you mean?
And this was a TV movie.
Was it?
direct to HBO.
Oh, really? Shit. I didn't realize that. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, direct to HBO. Interesting. Probably explains a little bit. It kind of feels like that for sure. So synopsis on it. Government scientists attempt to reanimate a corpse they found in the desert, but end up inadvertently creating a monster.
Yeah, so this one was originally, like I said, it was going to be a Hills Have Eyes film. It was called Outpost: The Hills Have Eyes 3. And what it was it basically was very similar to this movie. But the body they find at the beginning was supposed to be one of the cannibals from the first
my god,
two
this
movies.
movie has a Blu-ray, Jesus.
Yeah, I actually have that Blu-ray as well. I think is it a Code Red?
Yep.
Scorpion?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, I have that
Code
Under
Red.
the Hills Have Eyes 3 title, which is funny, which is why we...
JP, I'm glad you said that because I have an anecdote right here, which may or may not be true because it's IMDb trivia. But for the 2016 Blu-ray release, Bill Olson, your favorite JP, announced on his Facebook page that he obtained permission from the film's owner, Multicom, to use the alternate title, The Hills Have Eyes 3, on the artwork in hopes to generate more sales. It, however, caused some confusion as the front used for the title. Yeah, on the box artwork matched the font used for the remake of The Hills Have Eyes and the sequel, making people believe it's a sequel to those films.
Dude, I totally remember this when this came out.
hilarious.
I remember when this came out, people were like, why the fuck is the font for the remake? Everyone thought it was
same thing, like where does the Hills Run Red fall into this? It's like nowhere.
That's I didn't know that.
You know, I can't believe, like, I think Bill missed an opportunity in this film too, because there's a scene in the film where it's like Code Red, and like they do this whole Code Red thing. Like, if he had he could have sampled that and use it like as a promo thing to, you know, to push this film a little bit. I thought that would have been fucking awesome. Watching it going, I think he missed the opportunity. Unless
he probably didn't even watch this shit.
Yeah, but it's crazy. There's a whole scene where they're like, Code Red. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so perfect. Bill missed an opportunity to make a great promo out of this, man. It would have been awesome.
But yeah. So from what I understand in the original script, the body that they find out in the desert or whatever would have been one of the cannibals that they were using to like create super soldiers, basically, because they were hardy and strong. So that's how it would have tied into it could have been Michael Berryman out there, man. We could have.
But instead they used some Fabio looking motherfucker that does not look like a mutant from the desert.
Yeah. So Thor.
Thor.
But that's basically. But apparently Wes Craven's son, Jonathan Craven, I think, basically removed all the references to the first film in his script.
Yeah, it's interesting. Honestly, this movie would have been a little bit more appetizing if they had kept that in there. Like if they had found a body from in the desert at the same place, you know, that was like a mutant and Brianna, and then did the storyline, at least tie it in. Like it actually kind of makes a little bit of sense. You know, it would have been a lot better, but in this one, it's just jarring. Like even the way the story is told in the beginning of this film, the way it's edited and stuff, like they find this body and then it has all these close-ups of them doing these tests and stuff like that, which we didn't mention. Lance Henriksen is the star of this film. I mean, he's in most of the film, I guess. There's a big part where he's actually not in the film, but he works for this company called Gene Tech. Is it Gene Tech? I think.
Gen Tech.
Yeah, so they're doing all these things. He thinks he's doing good work and stuff like that, but then he learns that, you know, they're essentially working for the government and the military also, and they want them to create like these super soldiers. And he's like, I'm fucking out of here. You know, it's like, I don't want any part of this shit. So anyways, he gets sucked back in through, you know, something happens and blah, blah, blah. They need his help and stuff. And he ends up bringing his family out to this isolated area where the carnage ensues. This movie is pretty much as bad as I remembered it to be.
God, I think it's kind of terrible.
It's pretty bad. This movie's pretty bad, actually. Honestly, dude, like I fucking hate some of the writing in this movie so much. I hate how they try to have this like momentary, you know, this sobby shit with like Lance Henriksen and his son and stuff like that, who is played by, what the fuck's that actor's name? Oh shit, dude.
Giovanni.
Giovanni Ribisi. Yeah, giggled that he was in this.
Yeah, dude. Oh, dude, it's just like it comes off as so corny and bad at times, and it leads into one of the funniest parts in the moment or in the film, though, the scene where the son thinks his dad's dead, And he's like, get up. I'm going to do it. And keeps going.
To be a man. I'll be a man.
Be a man. And then he moves his wrist. Oh my, I'm like,
I was like, oh my God.
I started laughing so hard by myself in my basement. I paused the movie because I'm like, I don't remember it being that bad and cheesy. And it was great.
It's definitely very cheesy.
It's one of the funniest moments I've had in a long time in a film. I'm just like, I can't believe that he's overacting to the point where I'm like, how did he not win 12 Razzies for this? This is crazy. It's amazing. It's so bad.
And then like the one dude who, what's that, Tyler?
This felt like it was trying to be Alien, like just like creature trapped in.
It feels like Alien, but it feels like a lot of movies kind of put together. The direction in this movie is really bad. Yeah, it's like this guy had no idea what he wanted to do with the script, and I don't know what the fuck, man. Like the whole third act in this film, where like the Thor just keeps coming back. Like all of a sudden you kill him on the ground, and he's all of a sudden on the wing of the
dude,
chopper.
That's the best part, dude.
It's so stupid. Like how the fuck did he get up there? Though,
it's like good thing that he like he's not like.
How did he get up there? Like
I know, that's why it's so good. And then it's like that far away shot where there's just his body falling through the sky. That shit's awesome.
But I think it's really poetic though, right? Because he like tried to kill himself originally in the narrative. Like this guy was a suicide victim that they reanimated. So he wanted to die. And there's a great moment in the film where Lance Hendrickson said that he's having this moment with Thor, and he's like, why didn't you just let me die? And he's like, and he basically says the irony is that you're going to live forever now. Isn't that like the meanest thing to do to somebody that wants to kill themselves? Is give them an injection where they live forever? Yeah. It's like so fucking, it's ridiculous to me. But it's kind of poetic in the end where he falls from the chopper, essentially how he tried to kill himself in the first place from heights kind of thing. And
I think it's a plane.
No, they're in a chopper. Yeah.
I thought it was a plane. Are you sure?
Oh, no. They are actually in a little Cessna. They're in a little Cessna. Yeah. Right. I'm thinking of a different film. Yeah, no, they're in a little Cessna for sure.
So the one dude, oh my God, the one dude I wanted him to die so bad. The horny dude that's just like trying to bang the chick the whole time. And then
dude,
he's like, what did he say? God. He's like, is there anything that doesn't get you excited or something? And he's like, yeah, my mom's douche. I accidentally seen it one time.
I'm not even joking. I have that written down, and I have about 14 lines of ha ha ha. I started laughing so hard because I forgot about that line.
Yeah, this movie's wicked 90s. Like these are only things you put in the movies in the 90s.
But like that character, like the older sister's boyfriend, is the most obnoxious, shitty character ever. When he dies in the film, you're just like, fucking thank God. Like he's low key obnoxious, but you're just like, he's not even likable. Like sometimes when characters like
he's
that, you're
not
like
likable at all.
No, I don't think
you're just like he's kind of funny.
You just want him to like get his head cut off. Like
dude.
Yeah,
fucking so annoying.
Kind of suck to me.
Yeah, dude. That's the thing that bothers me about this movie is that nobody's likable. And like I don't want to be mean about this, but like, what's the main character's name? Like the chick that plays Joanne, is it Claire Stanfield or something, whatever? Is it just me, or is this like pre-Botox in her lips? Is that natural? What the fuck is going on?
I think watching this movie at some point, I kind of like disassociated.
Oh my God, dude. I couldn't take it. Like her lips are just, they look so fake, but I'm like, with Botox there in 95? I have no idea about the history of Botox, but I'm like, oh my God, her lips are crazy. It was distracting as shit to me. But that's one thing about the film. Like, honestly, the acting, the only person that's really decent in the film is Lance Hendrickson. And he's been on record saying that he's embarrassed by this movie, which I don't blame him for saying that, because this movie is actually really shitty. But, he's honestly, he gives a pretty decent performance in it. And which is funny because I feel like everyone is just calling it in, man. Like fucking Giovanni Ribisi. Oh my God, dude. There's moments in this film where I'm just like, fuck. And you know what else bothers me about I hate these type of low budget movies where the soundtrack that you hear in the film is coming from your disassociated fucking high school kids Walkman headphones. Dude. That's the whole soundtrack. Blasting. Yeah.
And it's like this was an early one of these. These were like, I always think of the early 2000s when I hear these new metal soundtracks like this. This was like a little.
But this is all generic shit that they did for like, it's just it's just junk. Like nobody listens to that shit, right? It's like, oh man, it's just funny to me, man. It just shows its budget right there. It's kind of like watching
This
Sleepaway
movie
Camp
had,
3.
according to Wikipedia, this movie had a budget of $5 million.
Bullshit. Well, they probably paid
doesn't
Lance
surprise
Hendrickson.
me because like HBO.
Lance probably got paid. I bet you got paid $1 million for the film.
I don't even know Lance. Was Lance really a big name though?
I don't think so. Not in the 90s. I don't think you get bucks like that.
But he was well, the reason why he's in the film is to sell the film. Like he was the name on the film.
Yeah,
right?
but he's like
we're talking Alien, we're talking fucking Pumpkinhead. I mean, he's done films before that were very, very notable. Lance Hendrickson was, I mean, if you're thinking of Lance like after the mid 90s, he did a lot of low budget shit.
It feels more like sell the movie in the video store than sell the movie in the theater, putting Lance Hendrickson in your movie.
Well, this was a TV film, so I mean, you needed a name to sell the film.
That was a $5 million TV film. That's
HBO though. It's HBO TV.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. I did read that.
But you have to have some type of name in there, and Lance Hendrickson is the bill.
This is an appropriate place.
Ribisi, man.
I guess he would be the kind of the guy. I mean, he was in Alien 3 kind of.
Yeah, like Ribisi's done some weird shit, man. I think he play like fucking, wasn't he on Friends at one point? He played Phoebe's brother.
I think this was an early like Ribisi. I don't think he was still pretty new in his career. Everything I know him for that.
This was his first film, bro.
Yeah. Shortly after this, he got a small part on Friends, like a reoccurring role as Phoebe's brother. I remember him from that. But yeah, anyways.
He was on the show Sneaky Pete. Sneaky Pete. That's what it was called. I watched that. He was like the lead of that show. It was really good. It was like a little con man show.
He's a good actor.
Yeah, he was the lead. He did a good job in it.
He's not bad in this. He's just generic 90s.
Yeah, he isn't like, I don't fault anyone for not. I don't think anybody's really good in this movie. I don't fault anyone because there's nothing for him to work with. Like, there's
nothing to do. Yeah.
Yeah. What are they supposed to do?
How about the one scene where they're like, go through the door and there's like literally like
the radioactive shit,
like it like the barrels of toxic waste.
Dude, I was just gonna bring that up
at the top of the fucking steps. Or
they
whatever.
break in through a door that says, radioactive, do not enter, blah blah blah, and they open it up and then they're like, they have to retract because there's literally toxic Avenger fucking barrels of goo coming at them, and it's like what the fuck you were pre-warned? Like these characters are stupid as
typical army fuck up.
Typical army fuck up shit. Absolutely, dude. It's absolutely ridiculous.
This movie, funny enough, this movie reminds me of like a bad Return of the Living Dead sequel more than a Hills Have Eyes sequel.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, he kind of is a zombie, right? They revive him, but he's he's changing into like, it's weird because he has this weird reaction to it, and he turns into like this alien. And I guess in the narrative, he has this like weird alien tongue coming out of his throat or some shit, and he's supposed to feed off brains and shit. So yeah, in a sense, it actually kind of is like a bad Return of the Living Dead sequel. It kind of is. It's kind of funny. Right. Which I don't find the effects at that point too bad in the movie. There's a couple moments where I thought,
I didn't think they were too bad.
There's actually the guy that hits his toe and breaks his toenail upward is pretty nasty. Actually,
yeah.
They were fine, but I didn't really feel like there was much there. And that was the selling point of the movie, really.
And honestly, like a lot of the set design, like of like the lab and stuff, like it looks like very like it'll blow over with a wind. You know what I mean? Like just like some of the metal looking stuff is just like tinfoil.
You know what? One scene in this film that really pissed me off, man. So there's a few kill scenes, and then I don't know how the fuck this happens or why you would ever think to do this, but Thor has a dream sequence where
I actually kind of like that because here's why. You never see the fucking lead villain have a dream sequence.
Exactly.
I just thought that was different.
But why? It would always be like, one of the good people having this thing and like, oh shit, kind of, but it's him. It's like such an odd thing. And it's like actually pretty good. Like he kills, like the way he kills the female lead in the film, whatever her name is. Like, I thought that was pretty cool. And like everyone just gets mangled and shit, and then you're just like, no, that didn't happen.
Right.
Lame. So,
as the dog didn't have a dream sequence in Hills Have Eyes 2, after having a flashback and everything, why not? Give it to them. Right. The dog's like, I'm going to save everybody. So, all right.
Oh man. What the fuck is the daughter's name in this movie? Dude, Natasha Griggs. What the fuck is she from, dude? I recognize her. I can't think of where she's from, but she's got these. Oh, I just watched her in Buffy. She was in Buffy, man. Oh, she's in Lost Highway, Urban Legend. Holy shit. High Fidelity. Oh my God, I've seen lots of movies with her in it. Crazy. But I thought that she was really bad in this movie. Like her acting was pretty shit. Dude, that scene where she's fucking bawling and like screaming for her dad and stuff, I was like, no, this is not working. It's really bad. Really fun. It was like right after where she sees like and finds out what her dad was doing, and she sees all the fetuses and like all that carnage and stuff like that, and then oh my God, she just like starts losing her shit. Ooh, man.
Yeah.
Tyler, break it down, man. What'd you like about the movie? Anything?
Not a whole lot. I honestly thought this movie was a slog. I didn't think any of the characters were memorable. It's not that there's anything for them to do. Yeah, and it seemed pretty. See, it seems pretty by the numbers alien contained ripoff to me with a desert mutant skin on it. So there's not really anything to. I can see where like you could have gotten a baseline for a script and you arrive from this like as a Hills Have Eyes sequel, but for what's left of it, yeah, it's just like this weird contained type of horror movie. Like I said, reminds me of Alien in that regard, but not as good. With the Hills Have Eyes, like desert mutant skin on it. I felt like a lot of this movie was people running down a corridor screaming, or maybe the monster. I'm just gonna call him the monster. That's kind of just what I like defaulted to during the movie. But just Thor running down the hallways, just like yelling and making noises, and it just I got to a point of the movie. I'm like, what are we even doing here? And yeah, it was a bit of a slog to get through. I thought it was pretty light on the violence too. Not that there wasn't any, and what was there was okay, but it even seems like a step down from the second one, really.
Yeah, I just think it's so shitty written. Like there's a part where they're like, okay, we need to like there's where the booby traps comes in.
So I just don't like the way this movie looks either. It's victim to that kind of ugly, almost digital looking 90s to like mid 2000s type of view. It doesn't even have that nice grit.
I mean, it's not video, so it was shot on film. It had to have been.
I know it still it's just the way it looks. Maybe it's just the sets and the lighting. It looks ugly to me.
Yeah. There's a lot of movies from that era that look shitty, but I can't stand the writing and like treating the viewer like we don't have a fucking mind of our own. It's kind of ironic a little bit because there's a scene where they like lure in Thor by laying a trail of like brains and stuff because they realize that this is what he's feeding off and stuff because they want to trap him inside the freezer and, kill him that way kind of thing. But I'm like, dude, he was a fucking human. He gets injected with this shit. Yeah, he's changing into like some kind of weird alien creature. But does he lose all like cognate like brain activity and stuff and becomes like retarded? Because you're literally setting up a fucking line of like brains leading into like he can't figure this out. He can't figure this out. He's literally a fucking human that would still understand that this is a goddamn trap. Like he's not stupid.
I think
they treat him like he's stupid, and they treat him
to have the brain.
Yeah, well, I guess, but at the same time, it's still a survival thing too. It's like, man, like, why are these so separated? And all of a sudden, there's a big pile of them, and there's a big pot of gold inside the freezer. It's like, come on, bro. It's like insulting the viewer's intelligence, though, too. It's like so stupid. It's like I'm watching this, going, this is ridiculous. Come on, bro. Like, yeah, I mean, it's just shit like that. Like, I mean, you could do that so much better without insulting your viewers and your characters themselves, because like, come on, man, like he didn't just go full-blown retarded at that point. It's stupid. It's so dumb. But again, it's like there's just no creativity in the script whatsoever. I'd only ever seen this movie one time before when I got the Code Red Blu-ray. I'd never seen this before growing up. And I remember going, fuck, that was bad. And I think this time, I hated it more, to be honest.
Yikes.
Like, I was like, this is appallingly bad. Like, I just had no enjoyment. Like, it was just stupid to me. And like, again, I don't like using the word stupid, but like there was moments where it was ridiculous. But I did laugh at the end. Thor just keeps coming back. All of a sudden he's on the Cessna. What? How in the fuck did he get up there? I mean, Radici or whatever his name is, he's flying the plane because Lance Hendrickson's character was abducted at one point in the film. He's all fucked up. He can't fly in his plane. So, this thing comes full circle. We got a character arc here where the son is the hero because, his dad was the hero once before. It's pretty cornball. It's pretty cheesy. In a really bad way. It's like, to me, this movie is like a precautionary tale, which I'm giving him way too credit for even considering that there's commentary in a piece of shit like this. But, stop trying to play God. Not that I believe in God. I'm just saying, like these type of movies drive me nuts. But anyways,
very forgettable above all else. The thing with this film is that there's not enough there for it to be memorable.
It's very simple and it's just redundant and stretched out.
Exactly. I mean, I just watched this the other night and I'm already sitting here. I don't really have a whole lot of notes for it. It's like, why I'm not really saying a whole lot because it's sort of just like, I don't think it's terrible or anything like that. I mean, it was only the first time I've seen it, but it's just very dull. There's some moments of isolated gore that I thought were pretty good, but it's not interesting enough to make this anything memorable. I mean, I think Lance Henriksen is doing the best he can given it, but not a lot for me to come back.
Well, that's what I said. I said Lance Henriksen gives the best performance in the film. He seems like he's into it. And then obviously when you saw the end result, he's like, oh my God, fuck my life. That was horrible. But like, there's literally a scene in the film where the son, like, because he's supposed to be this dopey, fucking disorientated, fucking or disconnected, fucking, youth that is lost because his father is always gone, and like they have this like underlining relationship that's not good and shit, and it's really, really fucking corny. But there's a scene in the film where he's literally making popcorn.
Mm-hmm.
I said he's literally making popcorn. It's like, what the fuck is going on in this movie? It's ridiculous. It's so bad. But
yeah, it's like father and son trying to get to their differences after this traumatic journey, but they're not interesting characters, and the journey is not that interesting. So by the end, it's like I don't really care they got back together. I'm not compelled at all these characters.
But I am glad that their relationship was disconnected because, like I said before, it led to one of the funniest and stupid moments in the film where he's like. He's screaming, get up! It's great.
You want to be a man, Dad? I'll be a man.
Get up! I'm gonna do it. Get up!
The most shocking thing in this whole film was that he actually got up. I was like, holy shit! All right.
Yeah, well, it would have been stupid that if he was dead because we didn't get to see that. Like he got hauled off.
Yeah. Actually, at that point, I'm just like, whatever. Lance Henriksen didn't want to be there or whatever.
Of course, he was going to come alive.
But yeah, I was just like, okay. I mean, he looked pretty fucking dead to me, but it's not.
To me, the most horrifying part in the film is when the son runs out of batteries in his Walkman. For me, that's brutal. Like it's game over at that point. I was when I was in high school, like I was known as the kid that always had his Walkman / Discman on. And, but I always packed batteries because if you run out, man, you gotta recharge, bro. You gotta recharge. There was no just plugging in your shit back in the day, right? You had to change your batteries. But like, if you ever didn't have a replacement, you're like, I was lost. I was like, bro, I don't have my headphones on. This is fucked.
Oh yeah. So you're playing Tetris. You're playing Tetris, and that Game Boy runs out. You're fucked. But
yeah, exactly. Well, at least with the Game Boys, you could buy those. Remember those charge packs? You could actually,
I remember. I had one.
But
Walkman, no way.
You didn't have outboard shit for like your Discmans or your Walkmans and stuff. So in my backpack, which I always had on, I always had a slot in there, and it was full of batteries for my shit, right? Because I was, and all my discs and all my tapes and shit. I was crazy, man. But yeah, like when he runs out of batteries, I'm like, oh, dude, that's scaring the shit out of me. That's the biggest scare in the movie.
I know, right? And one day that kid would get a Zune and he'd never have to run out of batteries again. No, I'm just kidding. The movie sucks. Nothing else I can really say about it. I'll let you guys take over this movie. The movie fucking sucks.
It really does. It really does suck. And I just, oh my God. It's like they're insulting the viewer's intelligence at points in this film. I'm just like, dude, come on. It's ridiculous. But anyways, I'm curious because JP said that he actually kind of likes this movie. I'm like, really?
Yeah, I kind of do. It's just like, I actually don't dislike Thor as a villain. Like he's sort of this unrelenting like guy that's just his little penis thing that eats brains and shit. I'm just like, that's kind of cool. And then I think that like, even though the fucking set design isn't that good. I kind of like this like military based setting. Kind of reminds me of Alien a bit. And
it is Alien. It's
obviously like the absurdity of like the end where he's like they kill him and then he attacks the car and then they get rid of the car. They get rid of him again. And he's like on the plane. He's like just on the wing of the plane. All of a sudden, is just the most ridiculous thing ever. But yeah, I don't know. It's stupid, but I thought it was going to be way worse than it was. I actually enjoyed it.
Oh man. Interesting. Are we? Anybody else have anything ratings or?
All you guys. I got nothing.
I think I'm up first.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. This movie to me is it's a bit. The worst part about it to me is it's a bit of a slog. Like it has a little bit of downtime. But I thought it was overall entertaining. The one dude, I just could not wait for him to die. The horny dude. He was just like so annoyingly 90s.
Saw my mother's douche once. It was scary. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. That fucking dumbass didn't even know what a douche was. Come on, man.
Yeah. And then Lance Henriksen is fine, but you know, they could have probably done a little bit more with him.
Well, when he gets abducted, he's like not even in. Do you notice how long he's gone in the movie?
Yeah,
like he's not also in the second half very much until like the end. But
I actually kind of like that they got rid of Thor's like Fabio hair and made him like more of a monster.
Yeah, the Fabio shit was fucking lame. So
yeah, but I don't think it's like a good movie at all. I don't think it's overly offensively bad or anything. I found it entertaining, but I do not think it's good. So I'm giving it a 5.
Okay, is that me? Yep. I think originally I'd given this movie I probably would have given it about an average thing. I was like, because I was probably in shock and I wasn't very cognizant in my brain. Like I couldn't figure out what I had just watched. And I was like, well, I'll just give it a 5. It's okay. But now that I've seen it before and evaluated it, this is pretty shitty, man. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna give this one a 3.
3?
It's bad. Whoa. It's really, really bad. Honestly, dude, I can't. Like, it's like it's bad to me, but in a bad way. Like there's a few parts in there pretty funny and stuff like that, but like otherwise, this. No, 3 out of 10.
All right, Dan.
I'm kind of somewhere between, maybe not as down on it as Moodz and not as high on it as JP. To me, I'm just watching this. I'm just like, all right, this is a shitty movie. I don't really have much to say about it. Actually, I've been kind of quiet because I'm like, I just watched this on Saturday and I was like, brother, if you asked me to tell you 5 plot points, I couldn't do it. Some of the effects are good, very dated. Lance Henriksen's doing his best. Ribisi's a good actor. I don't think he's particularly good in this. He doesn't really have a lot to work with. Yeah, kind of silly, maybe chuckle a couple times, but ultimately more forgettable than anything. I'm at like a 4 on it.
Yeah. You give it 4? Okay, so yeah. That's still open for. Okay, what do you give it, Tyler? Because you cannot be higher than me.
I'm not gonna cheat. I'm not gonna cheat as much as I want to. Yeah, this movie sucks. I would not recommend it to anyone unless all these things we've said just make you more curious. I give it a 3 out of 10.
Fuck you, you 2.5. Tyler gives it 2.5.
I'm not gonna cheat.
I respect that you're not gonna cheat.
Okay, forever. I mean it's I didn't think I was coming in that low on this one, and then I was like,
yeah, I figured you might be about like in the 4 to 4.5. I was like, oh, you're definitely down on this movie, but I thought I was gonna be like the gas.
I got like no enjoyment out of it, man. It's just it like annoyed me the entire time I was watching it. It was like appalling to me.
All right,
so that is Mind Ripper from 1995.
22 shots.
All right, so moving into the 2000s, 2006, with the remake of The Hills Have Eyes, directed by Alexandra Aja, which I still think was a really good choice to do the remake for this film.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. So the synopsis is the exact same as the original Hills Have Eyes, so really don't have to go through that. Cast members include, who do we got in this movie? Like, who's really notable?
Emily DeRaven.
Yeah, and Emily DeRaven plays Brenda in the film. She's really cute. What do we know her from?
Lost. She was really big on Lost.
Never seen Lost.
Shaw's in this movie.
Ted Levine.
Yeah, Ted Levine,
Ted
of course.
Levine, yeah.
Who plays Big Bob. Yeah, he does. He's really good. As
Billy
Big Bob
Drago, Moodz' favorite.
Yeah, Billy Drago plays Papa Jupiter, which is one of the only characters in the film with and Pluto. Papa Jupiter and Pluto. I guess there's two characters. All the rest of the cast has different names and stuff. Like Robert Joy plays Lizard. He's been in a bunch of shit. Laura Ortiz plays fucking Ruby in this movie from Holliston fame, which is really interesting. So there's a few names that are similar. Lizard's a different character. There's no Mars. There's no Mercury.
There is. There's Venus and Mercury.
Is there Venus and Mercury?
And Pluto.
Yeah, I already said Pluto. Yeah.
Don't know Uranus.
Pluto, Jupiter. Yeah, maybe there is. Yeah. Okay.
Judith Valetti plays Venus. And Adam Perel.
Well, Venus is a different character.
Mercury.
There was no Venus in the original one. So.
Right.
So so there's Lizard, and then there's Cyst, which is played by Greg Nicotero. So Cyst, which character is Cyst? Is he the one that's the chairbound dude?
I think that would be Big Brain.
Is that Big Brain? Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, totally Big Brain. I didn't even realize that was his name, Big Brain. That's funny. So which one is Cyst?
I don't know.
He is the one that has like the head brace on that gets like the pickaxe, not the pickaxe. The I don't know what weapon it is, but gets to the eye.
Yeah, they get introduced to his character when they put in Beast into the vehicle.
Yeah,
and he kind of walks by and stuff like that.
There's a lot of these fuckers in this one.
Yeah, so that's one thing about the Hills Have Eyes remake is that there's a lot more of the mutants, and they're a lot more mutated. Just put it that way. They're a little bit more unidentifiable, like when it comes to like which characters which was not really a complaint in the film. I don't really care about that too much, but just comparing the Hills Have Eyes original to this one, where in the original one, we literally have these guys on CBs talking and using their names, and we know who everybody is specifically, where we just kind of had to figure out who these ones were. So,
dude, tell me that Doug, the character of Doug, does not look like Jeremy Freeman and Andrew Schroyer had a baby, and it's that.
I don't know. Andrew.
I can see that. I can see that for sure. Yeah,
I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah. I actually really like Aaron Stanford in this film, man. Like he's honestly the star of the show in this one. Like he does such a good fucking job. Like I don't mind the guy that plays.
He goes from like a straight pussy to like a fucking soldier, bro.
Yeah, like he's not like, I don't think he's like full pussy to like whatever, but like
of course he is. He's a Democrat.
He gets a good hero's arc though.
I love how they bring into politics for a brief second, and he's like, fucking Democrat. Of course he's a pussy.
And then ironically, he's the one who saves the day.
Right.
It's because like you have a hard cop that's like, in this, his son-in-law sells cell phones.
Yeah, I love that
pussy shit. Yeah, it's pretty funny actually.
But it's kind of, there's some good like character building scenes and stuff too with like the brother and dog, like where he's like, I thought you quit smoking, and he's like, your sister, whatever, and he's like, fuck your sister, and then he's like, Big Bob finds you smoking in here, he's like, fuck Big Bob too. Yeah. It's just like good shit, you know what I mean?
He's a great lead in this. I really like that character in this, that evolution. It feels so natural, just like this very charismatic, kind of joking sort of guy, but then when everything is ripped from him, it's like he has to go for it. I completely believe that.
And
I might have some hot takes on this film.
I'll actually give Emily DeRaven a lot of credit too, because she is Australian. I don't know if you guys could tell that, because she puts on American accent, obviously. Thought it was pretty good. Like there's tiny little hints of maybe some Australia. If you know she is, you might be able to pick it up.
I never even caught on to it. Yeah, it was a good job.
Yeah, neither did I. Hit it well.
Man, one thing about this beginning of this movie, and I will say, like, for the most part, like the Hills Have Eyes remake is a really interesting remake because it's widely known as being more loved than the original film. Like it's honestly probably one of the better remakes of all time. And for good reason, man. It's a really good film. Like, honestly, like, I love this. Like, the original Hills Have Eyes is very gritty. It's cinematic, but it's not really, where this one is like really cinematic, but it still has its grittiness to it.
Oh,
the way, what's that?
I say completely. It has that look of a Hollywood film, but the violence is so ugly and it's not Hollywood at all that it's like, yeah, this couldn't have been made now. I don't see this being a big release now with how the violence is handled.
I just love,
honestly, I love even like the opening with like the like
I love the
montage,
opening.
bro. Like, I love stuff like that.
The opening is so good, and like, every time I watch this remake, it just reminds me of like what Rob Zombie would do. Like, the whole opening with everything that's going on, it just feels like a Rob Zombie kind of thing. Where, so some people that might be like, "Holy shit, are you serious?" I hate Rob Zombie, but other people are like, "I love Rob Zombie, so that's cool." But it does remind me of what Rob Zombie would kind of do with his films. Like, it's really good. Like, you show those real clips of like, you know, bombs and all that type of shit and stuff, and it feels real gritty.
Yeah, it sets the tone and the mood right away.
Yeah.
I remember when this movie came out, 2006. Had just started back up in school in like 9th grade, and it was still like nice. It was probably around this time, like September, literally like beginning of September. And I remember going over to a friend's house, and like after school, I just like walked down to his house, and me and like another friend, and we were like, "What do you want to do?" or whatever. And he was like, "Let's rent a movie on like DirecTV, like how you can rent movies that it just left the theaters and are like before DVD, like they're have that like home video, like directive street. It wasn't streaming, but it was like cable rentable." Which I don't even know if that exists anymore, but that's how you got movies before they hit DVD a lot of times, but after the theater. And he was like, "Oh, that new Hills Have Eyes movie is available. Want to watch that?" And it was like, I don't know, like $10 to rent or something like that. And you just like pushed a button on your remote. And we popped in some like fucking pizza rolls, bro, and sat down on his like living room floor and watched this shit, dude. And I remember it like floored me. I was like, dude, that was a fucking movie, bro. Like, that shit was fucking
Had you seen the original at that point?
I can't remember. I know I was familiar with it, but I don't know if I actually saw the whole movie.
I saw this like right when it came out too. I was in high school and it kind of blew my shitter out.
Yeah, I remember just feeling like it was super intense. I was just like, whoa.
I had a different experience with this when it came out in 2006, because like I was 26 and very getting fed up with remakes.
And we weren't even in the full fucking cycle yet. Like,
what
this
really
is still early in the cycle, kind of.
Yeah. So we had like
Halloween yet.
Dawn of the Dead was kind of the moment where I kind of rolled my eyes, even though I liked the remake at the time. And I was like, dude, all these movies I grew up with, they're getting remade and shit like that. And I had no ambition to really watch this. I did. And was kind of taken back by it. I was like, holy fuck, that was really good. And it was like, I love those moments where you feel like you're going to not like something and it just totally has a different effect on you. That was this movie. Right. I loved it right from the beginning. I thought it was really fucking good, because I always felt like this film took the original idea of The Hills Have Eyes, but created its own identity completely. Yeah. It does things in the remake.
It totally does.
It does things in the remake that I fucking love. One thing I love about the original film, the idea in the original film, is when the brother-in-law, you know, he goes off his one way and he comes back with like the fishing rod and stuff like that. But he tells you what he saw. You know, I found this like...
Yeah, we can open up a whole army surplus store.
But in the remake, we get to fucking see all that.
Yeah, which is a smart move, because it's like, if you're looking at a movie, right, you're looking at the script for the original 1977 Hills Have Eyes. You're like, what can we do different? Where can we add things? Like, if we're going to make the same movie, like, what can we expand upon? And that's why when I always say, like, if you're going to remake it, like do some different shit, you know?
Yeah. Take those ideas and expand on them. Yep.
And that's like, I think why this one works so well as a remake, because the core ideas there, even characters' names, a lot of them are the same and stuff. And like a lot of the basic shit is there, the blueprint for the film, but they do expand. They're like, well, what didn't we do in the original? Well, we didn't follow this character when he went to this place. We didn't expand on like where these people live, and like, oh, remember the nuclear stuff that was kind of mentioned? What if we expanded that and made it more of that being a key part of this movie.
Right
and
down
it's
to
like, I still love the original for it being simple, but I don't need to see simple again, or else what the fuck is the point?
But that's the thing, right? Like they totally expand. Like, we know that, you know, there was people that were living at these mine areas and stuff like that, and there was a bomb test site, blah blah blah. And then they show you all that shit that we never got to see, and it's like so satisfying to see it. And I think basically the second half of this movie is so fucking good, because it's beyond creepy. It really expands like the mutants too. You get to see like a little bit more kids and a little bit more characters, and you get to see the full blown effect of it. But you get to see like they're living in the test site town, in the bomb test site town. Like, it's fucking wild. Like, one of my favorite scenes in the film.
The effects itself are good. Like, that helps tremendously. Like, Big Brain, like, that dude's fucking creepy, bro. He's weird.
Okay, so if we want to talk about effects, so I do have pros and cons. Like, okay, so I think the mutant effects are so good in this. Like, they look really damn good. Everyone looks brutal and gross and vile and awesome and shit like that. I think the only effect in the film that is better in the original movie is when the father gets lit on fire.
Yeah, that's
I think this one is kind of shitty in the remake. It looks pretty bad, and they kind of showed a couple different times, and I'm like, bro, that doesn't look very good. In the original one, it looks a lot better. So that effect they do better in the original film. But I think obviously they up the ante with the mutant look in this one. They took it one step further.
Yeah,
created
like
some
all
new
the
ones.
mutants look really good. Like the cleft lips and shit like that, or whatever you call that.
Yeah.
They all look so distinct.
Yeah.
Very good designs for sure.
And honestly, dude, I think another thing they kind of do a little better is the assault on the RV. Like,
well, that's something I want to.
That shit is fucking intense, bro.
Okay, so this was the first horror film I saw in theaters, and my dad was like, "Okay, I'm going to take you to see a horror film," and this was 2006. And I remember distinctly how effective that scene was as a kid, that my dad asked me at the cinema, do I want to go? I was visibly shaken. I was like, yes, I want to go. So it was years and years later.
Pussy, bro.
Dude, I was like, I mean, okay, how old was I in 2006? I was like 10, maybe.
Old enough
This is
to
a
be a
fucking
man.
intense movie to see when you're 10 at the theater.
Bro.
I'm not going to lie.
Y'all are some fucking
Because I remember
bitches.
seeing like signs at the movie theater when I was 11.
Okay,
and it scared me.
Okay, well, hold on.
Like,
I went and seen Wes Craven's New Nightmare at 4, bro.
Okay, I was literally 10 years. I was literally 10 years old. But the thing is that I'm watching this scene, and it was so bothersome that years and years later, I was like, okay, I've seen all these other extreme horror films. I've seen, the Cannibal Holocausts, the Solos. I've seen them all. Let me go back to this one. And even after all that, and on this viewing, I will die on this hill. That is one of the most upsetting scenes in a horror movie. That scene is so well done. So even watching it now in this rewatch, they're molesting this girl while they're killing her mom, and they're killing the bird. I'm like, this is a fucking crazy scene.
Like the scene where the dude's like yells for his girlfriend, and they have her mouth and shit, and he's like then he's like, watch the baby or whatever, and he takes off, and you're just like so sad, because it's like, oh man, he could have like stopped that if he knew that like that was happening in there. And it's fucked up that you don't know what's happening until the sister, who like completely like takes sacrifices herself and gets shot, and then the two other ones outside, the Bobby and Doug, hear the gunshot, and they're like, oh shit, that doesn't make sense. We didn't have a gun over there, so they run in and shit. But it's just like that scene, and the music, like it's almost like that thumping, like dum dum dum.
That's another thing I want to mention as well. And it starts off with it, and they use it so well during that scene. This like almost like a vibrating noise, like
yeah.
That is so simple. And it reminds me of like something like The Thing, where you have like just a simple note, but it conveys so much. Where the way that they use the score in this film is so well done. I said at the start of this, I might have some hot takes on this, and I'm okay with that.
He froze.
Oh no!
He just said watching. I was just like, what was it?
You froze.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I freeze there? I was saying this film is so well done, and rewatching it this time after seeing it so much, I can confidently say I think this is one of the best horror remakes. Am I freezing a lot?
Well, not you weren't, but just every time you go to say, there. Like, I can confidently. It's like, what the fuck is he gonna say?
One thing I will.
I don't know.
One thing I will add to that right there with the score and the actual complete sound design of the film. I don't know how you guys watch your movies, but like I have a pretty sweet surround sound and shit like that. And this shit was blowing my fucking mind at how well they mixed this movie. There's sound effects that are happening behind me, and beside, like I kept looking around. It was fucked. It was catching me off guard. I was like, "Holy shit, dude!" Like it was really, really good, man. You know, I thought the sound design in this film was fucking fantastic. It's honestly it's way better than the original film. It's done more or less in mono, but this one's like. I remember so effective. It's so effective. And I will say with that scene right there, I agree, man. It's so fucking intense. I love the fact that they kept the integrity of the first film in this one, even down to the birds. He still does the same thing with the birds, but that whole scene is so intense.
Oh, it's so upsetting.
What really gets me about that scene though, like Dee Wallace's character in the original film gets shot, I think twice or whatever. In this film, they do it a little bit different. And they shoot this. They shoot the sister in the head, like just bam. It's just the violence is so much more visceral. You know what I mean? Yeah, like when you shoot someone in the head, it's like
the blood splatter.
The mom's character fucking flies against the wall.
Yeah. Like, but she doesn't die right away, and that makes it even more like effective. Like she's still kind of alive, and then but obviously she perishes.
And then even when Doug walks in, right? Doug walks in and sees his wife or his girlfriend or whatever. Like bleeding out on the floor, and it's just carnage in that like room. And it's just like sad because it's like my whole entire world is shattered.
But I love that about this movie though. Like the characters in the original film, like Bobby cries a lot. There seems to be a lot of crying in the original film. Where this one there is, but the characters seem to hold it together a little bit more because they understand the situation. Is like, yeah, I understand. Like I just lost my dad, I just lost my mom, I just lost my sister and shit like that. But I'm in a survival battle. I need to fucking figure this out. And the characters just make sense to me in this one. They're just like, fuck this, man. We'll deal with the emotions after the fact kind of thing. Right. That's how I get it. You know, it's awesome. The characters, they're so fucking strong. So
yeah, I remember
one of the strongest actors in the film, I think, is this actor, Dan Bird. When he like discovers that Beauty gets killed and he runs back to Aaron Stanford and is telling about the mutants, I really noticed how strong the performance he was getting this time. It's almost like he was on the verge of crying, like being the first one to understand there's something off going on here, but not being able to convey it. And then this orgy of malicious violence all at once, and he like has no idea how to handle it, and him having to console his sister after his whole world has been destroyed. I just thought that performance was so good in the film.
He's good in the film.
He's really good. I also like I know Moodz said he looked kind of young, but I like the way that he is designed because he really does look like all the kids dressed when I went to high school. You know,
well, he definitely dresses like, because I still wear I'm 5 years old and I still wear my pants off my ass. So I still dress like I'm fucking 1992, and like I will never change. Like I respect that with that. Like that's my one little gripe with the film. Like it's not like a big thing, but I do think that the casting of Bobby in the original film made a little bit more sense. He was a little bit older. Even though he's really good in the film and he's fine for what he does, and even like when he gets pushed off the cliff and shit like that, like his action is fucking way more brutal. I just feel like he looks too young for the part. Like he just feels like he's like 14 to me. I know he's not 14. He's a little bit older, but like he just comes off as looking too young for the part. That's the only kind of problem I have with the film. I just feel like if I was casting, I would have casted someone that was a little bit older, but maybe I'm not right. Maybe I'm not right. That's just me.
I think it was perfect for me because I was probably like his age, like the age of that character when this came out.
I guess I was that's the cool thing about our podcast is that I guess we're not so different in age. Like I'm the old fucker here. Like JP, how old are you now? You're
34.
34. Tyler, how old are you?
I'm 34. We're like 2 months apart, I think.
And Dan, you're
29.
So, and I'm 45, dude. Like I'm 40. Like I was born in 1980. Put that into perspective. So I was 26 when this movie came out. I was fucking married in 2007.
I was in high school.
Like think about that, right? Like just different parts of our life. So like I see things a little bit different. So like I have that kind of different perspective. But so I when I see him, I'm like, he's too young. So it's my perspective, right? So, but
and it's funny because I'm with JP where I'm like, I like how he looks kind of younger in this because it really kind of what I'm talking about the first one where you're forced to like, you don't have this parental figure to lean on anymore. You have to be the one to protect your sister because if you don't, you're fucked. And I love that idea. That makes such a great concept right there.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing this movie along with Devil's Rejects the year before. And I remember, and then Hostel, and I'm just like, dude, something's changing. Like the movies are getting way crazier and violent. Like, and when you get, especially the unrated version of this, which I assume everybody watched the unrated version.
Yeah.
The only thing different in the unrated version is literally like all violence. Like it's like all extra longer scenes of violence. But I remember just thinking like, wow, like this is shit's changing here, bro. Like post 9/11, like 2002.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah. 2002 and the next like 6-7 years were just dark as fuck for movies.
I always feel like that, like when Rob Zombie did a House of 1,000 Corpses, like it was kind of like a change in like, filmmaking where I'm not saying he was the one that started, but like that movie was very graphic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was graphic.
And I think Devil's Rejects like was another big one that
it was that era of filmmaking.
It was like Saw, Devil's Rejects, Hostel, 28 Days Later. Like there were a few that just made it feel like more nihilistic.
Right.
Just insanity.
House of 1,000 Corpses is major nihilistic, man. I mean, there's so much death and carnage in that. Like I don't think people realize how much carnage is like really in that. But
I'm glad that JP, I'm glad that you mentioned the idea of or the films coming out in the post 9/11 years, because it's the same way you can look at the films being released during and post Vietnam of this shifting tension in the country through the films that are being released. Because I think now we're at a distinct point in horror. We're getting a certain kind of horror film that we weren't getting 20 years ago, and vice versa. So when you have films like The Hills Have Eyes, like Hostel, like High Tank, whatever, I know it's a French film, but you're getting these very aggressive, even Rob Zombie's Halloween, a very aggressive, a very angry, violent film that you're not going to see a major studio do that now. They're going to do the A24 stuff, which is fine. Those are good films in their own right, but it's a different, landscape than it was 20 years ago.
And that's something that I've always been extremely fascinated in, is how the art that comes out at the time mirrors society and people's vibes and thoughts and things like that. Like you go all the way back to the 50s, all the way up there's these distinct eras where you feel like a shift in society that is replicated on screen in films. And I read a few different like theories and essays and stuff on that. And I've always found it super cool when these academics go and like analyze eras of film and a general tone. I definitely think that the 2000s had this post 9. I've heard people talk about that, and I do believe that it definitely had an effect.
There's a book about that
on the films. Yeah,
there's a book called The Horror After 9/11 that Jimmy recommended that I wanted to. That's all about that era of just the film's response to, or the films made in America and coming out because in the wake of 9/11, and it's just crazy to think that a major studio is putting something like this out to 2,000 plus theaters when you have a scene where a woman gets raped while her mom's dying in front of her. Like that is crazy.
It was very intense. I say,
so that's why when you're like, "Oh, you pussy," I'm like, "Motherfucker, I'm 29. This is so fucked up." No, I think this is such a well done film. I love that stretch when Aaron Stanford's character is going through the old atomic towns and seeing all the things and seeing all the
mannequins and shit. Like,
I loved all that. That was so creepy.
Yeah,
it's actually my favorite too, man. So, like, some of my favorite things that they changed in the remake, man, is what I said before. Like, when the brother-in-law finds, the bomb site and he's picking through the shit and stuff like that. But one of my favorite things is like it's very subtle. The cinematography it pans out from when he's in the one bomb site there, and it pans out and it shows like a ton of other ones. Like really, like this was for really, going on and shit like that. I love that, man. Shit like that is very subtle, but I love that. Actually, my favorite thing is about the remakes is when it gets into, the town.
Yeah, me too.
It's creepy as fuck, dude. It's creepy as fuck. Like when they show the kids in this, man. Hey, you want to play? Oh my god, no.
Yeah, it's actually unnerving.
No.
Yeah, and like this is a movie too that like I always expect when I see it that it's gonna have like the Dawn of the Dead effect, where like when Dawn of the Dead remake came out, I loved it, man. And like every time I watch it, I like it a little bit less. And I always expect that to happen with this one, but it never does. And it's always like, damn, that is just as good as I remembered. Like it is a fucking great.
This movie gets better, I think, every time I watch it, man.
Yeah,
I agree. Completely agree.
To speak on though, I have generally have the opinion that I think this movie was better than the original one. But I've actually flopped.
Yeah.
After these viewings. Yeah.
Okay, so let us have it then, because
it's not that I think this one is bad or anything, because this one's good. And there's I was actually a little surprised that it mirrored it as similarly as I did in structure and just events and like characters' names and such. Because I don't think I ever watched both versions closer together. But when this movie first came out, I remember I was like sleeping over a friend's. I was like, "Have you seen The Hills Have Eyes?" Like right when it came out, he had the DVD, and this movie fucking blew my shit out. I thought this was like the craziest thing I'd ever seen at the time. But yeah, this obviously the violence isn't as bad. I pretty much agree with all that. One thing I think that where I favor the other one is I think this one does have some pacing issues. That's basically what brings it down for me lower than the other one.
This one is about 20 minutes longer, roughly.
Yeah, and I felt like a lot of that was on character development, because it seems like basically the carnage starts about 15 minutes later in this one than it does in the original one. And it's a little bit longer, but there's more exploring in this one. So that's
the 20 minutes is mostly made up from like when we get into the the bomb site and the little bomb town and stuff like that. Like that's where everything is very similar.
Yeah.
In proximity. Like honestly, like I was kind of analyzing that too. Like even with the opening scene, even though they changed the way the father, the gas station attendant, is killed in the original film, Papa Juke kills his father. In this one, he's just so fucking scared that he shoots his fucking head off with a shotgun, which I think is really interesting. It's just subtle differences that I think is really cool. I think it's really fucking cool that they did that, because change it up. Why not change up? And then, they have these little subtleties.
Should do that.
Yeah.
But I thought this one just really wasn't paced as well. And one thing about this one that was a little different.
Wow. Interesting.
That I felt watching the first one, there was a little bit more of the personal feel between I don't know why I keep calling them the creatures, but the mutants. There's like more of a
they felt like a real family, where this one just feels like a bunch of like a town.
That's one of the gripes I have with it. I feel like there's too many. It's all over the place. They don't feel connected. It just feels like there's kids everywhere. There's fucking this and that. It feels like a little too much, but it's not a major problem for me though.
It goes back to what I said about the other film too, where I really like that foreboding, like mysterious, ominous feeling. You get them really stalking them through the woods and wondering what's on the other end of this, where you don't really have that same thing in this movie. So the build just doesn't work the same for me, and it's almost like I might like this movie. I might only have this critique because I just watched the first movie right before, so I'm naturally comparing. Like, well, I like this about this movie, and this movie has that absent.
Well, it's fair. It's a fair assessment to naturally, compare them, because that's what it's not a versus show, but like do it.
Yeah,
I've been doing it the entire show, giving my thoughts on the first one and the second one, like
versus.
Yeah, I mean,
situation.
There's things I like in the first one better than the second one, and vice versa. So it's like,
yeah. So overall, the tone and almost the grittiness of the pacing, I think, is why I ultimately prefer the first one. But this movie does do some things better. One thing about this film that I think that this movie has that the other movie doesn't have is that one I like the dead stop the first movie has, but this one has more of the hero's arc. And it's done pretty well in here, and I think that imagery at the end where he's like coming through the desert and the music kind of plays, and he's got the dog. It's like it's a really good end to the movie. It feels like an arc that was earned. You don't really get that that final victory in the first movie. So I think it definitely succeeds the movie in adding that element to it. I thought that was really good. And it really is, despite the criticisms I have, something I hadn't really considered when I was rewatching this movie is I am feeling how I felt about it when it first came out, and really thinking about the movies that came after this, because I do think this is a significant movie. And if I think about at least although I don't maybe agree that this is one of the best remakes of all time, but I'm not the most giant fan of remakes or sequels for that matter. But when I think of the remakes of this era, it stands almost head and shoulders with anything else. So there is that to it, where I can agree where it is as far as remakes go, in the upper tiers.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing I will say about this movie that I love more than the original is the actual soundtrack, man. Like when they play California Dreamin' by Mama and Papa's in this, man, it's, the soundtrack is very 70s too, which is interesting because it's taking place in modern times, obviously cell phones, blah, blah, blah. But they kept this weird kind of throwback integrity to the original film of playing old songs from that era. And I was like, that's fucking awesome, man. I remember hearing California Dreamin'. Or is it California? Yeah, the Mom and Papa song. So fucking awesome, dude. I love that track so much, man. And hearing it in that type of setting, I'm like, fuck yeah, man. It's so good. It's so good. It works so well.
During the opening credits, using a song like More and More by Pierce Webb, I think it fits. I love the choice of that song during those sequences and the hard cuts between the deformities, which apparently is not from the nuclear bombs. Apparently it's from Agent Orange in Vietnam. But either way, it still worked because it's such I think it's a great song as is, but that stark contrast, which is kind of a cliche now, but I think in the context of this, with the old kind of setting up the towns, and you have this older kind of country song, man, I just watched and made the hairs on my arm stand. I was like, this is such a great opening credit sequence.
Yeah, the Mood Davis shit, man, with Highway Kind, that's fucking dope too. So yeah, really good stuff, man. Really good stuff. Yeah, good song choices. It's cool that they could clear some of those songs for this for the soundtrack and stuff like that. But it's those little nuances that I fucking love in films. It's yeah, good stuff, man. Really, really good stuff.
Very, and even outside, later on when you have that long sequence of Aaron Stanford, who is going to get the baby, and he's just relentlessly going after these guys. I mean, the violence in that I think is so well done, and the gore is just so brutal. I mean, by the end of the movie, he's basically just like a red puddle. He has been through so much, and the only real question that I had, which maybe you guys can enlighten me, is that when he is initially trying to escape out the house with the baby, and the bigger kind of lady hits him. Why they didn't immediately kill him, I don't know. I don't know if there's a reason why they. I mean, that one part felt like kind of a video game where it's you got caught, now you got to respawn. It's all right, well, I'm just gonna get back up and try again. It's that's the only time where I was just I don't know why they didn't immediately kill him.
But you can also say why the fuck didn't he just bash the fucking the big brain character on the spot?
I mean, yeah, that's a Beast ends up
killing him near that fucking thing.
But Beast end up late. I wish they had shown that. Obviously, it's still effective where you only hear the sound effects of Beast attacking fucking Big Brain. But I would have loved to have seen the baseball bat to that big ass head. That would have been fucking awesome, man. Because it was that's a target. Because
it's a target.
Yeah, it's a target.
It's you're waiting on that fucking thing to explode.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I love the fact that Beast.
You hit that, you get an Xbox Live achievement.
I love that Beast is so smart. It's the little things in films, man, where I'm right away when he puts Beast into the vehicle that he's going to get out of there, and he totally figures out. He goes through the rotten ground. He gets out of there. I'm like, dogs are fucking smart. They're going to get out of that shit, man. It's great. It's fucking awesome. But it saved his life, though.
Oh yeah, I love the difference in this one where they make a point where Beast finds beauty and makes a point to almost get revenge, where Beast becomes kind of the hero of the movie at one part. It's constantly I'm going to come in and save the day. And I love that. I mean, you can call it cheese work like that. To me, this completely worked in that regard, where I was that's when Beast comes in and starts attacking the bigger guy and is like, and the guy's trying to like punch him and like get him off of him, I was like, man, that's like just a great setup and payoff moment right there, which you take for granted. You're like, okay, well, what's the big deal? I'm like, the amount of horror films I see, the amount of films I see where there's no setup and it's just like, oh, this happens because don't worry about it. It's like, no, man, it's all set up and it works.
Yeah, it really does, man. It really, really does. Yeah, I mean, the whole third act in this is so fantastic. Like I said, going into the bomb little town, going into the mines, which they don't do any of this in the original film. It's alluded to, but budgets, shit like that. This is a bigger film, hence the runtime, Tyler. This one runs about 20 minutes longer, but they do explore that a lot more. There's a little bit more characters, a little bit more, kind of development with that whole thing and stuff. And I think it works. I can't get on board with the pacing issues because I feel like this movie rips by. Like I have a great time with it. It feels like the same movie with more. And I still feel like I'm watching a 90-minute film, even though it's almost 110 minutes unrated. So I have no problems with this movie. I think it's really, really damn good. I will say like the one, what's the one fucking mutant's name? Oh dude, what's that fucking dude's name? Lizard, played by Robert Joy. He looks like a fucking mutated leprechaun. That scene where he's up on the rock when he's like fucking on some shit, and I'm like, dude, he looks like a fucking mutated leprechaun. It's hilarious, man. He actually would be a good choice to play a leprechaun, for fuck's sakes. But no, like really, really good stuff. Like I said, I have minor gripes with this. Like my biggest gripes is like, the fire scene with the father. I don't think that looks very good. It didn't age well. I don't think it looked good back in 2006. I think that was a problem I had even 2006. I'm like, that looked like shit. The casting of Bobby, I think he's a little bit too young for the part, even though I think he does a really good job in the film. He comes off as being too young for me. I don't know what it is. But otherwise, I love what they did. Aja did a great job of expanding what was given to him in the original material, changing some subtle things like the way the father dies. Papa Duke's father, by the way. I think that's pretty cool. But I love the whole expansion of like seeing the bomb sites, the city or the town and going into the mines and all that type of shit. Like I love that shit when brother-in-law has Beast and he's going down. It's fucking great, man. I love that shit, man.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good things in this film. And this is how you do a remake. You keep the integrity of the first film, but you do your own thing. Right? It's not really that fucking hard. I mean, a lot of people get it wrong. Like, how you don't do remakes? Psycho. That's how you don't do remakes.
Yeah.
The Fog. Prom Night. Even though the original Prom Night's not even that great. It's so fucking crazy that was remade.
Right. And exactly what you're saying, Moodz, is that when it comes to remaking something like this, much in the same way that I know Aja didn't direct the Maniac remake, but because he was involved with that and was producing it, you're taking a lot of the best things that worked about the original and you're doing something different to make the film stand on its own. So in this case, I agree with you guys in saying that in the original, the mutants feel more like a family. And I think that's a fair criticism. But I also love the idea here that all the mutants feel so distinct, where even if I don't remember the characters' names, I remember who's who and I remember the characteristics. The one who is really like, who seems like kind of slow, and the one who's really aggressive and like wants to like, go after the women. To me, that's all I need. I don't need characters' names. And I like that difference. I like that contrast between this and the original, where I think so much of this takes great elements from the first and does its own thing to make this distinctly its own.
It's fair. I just like, that's just one thing I love about the original film is that that they call each other by names, that it feels so family. Like when you refer to somebody by their name, it just feels so close and so family, right? Where this one, it feels a little bit more disjointed in the fact that like, they don't really say names and there's different characters and stuff like that. I'm not saying it's even a bad thing. I'm just saying that's what they did in this film.
No, you're completely right about that. And I even agree with you to a certain extent.
Yeah,
Derrick Henry already has 114 yards.
Yeah, fuck Henry. I know I'm fucking dying watching this shit right now. Trust me, I've already said fuck a couple times out too loud. So, fuck, I knew this was gonna be a problem. Fuck's sakes.
Yeah, The Hills Have Eyes, bro.
It honestly is one of my favorite remakes of all time, and that's what I would love to do. Like, we did a March Madness
Yeah, I think we are probably going to do remakes.
Yeah, remakes would be fun because there's so many. We would actually have to cut remakes if we did like a whole bracket worth of remakes. There's that
there
many.
There goes Lamar.
So,
yeah, I guess that was March we did that. Damn, it seems that's coming up again. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I think the remake thing would be a good thing, man. I mean, there's some good ones, there's some bad ones. Could you imagine if we did a March Madness and Rob Zombie's Halloween won? we would actually be canceled. We'd be canceled.
I think there's enough fans left for you guys to have.
No, it would just be funny because Rob Zombie won. He won the fucking director's thing. It was like, oh my god.
I think he's got enough fans. I'm personally not a fan of his stuff, but I feel like he's got enough diehard fans to be like, yeah, no, I'm on board with that. You know.
I just, it's one of those things where like I would love to do a Rob Zombie retrospective, like, and like have somebody on that's not a fan of his films and just explain to me why you're not a fan. Because like
I don't want to bash the films either. They're for an audience.
No. I want you to come on and bash the films. That's fun.
No, the thing with Rob Zombie is that everything I've seen of him, his music's not for me. His films definitely aren't for me. But he seems like
you're telling me Dracula's not for you?
Okay, besides Dracula, this
motherfucker played Dracula 17,000
I grew up listening to White Zombie. Like White Zombie was a thing. So like when I think of Rob Zombie's solo music, I always laugh about it because I'm like, I like White Zombie. Right?
Rob Zombie. Oh no, I get that. And listen, everything I've seen of him, besides Dracula, one of the greatest songs of all time, he seems like a cool guy. He seems like a down to earth guy. So I wouldn't feel right being like, this sucks. It's just not for me. Seems like a nice guy. He's passionate about what he's doing, and that's fair. I'm not going to sit here and just dog on
art is not for everybody, man. Like, I mean, if you're a fan,
and that's why I like that you guys like it. I like that you guys are so passionate about how much you like it, and that's great. Yeah. You know, I don't want to sit here and be like, I didn't like it. You know, just like I'd rather hear why you guys did. You know,
there actually is times where I wish that me and JP didn't like Rob Zombie the same, because then it would make for really good conversations. Because he's gone, but
no, I'm right here.
It would be fun because like. We kind of have the same sentiments on a lot of Rob Zombie stuff. We might vary a little bit, but like, I love Rob Zombie. I'm very open about it. So,
and that's great. Listen, I mean, I totally get that, and he has a diehard fans, and I totally get that. I just don't want to just sit here and dog on the dude because he seems like a cool dude. I don't know. I don't have any ill will against him.
Right.
Keeps trying to bite the wire, so I keep getting pulled away. Anyways,
you want?
I'm good if you guys are.
It's probably me.
You're up.
Yep. Okay, so the Hills Have Eyes remake. Alexander Aja, man, I think he did a fantastic job with this, man. He really understood the original film, did his own thing, which I mentioned. I think it's really, really fucking noble that he threw in this whole Little Red Riding Hood thing with Ruby's character. I think that's fucking fantastic. Which we did not bring up. Did we bring that up? No, we didn't bring that up, did we?
No.
Which is pretty obvious, right? Right? That she's supposed to be the whole...
Yeah, the red sweater and everything.
Yeah, the red hoodie, and, she's, kind of the hero, I think that's really interesting that they did that in the film. Fantastic stuff. I said my little quandaries with the film. It's not really major. I love this remake, man. I think it's a fantastic one. It's one of the better ones out there. 9.5 out of 10 for this one. Dan's up.
Sorry, the cactus knocked the phone over. I'm glad that I'm not first up because I think I'd feel a little more like I wanted to pull back. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's not so much of a hot take. To me, I'm not as hardcore of a horror guys as horror as you guys are, and even I can say this is one of the strongest horror films of the 21st century. I think the violence is so ugly in this, but it's so well done. The gore is great. I think the acting is top notch. I completely understand Tyler's criticism about the pacing, and I get that. For me, it just worked. I loved all that stuff, but I don't think it's out of the realm of what he's talking about. Sorry, the cat's trying to bite something. I love this film, man. This past viewing, having not seen it in so many years, I was so sucked into it. I was so emotionally attached to the film and the characters, and I think Alexander Aja is just one of the horror's strongest contemporary filmmakers. My rating might go up after another viewing. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm at a very enthusiastic 9.
Well, getting close. You ever know what I'm saying? Tyler, is it?
Yeah. All right. I was going to actually come a little bit lower, but after discussing it, and really what sold me is thinking about just like the impact it made it came out. And when it came out, like I really did think this was one of the craziest things I've seen out of like a modern movie. Like I don't think I'd even sit in high tension at this point. So this was like my precursor to Aja, and it was kind of a holy shit moment. This definitely probably even like invigorated some interest in horror, because I remember this is around the time I started to drive too, so I started going to the movies a lot. But yeah, I do think this is very strong as far as remakes go, and although I do prefer the original, I do think this is in the same league. I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10.
7?
Such a
god damn!
I dig it. That's not what I expected.
Okay, so I believe it would take me a 9.5 to get it in the Hall of Fame. I'm not going to cheat like Tyler.
Okay, so now this became a cheating thing. What the fuck happened here?
What do you mean?
There was always math involved every time we rated films.
No, I'm saying I'm not going to give it a rating specifically to get it in the Hall of Fame.
Well, of course, I'm not expecting you to, but I thought it would be higher than the original.
So yeah, I love this movie. Like I said, every time I watch it, I expect like, oh, I'm going to see like some of the flaws. It's going to go down a little bit. It never does for me. It like goes up. I remember, I think it was on the summer series or something. I was really pushing this film hard because I thought it was a really good movie. And it works so well as a remake. Like it does everything I love about a good remake. It takes the general idea and like just expands upon it in fun and interesting ways. I think the cast is great. I like how everybody, like the family dynamic actually works in this one. And a lot of times when you get like modern movies, they sometimes don't really do a good job with making the family feel real and like that they, are family. I feel like they do just as good of a job in this one as they do in the original. I actually think that the brother and sister's relationship is a little bit stronger in this one. And it comes off good. I actually am going to give out the rare 10.
Damn.
My man.
Oh, so he totally faked it out, Ben. You did a fake there.
Fake anything.
You know what else is another funny moment in this film that I forgot to
he was
mention?
like announcing he was going to give it the score before. Like,
I can.
Because
you know what's actually fucking crazy, man? This is the second remake JP has given a 10 out of 10 to.
Mm-hmm.
And I can think of.
Three. I think it's 3.
It's oh yeah, so Halloween. So Halloween.
I think
Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and now this one. That's crazy. JP loves his fucking remakes, man.
But I've given out less 10s than everybody on this.
Absolutely. But you've given out more 10s on remakes than anybody.
No, to be fair, I gave Halloween a 9.5.
Okay, so yeah, okay.
What would it take to get this in the Hall of Fame?
There's one, but we didn't.
If I gave it a 9.5, it would have made it.
See, I want to change my rating, but it's going to sound like I'm cheating, so I'm not going to do that. But I sincerely have thought about changing my rating even before you said yours, but I'm not going to.
Yeah.
So there's a funny part in this moment where, what's her name? The sister played by Brenda. I always forget her name, but who's pretty fucking cute. Emily D. Raven.
DeRaven.
So there's this funny moment in film where they're kind of sitting there and she's like, yeah, like they're just, kind of talking about getting to California and stuff like that. And she's like, yeah, so I can get that chronic. She literally says to get that chronic. I'm like,
you smoke weed?
I'm like, what is this, 1992? Like Dr. Dre said, like, what white girl says the chronic?
It was 2006.
Wrote that for her. No white girl in the world has ever said the chronic. It's never happened.
Ahead of its time.
It's never happened, dude. No, it's way past. I mean, chronic it's an old school term, but like, the fuck is there's a random white girl in 2006 saying the chronic
was a popular word in.
I never heard anyone. People always said weed, joints.
I think it was. I remember.
Yeah, because you're talking about it, and I'm thinking about it. And I'm like, honestly, I'm pretty sure people said that.
I never heard people say like that in high school.
Really, dude? Was that a truth? Because when I was in high school, which ended in 1998, no one ever said. Well, people referred to it as a joke as the chronic because Dre's album was popular in 92. I'm not talking about 1999 with the Chronic, the second one, 2001.
Yeah, we were in high school when this came out.
Yeah,
so, I'm pretty sure that like Chronic was a pretty like common slang term for weed.
It was weird, man, because like I said, like even maybe shortly after the Chronic, like no one really said the Chronic. It was always weed. It was always it was weed. No one ever said the Chronic. That was fucking bizarre to me. It made me laugh though. I was like, man. Anyways,
all right, Hall of Famer.
Damn, JP stepping up the fucking game on the. Okay, so that was.
Is it an official Hall of Famer now?
It is. Yeah.
That one. Okay, I gave it a 10. It was
in that regard. But even I'm changing it to a 9.5 then, regardless, even if it's Hall of Fame or not. So I'm 9.5.
Okay, nice. Cool, man. All right, so that is The Hills Have Eyes from 2006. All right, so moving into the sequel, which happened the next year from 2007, we got The Hills Have Eyes Part 2, not directed by Alexander Aja. We've got Martin Wise. What?
Classic filmmaker, Martin Wise.
So I know the only film that I can remember this guy that he directed was Grim Love, which was based on the real cannibalism story.
Oh yeah, that's with what's her name from Dark Skies, or no? Kerry Russell.
Yeah. Kerry Russell's in this film. Yeah, based on that, that fucking really bizarre story. So I really don't know anything else this guy did. I always find it so fascinating how people get director jobs for films and stuff. It's weird to me, but
the original director for this was going to be the guy that made Death Watch, the military horror movie.
Oh, that one's a good one.
Oh, that's cool.
But there was a scheduling conflict. What I find fascinating about this movie is that it was written by Wes Craven and more so by fucking Jonathan Craven again.
The son, yeah.
And I'm like, dude, this had to be a favor. This movie came out 1 year later, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So this was a fast production.
It was
they
like
probably
March,
were like, Wes, we need you involved in this. We got to put this movie together. He's probably like, all right, let my son write on it, who hasn't really done anything since Mind Ripper. and then we'll make the movie.
Dude, that's funny.
Well, this is kind of the reason why he hadn't done anything since Mind Ripper, because he did this one.
Well, he actually did do stuff outside of Mind Ripper.
He was honing in his craft to make this piece of shit.
Oh my God.
Mainly he didn't do shit.
I'm telling you one thing right now, man. If I see anything that's written by Jonathan Craven, I'm going, yikes.
Yeah, dude. You are no Wes Craven, Jonathan.
No, you're definitely no Wes Craven, bro. So stop being... I mean, at least Stephen King's sons, like Joe Hill and his other one, they're like... They write some pretty good fucking books. Like, they write some good shit, man. Jonathan Craven, not the best.
Yeah. So also Emily DeRaven was signed on to do the sequel. It was going to be mainly centered around her, where she had like some PTSD, so she joined the military type shit.
That makes no sense. You got PTSD and you're going to join.
I don't know if she had PTSD, but I'm just saying she was struggling.
Join a motorbike group.
You're like throw you into the military, and like the military gives people PTSD. You can't do that.
So basically, the story was that she was going to come back to the desert to like eradicate the rest of the mutants or whatever with the military, but she got cast on Lost, and Lost was a major fucking big deal.
I don't know about that. So that sounds stupid to me.
No. Listen, if you watch the first 2 seasons of Lost and don't say this is the best shit that I've ever seen on TV, and then immediately be disappointed with the rest of the series, then something's wrong with you, because the first 2 seasons of Lost are like perfection, like such a good show. I tell
people about the Trailer Park Boys, and they just continue watching because it's awesome. So I'm like, watching Trailer Park Boys is amazing.
So they basically cut that idea and they came up with this shit, which I'm not even sure if that other idea would have been great, but this movie feels like it was made very fast, and it's definitely undercooked. You know what I mean? Like it didn't.
Yeah, this felt like the definition of quick cash grab.
Yeah.
So somebody the other day actually messaged me and said, "Yo, it's awesome that you got those Hills Have Eyes remake Blu-rays because they're owned by fucking Disney now, and they ain't re-releasing them."
Yeah, I actually don't own those. I have them both on fucking DVD still. I actually watched Hills Have Eyes 2 on DVD, bro.
Yeah, so. Yeah, these were super fucking cheap back in the day, probably $5, $10, but whatever they were. Glad I own them because they're not getting re-released ever because Disney sucks dick.
Yeah, and I remember when this came out, like 1 year later, I was so fucking hyped for it. I picked it up on DVD at Walmart, which is still the same DVD I own. And I was like, dude, I'm like hyped for this. And I remember watching it. And even back then I was like extremely disappointed. I was like, what? I was like, this, I can't even see anything.
Yeah. Okay, so The Hills Have Eyes Part 2 from 2007 synopsis. A group of National Guard trainees find themselves battling against a vicious group of mutants on their last day of training in the desert. That's actually not really that fully accurate. Basically, the movie starts out with, I think there's a bunch of military people or whatever. They're doing some type of test in this area or whatever. And so how does it go? Yeah, so there's a bunch of people doing a bunch of tests and stuff, and then, well, they end up getting dead for one thing. But there's a military group that I think they're supposed to bring them supplies, right? Is that how it goes? They're bringing them supplies.
It was something like that. I forgot why they were. I know they were doing. In the opening prologue, they talked about how, okay, these people went missing, they came back. You know, people from the first one, they came back. There's people in deserts, they went out there.
They were setting up surveillance equipment.
Yeah, they were setting up surveillance or whatever. And anyways, they go missing. But these military guys, they don't know that. But they're out there bringing them, I think, more stuff or whatever. Some shit. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Anyways.
Yeah, it takes to resupply the scientists.
Yeah, it's exactly. So they were definitely bringing them stuff. Anyways, but they were doing exercises out there. The military was doing exercises and they were out there. So, hey, we'll bring them some more shit. And they discovered that, well, they're not fucking there. And then, of course, the carnage ensues because they are in the midst of a bunch of mutant fucking assholes. So, bunch
of dickheads.
It's so funny that, like, this movie right here, I'm watching this going, I'm like 20 minutes into the movie going, Dave Z would fucking hate this movie. It has a lot of gun activity.
Oh my God.
Like, it's funny. Well, it makes sense because when you're dealing with military, they got guns, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, this movie is what it is. I do like the fact that they filmed it in the same location as they did the original remake, which is in Morocco. So it feels like the same thing. You know, we get to go down in the mines in this one. It's kind of cool and stuff like that. So,
if you could see anything, it would be kind of cool. I don't know if it's just my DVD ancient fucking technology or not.
This movie
I couldn't see shit.
Well,
no, it's clear as shit on the Blu-ray.
And it's a lot of quick cutting shit that I hated in this time period too, where it's just like it's like, dude, slow fucking stop.
See that? Man. This is one thing that I've thought about over the years. I'm like, man, we really need to start watching the same transfers because this is what, like, it alters your perception of the film a little bit. Honestly, the Blu-ray looks fantastic. Like, there's no dark moments in the mine at all. It looks really damn good. It's fucking good. Like, honestly,
I mean, I streamed this. I never problem seeing it, so I don't know.
Yeah, you probably got the high def. You probably got the high def one then
it's
too.
It's not a movie that shot well, but I didn't have any problem seeing anything.
No. It was not dark at all. Like, it looks really good. You know, it feels and looks like the original. Like, well, I would say it's a little bit more polished than the Aja film. A little bit. It doesn't have like that grain or whatever, but it's the same location. They literally shot in the same spot as the remake. So it has that going for it, which is cool to me because it adds that kind of, you know, continuity, I guess, but it doesn't really have continuity. You know what I mean? It does, but it doesn't. But
it's funny that you say that because when I'm watching this, it never felt like, not necessarily the locations had to overlap, but even like the mountains, the way they looked, it didn't even look like the same area. And it's funny that you say that it was because I'm like, man, this looks like a backlot. Something about it feels so cheaply put together. Like JP said, very quick. Like, okay, this is successful. Got good reviews. You got to do this. Got to do this. It's like, what? Where are we doing this?
Yeah, it's weird.
It feels great to video.
I looked it up though, man, because
it also just feels soulless, dude. Like, it doesn't feel like there's any like thought put into it other than like.
Well, there is no thought, man.
We just have to make a sequel.
These characters are like all indistinguishable. Everyone's just an NPC. Like,
Everybody is a fuck. It's. I don't know if this is a commentary.
The
on
most creative
military
thing
being
about
dumbasses.
this movie was the fucking guy in the toilet.
It's the best scene in the franchise.
It's funny that you.
Who is he? I don't know. Shitman the Barbarian.
It's
literally a line in the movie.
Because it feels a lot like Mind Ripper.
Yeah, this movie's not as bad as Mind Ripper.
It's so funny you say that, bro, because when I was watching this the other night and I knew that the same guy wrote Mind Ripper, I was like, dude, this is fucking Mind Ripper. Like, he's obsessed with the military and
he's
shit.
Like, okay, well, but now there's a bunch of mutants and we're in a mountain.
This movie is definitely
the same movie.
It's shot a lot better, and it's the same location as the remake and stuff. So it has that going for it. But I get what you're saying. It definitely does feel like Mind Ripper for sure. But I the biggest problem with this movie for me is like the characters are all shitty and suck.
They're
like nobody, like you don't care about.
I don't
anybody.
even know who anybody is.
That's
I can't tell you any other names now.
Nobody fucking is distinctive. Nobody is even smart. Like you think military would be kind of smart, like they don't make good decisions at all.
I guess they're still in training though, technically, right?
Well, they're doing exercises. They're military. They're just out there doing exercises, whatever. But
they've been in the military long enough to not be morons.
I think the best part in the movie though is the scene where the one dude from the military is hanging off the cliff, and he's like, "Yo," and that fucking mutant goes and cuts off his arm. And then he fucking waves to him as he falls off the cliff. That shit with his arm. That's fucking. I laughed pretty good at that one. You guys know the part I'm talking about? It's fucking funny as hell. I laughed at that, man. But otherwise, man, this movie is like, it's weird because it starts out with like this high body count, like all these all these dudes that are setting up the.
That stuff's actually pretty good.
It's not bad. Like people are getting tossed around, killed. Fuck, the body count's growing right away. You're like, okay. And then we get introduced to our main characters, and you're like, oh my god, this is horrible.
They're all
mundane.
So the main plot line in this one is they're trying to repopulate their family.
I
did like the opening. I will say I like the birthing scene. I thought that was actually a pretty extreme way to start the film. And I thought, like,
the most interesting aspect of this movie is that subplot.
So I classified this. So basically, if you took My Bloody Valentine setting and you mixed in Humanoids from the Deep core narrative, you get this movie, right? It's exactly what it is. You get the mind setting with the rape action of the humanoids, and this is what you get. So that's really the core narrative of this film, is like they're trying to repopulate. So they're killing off everybody. They're stealing the women, and they're essentially impregnating them. So the movie actually opens up with this really kind of grotesque scene of this girl that's giving birth to like a mutant. And we get like a close-up shot, which is not in the theatrical, by the way. That's one of the cut scenes of her vagina. And as soon as she gives birth, she gets clubbed and dead. She gets dead. So it's pretty vicious.
She ain't birthing them right.
Just like in Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah. So, yeah. But, I mean, I feel like my assessment's pretty good, man. It's like My Bloody Valentine, Humanoids of the Deep, man, had a baby. It's this movie.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I think one of the things
it's like really an insult to those two movies, though. It's so
much better.
Yeah,
it's a total insult. Yeah,
that goes without saying. That's just like, but I think one of the things that this film really fails on, among other things, is something that at least the remake and the original, either the mutants are memorable or the humans are memorable. And here, neither are memorable. I couldn't tell you any differentiating features between the humans.
Well, the one mutant is the chameleon, played by Jason Derek Mears. His skin, like, sort of mimics like the desert landscape.
But to me, like and listen, I'm not putting obviously these kind of like effects are extremely complicated to do. I'm not putting anyone down. I'm just saying that with the last film, with each mutant looking so distinct, and you get to see who they are. Everyone in this, of the mutants, they look so identical that I couldn't tell you who was who. They look the same. The army guys are all wearing the same outfits. Obviously, that makes sense. But it's like I have no emotional connection to anyone. That's actually
like a bad move, in my opinion. Is if you're like, I have the same problem in like Dog Soldiers and shit. It's like you have to make them kind of like, if you look at Predator, right? Like Predator is like military guys. but they all have some unique trait about them to where you could differentiate each character, and maybe it makes them more of caricatures, but at the same time, it's effective if you're trying to center a plot around like military guys that are dressed the same. Like you have to have some identifying factors that you could separate them for yourself, because if not, it's just as confusing to watch.
Right, and that's a fantastic point right there, because I had besides like, and when I say characteristics, I don't mean like one character is kind of jokey and one character is kind of stern, like the military leader. It's like, these are just characteristics. I don't know anything about these people. When they go, I don't know who's going. I don't know. I don't really care why they're going. I'm going because I'm watching. I'm like, that's still special effects, but okay, that could be anybody. You could have introduced that character 5 minutes ago. I would have had the same reaction. And so I just going along. It kind of like meanders, and when it's done, I go, okay. I don't really care who lived and who died. I don't have any connection to these characters.
Yeah, agreed.
It feels just so, I don't even want to say thrown together, because I can see, the costumes, the props and all that, like the mutants themselves look fine, but with how soon this came out after the first one, it really is like, damn, they were really just trying to get this out.
Yeah, they're absolutely just trying to capitalize on the first one.
Dude, I literally have it written down as like, this is totally a cash grab, man.
Oh yeah,
it's an easy cash grab. I mean, there's some decent gore in the film, but it's soulless. Like JP said, like it's a term that really does apply to this shit, man. It feels soulless. It just feels like, oh, well, we can make this shit, man. It really doesn't have a lot of correlation to like, it would have been awesome to actually have a sequel that had the continuity straight from the remake.
Yeah, because I mean, with the remake leaves it open. I love the last shot of the remake where it's like, it's not maybe completely over yet, and I'm like, okay, there's room for that. There's world building to be done here with the mines and all that, and I like that the film at least attempted to like go into the mines and show that part. That part's fine, but it's just that don't make it the army. Make it like put some other smaller, more interesting characters in here, so we can actually build the world, but then care about these characters as they're going to go. Because here it's like, I was telling JP, I don't care if they were introduced 2 minutes ago and they die. I have the same reaction. It's like, okay, I don't know who this character was.
I know. Yeah, it's. I mean, a lot of people would argue it's like, well, characters aren't important and stuff like that. But if you can't even differentiate between the characters,
it's
like
just meatbags, and it's not like the characters always have to be important. But these people are so indistinguishable that it's just so uninteresting. It's just like random violence.
It's really nice to have the characters that you can kind of root for and stuff like that. And in this film, it's like, what? No,
it just ends up being brain dead when it's nothing but disposable characters.
Yeah, disposable characters is like one of the worst things, man. But I mean, I will say, I mean, there's some decent gore. Like, I mean, there's some pretty decent scenes shot down in the like in the mines and stuff like that. Like, there's a nasty scene where she starts digging in that dude's head after he gets shot in the head. I'm like, oh,
that's crazy. It's like pulling the thing out. Oh,
yeah, it's fucking nasty. Like, there's some pretty good gore. Which is kind of like the savior for the movie. But there's nothing else, man. It feels soulless. Like everything is so generic. Like the score is generic, the soundtrack's generic. There's no life to this movie. It's not like the remake where they're throwing in California Dream. They're throwing in these songs. It's like fucking awesome. Like it's got that feel to it. It's great.
Right.
And of course, when you deal with military, and like right away, it's like all these military characters are like these fucking type of clowns where they're like, oh, I'm the best. And everybody just seems to have a beef with somebody for no reason, because they don't want them to overcome, the fact that like, oh, they might be better than me kind of thing. It's like, that's how you get the feel of these characters. They're just shitty characters. Totally poorly written. I mean, Wes Craven's son needs to stop writing movies, man, because he does not write good characters.
No, the tone, especially in the first half, is really strange, because they're very, even when things start getting a bit more serious and get bizarre, there's a lot of like joking around. There's a lot of like, I'm this, oh, look at me, I'm this kind of character. And I understand you would have maybe one person like that who's not taking a serious situation in the levity that it should be. But when everyone is either joking or is being like nonchalant about, their fellow officers getting killed or missing, it's like if you're not taking the movie seriously, why should I? I have nothing to latch on to.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's like god awful or anything. I'm just like, man,
it's not.
It's super disappointing going from the remake though. It's
that's the thing.
It's like shockingly bad compared to that one.
Exactly. I completely agree.
I know it's
like
so
if you just watched
right?
it by itself, it's a time waster, not the worst thing in the world. But like watching it after that one, you're like insulted. You're like, what the
I literally watched them back to back yesterday, and I was like,
so did
I. I was like,
I watched them back to back last night.
I watched them back to back this morning.
And some people will say, well, don't watch it back. I'm like, what the fuck does it matter if I give it a day's rest? It's probably going to make it worse, actually. That point.
Right.
So I would like this was I actually prepped a lot earlier than normal on this one because I didn't want to get like in a situation where I had to watch 3 movies in like the day of recording.
Man, you're so bad at updating your shit, man. I never know what the fuck you're watching.
My Letterboxd, bro. Yeah, I mean, I have about like 20 titles that I need to put up on there.
Yeah, I know. I noticed because I always check out your guys' shit to see how you're doing on 92 and other prep and stuff like that. And I'm like, fuck, these guys aren't even updating their shit at all. Fuck, I do mine.
I went through a rut. I've been getting.
You know what's funny, man?
On top.
I know I'm lazy and I do the 2-word reviews, but like when I start a movie, I set my shit up and then I write my 2-word review and I press send. It's updated right after I watch a movie. So you know when I'm done. I do forget every once in a while.
I'm trying to type up reviews for all of these this year.
Yeah. I'm not about, I mean, honestly, if I'm watching shit for the podcast, I'm not writing reviews on my shit, man. I thought the 2-word review thing was funny at first. And now I just keep doing it. It's funny. But
yeah, 2-word reviews are awesome.
But anyways, but I don't know, man. This is one of those weird sequels where I just feel like it's a total cash grab. I'm not like 100% against it. It's there. It's kind of fun. It has some moments. It has the same look, it's the setting as the first movie. But you said it's soulless. It is soulless. It really is soulless. It really is.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like I almost can't even blame it for being soulless. Like I can't criticize too much that like this movie that like they wrote like the writing in this is bad because it's like, bro, it had to be written in like a month or two, right? Like to get that quick of a turnaround to shoot, cast, like
I imagine March of that year.
Yeah, like the script had to be done like quick, bro.
I'm a little bit shocked that there never was a sequel to this because this movie made a lot of money.
Some money. I think it made like 35 million or something.
Enough, even after marketing and stuff like that. This movie made money.
Well, yeah, after DVD sales, I would say yeah.
Oh no, it definitely made money for sure.
Because it had a $15 million budget. Marketing is usually double the budget, so 30 million.
Oh, that's crazy! Breaking news. Hills Have Eyes 3 just got announced for 2026. It's crazy.
Shut up.
Yeah, I just read that.
It's in 3D as well to keep up with the times.
It's in 3D, yeah. they're going
finally.
Full blown. Yeah, they're going full blown.
You have the pickaxe coming right at you like My Bloody Valentine. It's like, whoa, these hills really
I would love to be able to go back and re-see that in the theater. I missed it when it came out.
What, the first one or the second one?
The remake of My Bloody Valentine.
Oh, that was great in theaters.
3D? Oh my god.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I cannot wait for the renaissance of 3D to happen again.
It'll happen. No. It happens every,
I know. It happens every like 30 or so years.
It happened in the 50s and the 80s, 2000s.
Absolutely.
I don't like 3D, but it'll happen.
I hate 3D.
I can't wait. I'm so excited
so much.
for it. I just want it to come back so I can get a fucking 3D TV.
I'm the same way. I'm
dude.
like, I want to buy these fucking things, but I can't.
They're so hard to find, dude. They really
they don't make
are.
It anymore. That's why.
Yeah, like you have to find an old one. Hey, motherfucker, what do you got?
You got to get like
He's probably got your pizza, man. He's got your pizza.
That's so funny you say that because I just walked out into the kitchen and told my grandfather make us a pizza.
Knew it. Well, it's Sunday, man. It's Pizza Sunday, man. Come on. I think I can smell the wife's making a full chicken in the oven right now. It's like married shit.
Nice.
You know? When you guys are talking about mind ripper, I muted my microphone. I was eating wings. I was like, hope they don't notice me.
Yeah, don't ever do it on the show because you'll fucking never hear the end of it.
That's why I mute it because I'm a gentleman, of course. You know.
I was muted too.
Yeah, we did a video show. That's why.
I was off in the corner like this, like sneaking.
I was doing this the whole time. I was like,
I was so fucking hungry.
I had to eat, man. I'm like, I have nothing to say about Mind Ripper. Go on, eat in the corner.
Well, some of those Sin Bin shows are rough because I literally get home from work, hop on, and start recording. So I worked 8 hours, 9 hours, or whatever.
Oh, I've seen the chats. Those sound relentless.
Just start right there for another 4 or 5 hours. Like, bro, I haven't ate at all today. Like,
well, that's why I
my
look at
mind's starting to slip.
I look at like Tyler. He's like, I've been working since this morning. I'll be home and then I'll immediately hop on. I'm like, brother, I would not. You have more endurance than I. I'd say, fuck that shit. I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Dude, there was times where I was working.
Yeah, that they sucked.
When I was working for WestJet, man, I would work like the night shift and shit. Like I would be there all night because there was this one point I had to stay on the planes and stuff like that. Anyways, long story. Anyways, I remember recording this one show where I got off work. I worked from, I think 11:30 at night until 8 in the morning it was. And then we recorded at 10 in the morning.
I think that was like the Pet Cemetery show or something.
And then we did like a 4-hour show and like I hadn't slept in like 2 days.
Yeah, you were pretty much like, hey, this new schedule ain't gonna work.
It was fucked,
I think we only did it like 2 weeks or something.
Yeah. It was a little tough. But
can we
I like how we're talking about
stuff to say about this.
I like how we're talking about everything else but the film. I mean, I said what I had to say, so if you guys want to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the chicken that the wife's cooking is one her mom slaughtered like a few weeks back.
Nice.
Yeah. It's fresh. Yeah. Anyways, that doesn't matter. But anyways, yeah. So who's up for ratings? I guess we're back
to Dan.
Dan. Yep.
Is it awful? No, but with how strong that the remake was, this feels like a straight-to-video sequel. Characters are forgettable. Mutants look the same. Couple occasional moments of good gore, but otherwise, I have no need to revisit this anytime in the next decade or two.
Ever?
I mean, I wouldn't say ever. Never say never, but
I would watch
not
it.
On my radar. 4, a generous 4 out of 10.
Shit.
I thought this movie was ass, but it had better effects than.
What a surprise!
I'll give it 3.5.
3.5.
All right. I don't know. To me, it's not like the worst shit I've ever seen. It's watchable. I actually like the original part 2 a little bit more, but I think they're about the.
I do too, honestly.
So I give it a 6 as well.
6. Damn. I'm going to come in straight at a 5 on this one. I think it's pretty fucking average. It's got it has its moments. It has unintentionally funny moments, which I appreciate. But yeah, I'll give it a 5 out of 10.
All right.
So that is the Hills Have Eyes franchise. One thing I do appreciate about the franchise is that having 5 movies, one being not official, is that it doesn't ever sway away, from being pretty serious. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't, take that a comedic approach to the movies and stuff like that. There may be unintentionally funny moments and stuff like that, but it doesn't have those moments in the franchise where it's like, holy shit, this one's like a straight up comedy kind of thing, kind of jarring and stuff. It doesn't do that. I mean, like I said, in the last one, that scene where the dude gets his arm cut off
with that shitty looking CGI.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's one thing. That's one thing about the there is a few scenes with CG and stuff, but there is some practical effects that actually.
Oh yeah, there is that one part where I was just like, "Oh my gosh, it doesn't look good in 2025. But it's fine, whatever."
But it's funny just because he waves at him with his arm and he falls.
Yeah, that feels like it belongs in like a trauma movie or something.
It does. It's so out of place, but it's funny. But
what do you think we'll see another Hills Have Eyes ever?
Probably not.
I think so. Honestly,
I think it would be like a remake.
A big name.
They'll probably end up
like a legacy
reboot,
or like a soft reboot.
Reboot.
Somebody will make a fucking sequel. Yeah, it'll be a legacy one. They'll make a remake, a sequel to the original film. So set between part 1 and part 2.
Yeah. Oh my god! Like
it'll be part 1 and part 2.
I feel like the original isn't strong enough to even do that. Like,
no, the whole movie is going to be Bobby and Ruby building their motocross company, and that's the whole movie.
Ruby's backstory be like, that bike.
I don't know. I think Hills Have Eyes is cooked for the next foreseeable decades. I don't see another one.
Make a part 3. You can make a part 3 to this, but whatever.
But then again, as soon as we post this show, it'll be like, oh, Disney, Fox are looking to reboot the Hills Have Eyes franchise.
Actually, we know for pretty much a fact that it's not going to happen because Disney owns it now, right? They're not developing anything, so
unless you know what it'll be a fucking TV series.
Ugh. Like the Hostel one coming out.
You can't make Hills into a TV series. You just can't. I mean, you could.
How do you make Hostel into a TV series?
Yeah. Hostel into a TV series would be phenomenally hilarious.
Paul Giamatti.
I don't even know what
that's happening.
Yeah, no, I'm dead serious with Paul Giamatti. I'm dead serious.
What the fuck? I can't even wrap my head around this. Right, Paul Giamatti, really?
Yes, this is like older news. From like a month or two ago.
The dude from the wine movie. Are you serious?
Yeah, Sideways.
Sideways. Yeah.
Yeah, Hostel series starring Paul Giamatti in the works at Peacock from July 31st.
I just watched the episode of Paul Giamatti on the Criterion Corner.
He's great.
He's got a good one.
Yeah.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, I like Paul Giamatti. He's a great actor, man. Sideways is a great. Honestly, man, I love Sideways.
It just got announced like
it's a great movie, dude. I love it.
So that's pretty.
And the Holdovers is great. He's a great actor.
He's a really great actor, man. Yeah.
Anyways,
you know what I hate? This is just like a little pet peeve of mine. Like when you go to click on like a website and then like this thing will pop up and be like, can you turn off your ad blocker? And then it like gives you the option continue without supporting us. It says like you click continue without supporting us.
Yep.
Like on Letterboxd that happens. It's like, bitch, I pay for this shit. What do you mean? What do you mean not supporting you, bro?
Exactly.
Like, what are you talking about?
That's great.
It's fucking bullshit.
All right, let's get out of here. I got to go watch these Buffalo Bills lose the second half.
No, man, they're on the comeback. Anyways, so yeah, that's going to conclude episode 298 here on the Triple Shots and Moods and Horror podcast. Dan, thank you once again for stopping in, man. It was awesome, man.
You did great, Dan.
It was awesome.
Hey, honestly, guys, I had a blast talking about this film with you. It was great being here. Thanks for having me, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys at Wasteland in a couple weeks.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. You get to meet my lady. She gets to deal with all of our stupid asses, so that'll be fun.
All right. You'll get to meet my lady as well.
What? You have a girlfriend?
Believe it or not, I'm not gay. Like everybody thinks I am.
I think that it surprised me as well. I totally thought you were gay.
It surprised me when she said yes. I was like, what the fuck?
I 100% thought you were gay too, but whatever.
Especially when that woman tried to seduce you at Wasteland, that MILF.
Yeah. Whatever episode I was on, listen to that story. Good Lord.
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Anyways, yeah. No, brother. You guys are great. Love you. Thanks for having me on.
All right,
Absolutely.
man. We're out of here, man. Check you guys next show, which is going to be a big motherfucker, man. Stay tuned for episode 299, top 10 in 1992. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Yeah, because I know it's going to be crazy because some people don't like some films on there.
Yeah, Dave Z's a pretty big hater of 92, I've noticed.
I thought he would once you started watching movies, you would change his opinion, but no.
I mean, honestly, dude, personally, it is not my favorite year that we've done in the 90s, but I don't hate, I like doing the 90s.
It's a really fun, solid, people are just tripping on 92. It's okay. But anyways, we're out of here, man. Deuces.
Peace.
That's all, folks.